When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 11:01. This is it. The discussions and ruckus stopped. Although many people guessed that Yemo already had the Heaven Glory pill recipe, no one dared to say it. This was the Pill King tournament after all. They had to ask after the tournament even if they questioned things, or wait till the final round. If that Luo Xiaoma had no real capabilities, it would show up on the final round's 12 Pill King steps. There was only 100 contestants left on the stage now. Shen Guanqing stood up and announced, next, we shall have the second round of our tournament. Everyone concoct the pill they've dissected. The focus of this round will be on spirit herb refinement and fire control. Every step of your spirit herb refinement and concoction will be recorded and sent to the panel of judges. There is no time limit for the second round and you may use your own cauldron. Yemo couldn't help but to sigh. The cultivation level of South Peace State wasn't just a bit higher. In the North Far State Pill Concoction Tournament, everyone had to use a cauldron supplied by the examiner to see what they did, but here, the Pill City just arranged a surveillance formation for everyone. They could use their own cauldron. When all sorts of spirit herbs were sent to Yemo couldn't help but to exclaim the wealth of the Pill City. There were about 100 people and they gave out all these herbs without a frown. When he signed up for the Pill King tournament, they didn't even take a single spirit stone sign-up fee. One could see this tournament was really held for Pill Master. This time, Yemo didn't watch other Pill Masters. He knew that there was no time limit this time, but the time wouldn't be long. Many Pill Master didn't know how to concoct the pill. They only could refine the spirit herb. Yemo looked at the 11 spirit herbs, other than the level 60 Hua Beast Core. The rest were top-grade spirit herbs. If he knew this, he should have written level 7 Dihua Beast Core. This Pill City really had everything and could take out Dihua Beast Core at any time. Many cultivators took out their cauldron and fire ready to refine spirit herb. Yemo didn't waste time too. After he checked the spirit herbs were fine, he let out his Shinnon cauldron and was about to release his purple flower fire, but before he did this, he immediately changed his mind. If he used purple flower fire, slightly smarter people would realize that he cheated the first round. It was much hard to dissect a pill than concoct it. He didn't use rare flame in the first round but used rare flame now. Didn't that mean he already knew the answer? Thinking about this, Yemo was shocked. Although he dissected the components of the Heaven Glory and that granted him countless glory, if people knew that he cheated here, he wasn't sure how much of that glory would be left. Usually, he wouldn't care, but now, the more famous he was, the safer he was. He knew that after this tournament, everything about him would be exposed, maybe even the days he stayed at the South Peace City. Thus, Yemo only used his soul flare. It could be said that 90% of the people here were watching Yemo, so as soon as Yemo released the soul flare, everyone was shocked. Yemo shone so brightly in the first round and perfectly dissected the Heaven Glory pill. Yet when he concocted his pill, he didn't even have an earth or heaven flame. Those judges who looked favorably to Yemo shook their heads. Compared to Jiu Qian and the other top 50 contestants, Luo Xiaoma's flame was unbearable to watch, but Yu Qichao looked at Yemo's Shinnon cauldron and said his cauldron isn't simple. It seems very strange but similar to an ordinary cauldron. Lu Qianbei, you have so many flames, just give one to this Luo Xiaoma later. His soul flare is a bit too. Ji Ling said. He had a good impression of this Luo Xiaoma. If he had a rare flame he would have given one to this level 7 spirit pill master. Lu Wuhu smiled, this lil kid already owes me, he can keep dreaming about me giving him a flame now. But I can tell he's cunning, things won't be that simple. Ning Qingxue saw Yemo use soul flare and felt even more bitter. In this 100 people, only her husband used soul flare. She had decided to help Yemo find a good flame. Only one person understood what Yemo did, and that was Jingingli. Jingingli murmured, "You did this to yourself." She knew that Yemo had many rare flames and took the tournament very seriously as he wanted to become famous. That way, there was no way he would use soul flare. The only explanation was that he already knew the Heaven Glory pill recipe. He should have used a rare flame the first round, not a soul flare. She couldn't remind Yemo about this, but when she saw Yemo hesitate a little, she breathed easy. Luckily, EMO realized the seriousness of the issue and continued to use Soul Flare, but this way, the pill he concocted would be a grade lower. Even though EMO used Soul Flare, countless people still watched him. They all want to see how a level 7 spirit pill master would concoct a level 9 spirit pill. If EMO couldn't concoct it, his results of the first round would be doubted. As a level 5 pill king, of course EMO wouldn't be afraid not being able to concoct level 9 spirit pill even if he used Soul Flare. When the judges saw EMO just casually throw the 11 herbs in the cauldron without order, they almost jumped up. Was this guy an idiot? What sort of pill master was he? The procedure of refining herbs were very important. It usually went from hard to easy and thrown in the cauldron with strict sequence. The impurities also has to be removed in strict order. Otherwise, one mistake and the pill might explode, if it wasn't that EMO's performance was so outstanding the first round. The judges wouldn't even want to look at him anymore. Xing Guanqing exhaled and looked at Yu Qichao saying, "Brother Yu, I'm really beginning to wonder if he knew the Heaven Glory pill already. His pill concoction is, if this kid is really a bludge, then he's the luckiest bludge." Lu Wuwu smiled and didn't mind EMO's pill concoction method. Even those who didn't know pill concoction felt that EMO's pill concoction didn't seem too right, but EMO had his hardship. Everyone was watching him now as he used the Soul Flare the first round. He had to put on a casual act and concoct the Heaven Glory pill to remove suspicion, although EMO's pill concoction system was different to others and he didn't care about the order of refining herbs. He usually threw in 4 or 5 at a time. This time, it was a bit hard for him to throw in 11 at once. Luckily, his spirit sense was very powerful. Even though it was 11 spirit herb, he completely controlled it in his cauldron and they were refined one by one while the impurities were expelled out. Although Soul Flare was supposed to be slower than other flames, EMO's speed wasn't slower than anyone. Xing Guanqing gasped again. This Luo Xiaoma is most genius pill master I've ever seen. The judges knew what he meant. Throwing in the spirit herbs without order was no ordinary pill concoction means. It was even very hard or impossible for them to do this, yet this Luo Xiaoma did it. He refined the spirit herbs perfectly and was as fast as other pill master. He was using a Soul Flare, everyone else used rare flames. What was a prodigy? This was, chapter 1102, the only pill master who concocted a pill. When all the spirit herbs in the cauldron were refined, EMO expelled the waste and let out a sigh of relief. He knew he was showing off, but this was dangerous. Any mistake in all his previous work would have been for nothing. Those pill master with less spirit herbs had stopped because they could only refine. They didn't even know the components of the pill. It was a joke to think of concocting it. 15 minutes later, there were only about 10 people on the square still working. With a few cracking sounds, even level 5 pill king Su Banchang and level 4 pill king Ji Yaoting failed. Almost all the pill master watched EMO and Zhou Qian now. It was just those two still putting on a show, especially Zhou Qian. His pill concoction means attracted many people to watch. He dissected the pill very smoothly before, and now his pill concoction method was also very smooth. It made people feel like it was an art performance as he struck pill chants inside the cauldron. Such good means, he's at least a level 4 pill king, Xing Guanqing said. The pill kings there could also tell that Zhou Qian was definitely not a level 9 spirit pill master but a real high-level pill king. A sense of pill aroma came and all the judges concentrated and looked at Zhou Qian. The pill aroma came from him, although the judges' authority would drop if Zhou Qian eventually concocted the Heaven Glory pill as he was only placed as second in the first round. They all still hoped Zhou Qian could concoct the Heaven Glory pill. What if the pill only had 10 ingredients? EMO smiled and continued to concoct his Heaven Glory pill. Only he knew that the Heaven Glory pill had no aroma after adding the Dihua Beast Core. The pill with aroma was not Heaven Glory pill. Crack, another crisp sound and Zhou Qian put away his fire in disappointment. The judges also moved their eyes away from him. He failed. Almost all the judges looked at EMO now. EMO pulled with his hand and 6 pills came out of his Shinnon cauldron. Immediately they fell into the jade bottle prepared for the tournament. According to his experience, if a level 7 beast core was used, there would be 12 pills. Since he used a level 6 beast core, in order to ensure the potency, he only concocted 6 pills. He succeeded? He really succeeded? As soon as GMO pulled out the pills, a few judges got up. There was fire in their eyes. If they weren't judges now, they would have charged up to EMO and robbed the pill bottle. 100 people concocted pills and only one succeeded. To top it off, there were 6 pills as well. Shen Guanqing and a level 4 pill king were very annoyed with themselves because they were attracted by Jiu Qian's pill aroma and didn't watch Yimo's pill concoction method and pill pulling method. Luckily, there was a recording, but a recording wasn't nearly as satisfying as watching it live. All the audience also saw clearly that the second round had ended and only one pill master had concocted pills. That was the pill master who recreated the Heaven Glory pill recipe. He was the only one who concocted a pill, so it was obvious who had one. The scene was very silent. Many people expected this as only EMO had the recipe. The only abnormal thing was that the only pill master who concocted a pill was the lowest level pill master and used the lowest level flame. Zhou Qian looked at EMO in shock. He had always thought he was the prodigy of pill concoction and he never even knew that anyone would be able to take away number 1 from him, but now someone recreated the pill recipe and concocted the pill with just soul flare. He had already lost more than half here. All the results appeared on the judge's table and the Heaven Glory pill bottle also appeared in Yu Qichao's hand. Yu Qichao opened the bottle, tipping out 6 identically shaped pills, and exclaimed, he used soul flare to concoct the Heaven Glory pill for the first time and there are 4 top grade and 2 special grade pills. I believe even a level 4 pill king wouldn't be able to do this. Wow, this kid really is a pill master. Lu Wuhu said in shock. Yu Qichao shook his head, no, he's not a pill master. If I'm not wrong, he's at least a level 4 pill king, but why did he sign up using a spirit pill master's name? Lu Wuhu smiled awkwardly. That kid's sign-up opportunity was given by me. He came to Pill City to sign up for the tournament but didn't have the right to sign up, so I helped him get the identity of a level 7 spirit pill master. What Lu Wuhu didn't expect was that Yu Qichao walked up to him and bowed. Thank you, Lu Qianbei. If it wasn't for your help, how could I know that there was such a genius in the Pill City that's blocked outside? Then, he turned to Shen Guanqing and said, Martial Brother Guanqing, we need to change the rules of the Pill City. No matter what tournament it is, there will still be Spirit Pill Master and Pill King verification available. We can't let similar things happen again. Luo Xiaoma was lucky to see Lu Qianbei, but what about next time? Yes, Martial Brother Yu, Shen Guanqing quickly replied. The Pill King Chang Shun suddenly said, City Lord Yu, I've never heard of this Luo Xiaoma. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere and he's so talented. He doesn't seem old and yet he's a high-level pill king, I think. Yu Qichao nodded. I know, after the first round I've sent people to investigate his origin. There should be results soon. At this moment, a messenger flying sword appeared in Yu Qichao's hand. Yu Qichao looked at and then looked at Yimo before sitting back down. Yu Qichao said, I just got the message from Dao friend Xu Qiliang and Wang Han guarding the teleportation formation. The North Far State cultivator that invited Yimo has been in South Peace State for nearly 2 years, and they sent an image of him. Yimo is here, why didn't this kid come find me? Why have no big sects taken in such a genius? Ji Ling asked. Ji Ling saw everyone look at him so he said awkwardly, this Yimo isn't old but he's also a formation great master. I went to North Far State to find him a few times but he was very busy and I didn't get to see him even once. So I left a jade card for him. He's a formation great master too? Everyone was shocked by this news. Just becoming a pill king took countless time and effort. This Yimo not only had a unique take on pill concoction, but was also a formation grade master. Yu Qichao smiled bitterly and took out the image. If you know that Luo Xiaoma is actually Yimo, I suppose you guys wouldn't know what to say. The judges were all speechless. A prodigy was fine, but please be more realistic. In North Far State, he was called Yimo and created the spirit weaving pill. In South Peace State he was called Luo Xiaoma and also dissected the Heaven Glory pill. Every judge here was extremely talented. But they were defeated by this strange being called Yimo. Why did he change his name? Ji Ling asked. Didn't Yimo come here to be famous? Why did he change his name if he was already famous? He probably offended someone in South Peace State. Xu Qiliang and Wang Han also said that when Yimo saw them, he didn't change his name. He probably changed his name later. But no matter who he offended, since he's at the Pill City, no one can touch him, Yu Qichao said with a cold tone. Yu Qichao waved his hand and said, let's find someone to test the pills first and decide the top 50. Shen Guanqing nodded and walked out of the judge's stage. He looked at Yimo and then announced. The tournament hasn't ended, but a lot of genius pill masters and pill kings have surged up. The pill master who successfully decoded the Heaven Glory pill, Luo Shilma, also perfectly concocted a cauldron of Heaven Glory pills. Now we invite any golden core state cultivator to come up and test the authenticity of the pill. With this, countless golden core state wanted to charge up and try, but he quickly chose a golden core state level 6 cultivator and told the rest to leave. He chose one at level 6 because if the pill could let golden core state middle stage reach tertiary stage, then there was nothing to doubt about the pill. Chapter 1103, EMO is dead for sure. Fang Zhongshi looked at Ning Qingxue and Huang Qian, who seemed overjoyed and wanted to ask about it. But his master suddenly got up. He told him that they had to get back to their sect. Judging by his master's complexion, it wasn't a small matter, so Fang Zhongshi got up helplessly and left with his master. As soon as Fang Zhongshi left with his master, Ning Qingxue's master Zheng Hain's face sunk. She stared coldly at Ning Qingxue. "Qingxue, I didn't say anything as they were here, but do you know how rude your actions were? Is the ethereal immortal pawn such a rude sect?" Because Yemo succeeded, Ning Qingxue bowed to her master and said, "Master, I have a husband, yet you still want to say those words, how dare you?" Jin Haiyin slammed the table. "From now on, if you dare to mention you have a husband, I will take away your power. Our ethereal immortal pawn doesn't lack prodigy sect members, plus you don't even count as a prodigy. You will agree to Fang Zhongshi no matter what." Ning Qingxue was dazed. Her master had been very strict to her but never this unreasonable. Fang Zhongshi was a prodigy, but the ethereal immortal pawn was also an 8-star sect. Was it necessary to suck up to them like this? They didn't even care about the happiness of their sect member. What is it? The other few elders of ethereal immortal pawn noticed and asked unhappily. Ning Qingxue had calmed down and bowed to her master and the elders. "I am someone with a husband. Even if you kill me now, I won't go to the Lightning Cloud sect. After the Pill King tournament, I will leave ethereal immortal pond with my husband, humph." The elders sneered and Ning Qingxue suddenly stopped talking. Blood seeped out of her mouth. Her internal organs were injured due to the sneers. Huang Qian quickly held Ning Qingxue and looked at the elders and master in worry. Just when Ning Qingxue's master was going to do something, the sect leader said coldly, "We're at the Pill City Pill King tournament. If there's anything, say it back at the sect." "Yes." Zheng Hain and the elder bowed. The vice-sect leader glanced at Ning Qingxue and suddenly said, "The sect provided you guys with the best cultivation resources and protection. When the sect needs you, I hope you don't reject. Plus, young Master Fang is an excellent person. Let's not talk about this now, there's no rush." Huang Qian breathed easy. This meant that Sister Qingxue was fine. She wanted to tell the sect leader and the elder that Luo Xiaoma was Ning Qingxue's husband, but she didn't dare to after seeing their bleak faces. Fang Zhongshi and his master quickly went back to their sect and saw a few elders and one disaster transformation state peak stage grand elder with extremely bleak faces. What happened? Fang Zhongshi subconsciously asked. "We've found the killer of Alfeng, but we can't do anything to him yet." A cauldron-filling state elder said. Fang Zhongshi immediately said, "Since we found him, how come we can't do anything? Is he a 9-star sect core disciple? Even if he is, he has to pay with his life for killing our core disciple." The elders had a bleak face and didn't speak. Fang Zhongshi was even more confused. No matter who killed Tian Alfeng in the South Peace State, he had to pay with his life, even if his dad was a truth realization state cultivator. The killer of Alfeng is quite possibly Luo Xiaoma. If he really is, then with City Lord Yu Chichao's character, we can't touch him for sure, a hollow spirit state cultivator answered. What? Fang Zhongshi and his master Lei Luo almost called out at the same time. The hollow spirit state explained, Alfeng's master elder Tian has gotten news that Luo Xiaoma's real name is Yimo. He comes from the North Far State. Hearing this, Fang Zhongshi's face went pale. He realized that Ning Qingxue wasn't trying to talk him down before. When he thought about how Ning Qingxue was so excited watching the tournament and even clenched her hand until it bled, he fully realized that Luo Xiaoma was Yimo, the man she was talking about. Thinking that Yimo was this powerful and talented, Fang Zhongshi even forgot about Tian Alfeng being killed. The elders saw Fang Zhongshi's pale face and thought he felt sad for Tian Alfeng and comforted him. Fang Zhongshi realized his demeanor was too abnormal and quickly asked, "How did we find out that Luo Xiaoma killed martial brother Tian Alfeng?" The hollow spirit state continued, the time that Yimo came from North Far State matched when Tian Alfeng was killed. He came from Emohai City, so he had to go past the Heartless Sea to get to South Peace City. He probably took a ship as we didn't find records of him taking the teleportation formation. When he got to Emohai, he went out with 3 Golden Core State Tertiary Stage cultivators. He was Golden Core State at the time as well, but after he went out, there was no news of the 3 cultivators. They might have been killed by EMO, he's that strong? Fong Zhongshi subconsciously asked. This level was on par with him. Another elder sneered, if he wasn't that strong, he wouldn't be able to kill Alpham. The Hollow Spirit State cultivator nodded. When he boarded the ship, his name was Moeng. He first came to the South Peace State and didn't know about our sect, thus he killed Tian Alpham. The Hollow Spirit State cultivator then glanced at Yemo before continuing. When he went to South Peace State, he went to Yudao Magic Artifact Shop and bought an armor and a spirit artifact, Stealth Sand. He also awarded a female cultivator a lot of spirit stones. Then he went to the Trial Tablet Square, but even with his power, he didn't even leave a name. That night when we were searching for the culprit in the South Peace City, he fled, probably because of the Stealth Sand. Even if EMO was here, he would greatly admire this person's analysis. He wasn't 100% correct, but 90%, but Jimo's fame is established and it's not easy to kill him. Lei Luo frowned. A gray-robed elder got up and cursed. No matter who he is, even if he's the city lord of Pill City, I will kill him for killing Alpham. He was Tian Alphing's master, Tian Ji. A middle-aged cultivator got up and said, Martial brother Tian, that Yemo killed our core disciple. He needs to pay with his life, but as martial brother Lei said, his fame is established. It's not easy to kill him and the Pill City isn't something our sect can take on now. He can't stay in Pill City forever, there will be a time when he leaves. We have people investigating his whereabouts. As soon as he leaves, we will have an opportunity to kill him. This was the vice sect leader, Zhang Jianu. Even Tianji had to hold his anger now. After a while, a messenger flying sword landed in the middle-aged man's hand. He opened it and sneered. That Yemo is dead for sure. Chapter 1104, 12 Pill King Steps. The middle-aged man sneered. He's planning to set up his own city. He changed the dual river city of Hanliang Empire to MOU City. He's focusing on building it now. He will probably go back to it after the tournament. We just need to wait there or on the path to it. Hanliang Empire? The empire that gave the Lon Rock fire to Green Pill sect? An elder asked. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, because of that the Green Pill sect gave 2 spots to the Truthfall Palace to them. Yemo took one, but I was there when Truthfall Palace opened. He didn't seem to be there, I understand. The elder suddenly realized and said, Infinity Sect's Yuan Guannan also disappeared in there. He was probably killed and this Yemo is hiding from that as well. He quite possibly is the culprit. This guy's balls are real big. I've never seen a cultivator this brave. Infinity Sect, great, great. Tianji said, clearly very happy about GMO offending the Infinity Sect too. That Golden Core State Level 6 cultivator who ate the Heaven Glory pill suddenly had Spirit Chi form a small whirlpool around him as his power grew rapidly. Soon, the cultivator howled and got up. It was clear he had reached Golden Core State Level 7 judging from his power and cultivation essence wave. Great pill, great pill. The Golden Core State said happily. Xing Guanqing nodded and walked up to the cultivator saying, You just ate the Heaven Glory pill and broke through. Tell everyone about your experience. Yes, City Lord Guanqing. The Golden Core State bowed and said to the rest of the cultivators, It's the first time I, Yin Ping, have seen such a magical pill. I've never ate the Chao Huan pill, but I'm sure its value is no lesser than that. I'm sure that the Heaven Glory pill has no side effects and has unique effects for strengthening spirit sense. It would take about 8 to 10 years with my talent to reach Golden Core State Tertiary stage, but now I just need 1 or 2 months to stabilize my power level. It's indeed a great pill. A pill that could reduce 10 years of cultivation and have no side effects. The crowd erupted. Xing Guanqing told that Golden Core State to go down and got up on the stage saying, Everyone calm down. The effect of the pill has been proved, I don't need to explain further. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Now, I will announce the top 50 contestants. Solo Cultivator Level 7 Spirit Pill Master Luo Xiaoma, full marks for the second round as well, 200 points, rank 1, Luo Xiaoma, Luo Xiaoma. Countless cultivators viewed Luo Xiaoma as their idol and motivation to press forward. Female cultivators called out Luo Xiaoma like crazy. If they had a pill master dual cultivation partner like this, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation at all. There were a lot of prodigy cultivators in South Peace State, but there were more ordinary cultivators. As a solo cultivator who used soul flare to concoct pills, Yemo gave great inspiration to ordinary cultivators. Countless sects and cultivators were thinking about how to contact Yemo after the tournament. They wanted Yemo to be their sex guest elder. Yemo breathed slowly. He knew that he only succeeded about halfway now. As long as he didn't fail the third round, even if the Lightning Cloud sect and the Infinity sect knew he killed Tian Alfing and Yuan Guannan, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him for the moment. He just needed time. With enough time, Yemo believed that he could trample over a 9-star sect without relying on the Pill City. Xinguanqing continued, solo cultivator level 9 spirit pill master Jiuqian, 90 points for second round, total points, 180, rank 2. Pill City level 5 pill king Su Banchang, 78 points second round, total points, 155, rank 3. Level 4 pill king Ji Yaoting, 75 points second round, total points, 149.9 rank 4. But this time, people stopped caring much about the rest of the pill masters. Their attention was focused on Yemo. Even though Yemo took all the attention, the top 50 pill master were very excited, as being able to get top 50 in this tournament meant not only fame but also fortune. The name Luo Xiaoma had never been heard before, but now he got 2 rounds of full marks. After 2 rounds, he still stood as number 1 with dominating force. He was the center of discussion now, and his life story and past flew between big sects quickly. After the second round, only 50 pill masters and pill kings remained on the stage. After the disqualified people left, Xinguanqing continued, we've already decided the top 50 pill masters up until this point. The extra 2 rounds we've added were equally as exciting. Now I hope in the third round, which is the round that people anticipate the most, our pill master and pill king contestants will bring us even more fascination. A heated applause sounded. Yemo had never seen the Pill King 12 steps and he really wanted to ask the cultivators next to him, but they weren't allowed to talk now. Luckily, Xinguanqing explained, there are many Pill Master and Pill Kings who are participating in this tournament for the first time, so they don't really know the 12 Pill King steps. But you will understand once you see it. Then, Xinguanqing left and Yemo saw Ji Ling with a few cultivators who were at least above body condensation state walk up to where Xinguanqing stood. Then, Ji Ling and those few cultivators kept throwing out formation flags. Yemo just realized that there was a formation on the stage and it was at least a level 9 formation. As he wasn't able to see it, the audience seemed very excited as though they had great anticipation for the Pill King 12 steps. Yemo also had some anticipation for it. He heard that in the past Pill King tournaments, they decided the top 50 in the first round. What was this 12 Pill King steps? Soon, Yemo knew what it was. As more formation flags were thrown out, the stage exploded and the sound grew louder and louder. Rumble, a huge rock that was 10 meters tall suddenly appeared. It had 12 steps. From step 1 to step 6 it was yellow, then step 7 and above had different colors. There was yellow, red, green, aqua, blue, and purple. Each step was very wide. Even if a few hundred pill masters stood on a step at the same time concocting pills, it wouldn't seem crowded. Looking at that, Yemo suddenly thought about the upgrade of Rare Flame. The first level of Rare Flame was yellow and then the color would change each time it upgraded. From low level to high level, it happened to correspond to the colors. Yemo then subconsciously looked at his level 7 Spirit Pill Master badge. It was yellow. He then looked at others. He found that those below level 4 Pill King were yellow but just had different shades of the color. The level 4 Pill Kings had orange badges and level 5 Pill King Su Banchang had a red badge. Yemo then looked at Xinguanqing and saw his badge was aqua. It seemed that the difference between those above level 4 and those below was huge. Chapter 1105, Pill King Step that blocked Yemo. Xinguanqing saw the 12 Pill King steps were revealed and said again, the third round will be on the 12 Pill King steps. There are 12 steps and each contestant only needs to concoct a level 7 spirit pill on step 1. Step 2 is level 8 spirit pill, and so forth. The contestant can choose what pill they would like to concoct. The harder the pill to concoct, the higher the level. Many contestants already knew this rule, but Yemo listened to it very carefully. But it's not that the harder the pill you choose, the higher the rank you can get. Harder pills take longer to concoct. If everyone else went up and you're still at step 1 concocting a level 7 spirit pill, you're disqualified. Even if someone concocts a simple level 8 spirit pill, they would get higher marks than you choosing the hardest level 7 spirit pill to concoct. I need to remind those pill masters who haven't competed before that 12 pill king steps is also like the trial tablet. At every step, your will and spirit sense will be rigorously tested. Shen Guanqing suddenly raised his voice. So, the 12 steps test your real pill concoction capabilities as well as power, wit, and cultivation level. So you will be kicked off the step if you can't stay on it or can't concoct a pill. This round has begun. I wish every one of you will able to reach the top. Yimo had understood. According to Shen Guanqing's words, if someone wanted to reach step 12, they had to concoct a heaven grade level 9 pill. It seemed that even if you didn't concoct pills, it wasn't easy to stay on the step. This way, it seemed he wouldn't be able to reach the top. Yimo suddenly laughed at himself. He was thinking too far ahead. If he wanted to get to step 8, he would have to successfully concoct heaven grade level 5 pills. At the same time, Yimo knew that although Shen Guanqing said he hoped everyone would reach the top, the truth was no one would be able to. One needed to be at least a heaven grade level 9 pill king, and even that wouldn't guarantee you reaching the top. Plus, even if someone reached the top, would the pill city be able to take out a bunch of level 9 spirit herbs for someone to concoct heaven grade level 9 pills? That was impossible. As soon as Shen Guanqing said start, all the pill master went on the steps. Yimo also walked up on the faint yellow step. As soon as he got on, he felt a strong pressure trying to push him off. Feeling this, Yimo's heart sunk. He wasn't scared of it, but since step 1 had such force, didn't it mean it would just get stronger and stronger? He was only nascent soul state level. If he wanted to resist such force while cultivating, it would be much harder than those hollow spirit state and body condensation state pill kings. This wasn't competing in pill concoction skills, but who had the strongest cultivation essence. In that case, it was impossible for him to get top 10 with his nascent soul state level 5 power. Yimo knew that if he failed, then what awaited him wouldn't be the honor of the first 2 rounds but question and reproach. Because those who knew the heaven glory pill recipe could perfectly finish the first 2 rounds, but the 3rd round tested true strength. If he failed in that, there was no way people wouldn't doubt him. Thinking about this, Shen Guanqing said, "Contestants, you can choose any pill name you see from your spot." Many pill masters already knew this rule, and before Shen Guanqing finished, they started choosing a pill to concoct. Yimo didn't choose his spirit pill. He sat on his seat and looked at the tens of level 7 spirit pills. He knew that if he didn't solve the matter of the pressure, then no matter how fast he concocted a level 7 spirit pill, it was useless. He would lose to those with greater cultivation essence later. Instead of solving that problem later, he might as well solve it now on the step with the smallest force. He had to get top 10 or even top 3 or it wouldn't serve him any good. A strange scene appeared. The 49 contestants were concocting pills, but GMO sat there dazed with locked eyebrows. What's he doing? Jiling couldn't help asking, but he realized all the judges had the same face. After Jiling knew that Yimo was the formation grade master he favored, he had a good impression of him as well as high expectations. Many of the audience and sects watching Yimo all started discussing. This was just the first step. If he hesitated that much about concocting a level 7 spirit pill, what was the point of competing? Eventually, people started publicly doubting Yimo. I say that the reason he got full marks the first and second round is because he already knew the heaven glory pill recipe. See, the 3rd round tests your true strength and he can't even concoct a level 7 spirit pill. If I know the heaven glory pill recipe beforehand, I can get full marks too. This tournament is getting more and more interesting. Some pill masters already refined their spirit herb and their pill was about to form, but Yimo still didn't even choose a pill. Ning Qingxue, who was overjoyed, got up suddenly. She was more worried than anyone. Why didn't Yimo move? At least choose the pill and start refining spirit herbs. Sit down, you don't need to watch the tournament. Those people up there wouldn't care about a mere golden core state cultivator like you, Zheng Hain said. Ning Qingshue's eyes went red and she didn't talk. Huang Qian pulled her down carefully. Don't worry, Martial Sister Qingxue, this is just the beginning. After 1 hour, a few pill kings were about to step on step 2, but GMO still didn't move. Even Xin Jida was getting restless. Why didn't GMO move? Even her martial brother who and Pill King was about to finish step 1, the Lightning Cloud sect elders were watching EMO, and when they saw that EMO couldn't even pass the first step they were shocked. Tianji snarled. This guy must be extremely lucky to know the Heaven Glory pill recipe beforehand and thus got full marks in the first 2 rounds. Now, he has nothing to show. I'm afraid his marks from before won't count now. Even the heavens are helping me revenge. Tianji got up and said, Sect leader Jiang, I'm going to the Infinity Sect for a bit. The middle-aged man nodded, knowing that Tianji wanted to tell them that EMO killed Yuan Guannan. It was a very good idea to get them to help as well. Regardless of whether or not EMO killed Yuan Guannan, just a suspicion was enough for a 9-star sect. If he failed the 3rd round, then even if EMO didn't cheat, it would be thought of as cheating. Then, even the city lord of Pill City couldn't protect EMO. Could he protect a cheating contestant? Jing Yingling knew EMO's real power and could guess why EMO didn't do anything, but she couldn't remind him. If she could, she would say Truth Fall Palace Stairway. EMO frowned. If the pressure increased based on steps, there was no need for pill concoction competition, they could just let those pill master with higher levels go up. Chapter 1106, What is Powerful? Thinking about this, EMO thought of the Truth Fall Palace Stairway and how he had used Purple Eye Soul Sever to reach level 7. Could this be the same? EMO reached out with his spirit sense and found that before he even used Purple Eye Soul Sever, the pressure decreased greatly. When he took back his cultivation essence, he wasn't pushed off either. EMO realized this was it. If he used cultivation essence to resist the pressure, he wouldn't be able to last until step 3. Cultivators needed to use spirit sense to defend against this pressure. The stronger your power, the more pressure you faced. EMO laughed at himself. He was probably the only cultivator in this round who didn't know this. The Xinguanqing city lord already hinted at using spirit sense, but he didn't think of it. Although he used spirit sense to defend against the pressure and there wasn't much interference, there still was some left. Concentration was very important in pill concoction. EMO had 3 birth chant and wasn't afraid of this interference, but it was still better to have no interference, so EMO tried using Purple Eye Soul Sever and the pressure was severed off. Now, the step seemed like his own pill concoction room. Didn't this mean that those pill masters with spirit sense cultivation methods could sever the pushing force? EMO looked up and was dazed to see that he was the only left on step 1. He looked forward and saw many pill kings had reached step 3. EMO didn't dare to doze off and quickly chose blue and pill. Before he even released his soul flare and Shin Gnome cauldron, the ingredients were sent before him. He checked them quickly and began concoction. Seeing that EMO finally began pill concoction, the judges breathed easy. Every time this guy would scare them. The first round when he used soul flare, people thought he gave up, but he dissected the pill. This time, he only released his cauldron now and chose the rather hard pill blue and pill. What other surprise would he give people? Ning Qingshui also relaxed upon seeing that EMO finally began pill concoction. EMO had concocted countless blue and pills. Even with soul flare, he finished a cauldron in less than 15 minutes, although when he got to step 2, there were already people on step 4, it didn't affect him. He knew that with his Purple Eye Soul Sever, he would have a huge advantage over those who had to constantly defend against the pressure. He wasn't the only one on step 2, there were still a few pill masters here. EMO chose Mist Spirit Pill here. It was rather hard to concoct amongst level 8 spirit pills. Before Heaven Glory Pill, Mist Spirit Pill was the best pill for Golden Core State cultivators to break through. The second was Blue and Pill, seeing that EMO used less than 15 minutes. Wu Tan sighed. If he had a rare flame, not something that even ranked high, he would be so much faster. Jiling looked at Lu Wuhu immediately and Lu Wuhu sipped some spirit wine before saying, "No need to look at me, I don't have many flames left, I really don't." People were speechless. After the tournament, I will give him a stone skin flame. It's ranked relatively low, but it's better than no flame. I'm sure that this Luo Xiaoma, no EMO, is the most genius pill master I've seen. The smooth flow that he concocted level 7 and level 8 spirit pill with soul flare is an enjoyment to watch, Yu Qichao said, but why did he stay at step 1 for that long? He could be on step 4 right now. Jiling shook his head and felt pity. Yu Qichao smiled, I don't feel it's a pity. He saved all the time he will be losing in the future by staying at step 1 for that long. I'm just not too sure yet. Shin Guanqing nodded in agreement. EMO didn't stay an extra minute on step 2 either. He was on step 3 now. Although some people had reached step 5, he had caught up with the crowd now. Many pill masters saw Yemo stay at step 1, and in such a short time, Yemo chased up to step 3. They were all very shocked. Even a level 1 pill king needed 30 minutes to concoct a level 7 spirit pill, yet Yemo was level 7 spirit pill master and used soul flare, but most pill master and audience realized that Luo Xiaoma definitely wasn't a level 7 spirit pill master. On the third step, Yemo chose face recovery pill. It was rather hard and of high caliber. This step's pressure was much higher than those 2 levels before. Yemo rejoiced that he thought of a way at step 1. Otherwise, he might not last at step 3 now. If he got kicked off here, he would become a joke. No pill master had been swept off yet. When Zhou Qian reached step 3 and saw his number 1 opponent was still on step 1, he was disappointed and shook his head. He also suspected that Yemo knew the pill recipe and thus got such a good score in round 1 and 2, but he charged up to step 4 immediately. Without Yemo, he would be able to get number 1 easily. Steps 4 and 5 were no trouble for him at all. When he reached step 6, he subconsciously looked back and saw Yemo on step 3 ready to get onto step 4. Seeing this, Zhou Qian's heart sunk. This Luo Xiaoma probably had real capabilities, but even so, there was no way he would be able to beat him on the 12 pill king steps. No one knew that he was actually a level 6 pill king, one who was about to reach level 7. As soon as Yemo got onto step 4, before he could even use Purple Eye Soul Sever, he was almost pushed off. When Yemo severed the pressure with Purple Eye Soul Sever, he sighed. This step was for level 1 pill kings. Those level 1 pill kings with weaker spirit sense would find it very hard to concoct heaven grade level 1 pills here. Even those who could stay here wouldn't choose hard heaven grade level 1 pills. So this 12 pill king steps wasn't completely irrelevant to cultivation level. Yemo looked at Huan pill king and Qin Mushin. Huan was prepared to get on step 4 while Qin Mushin was struggling at step 3. Even if she could get to step 4, she wouldn't be able to complete a heaven grade level 1 pill. Yemo also realized Zhou Qian's power. This guy was on step 6 now. Even Su Banchang was only at step 5. If he didn't completely beat that guy with heaven glory pill, it seemed really hard he would be able to get number 1 in the tournament, but Yemo didn't mind. He didn't use his full power. He had only been concocting pills with soul flare so far, although Yemo didn't really care. Zhou Qian's attitude of saying that he was the only one to get number 1 incited Yemo's competitiveness. He chose to concoct the hardest Chao Huan pill at step 4, then, Yemo didn't keep using soul flare, releasing purple flower flame. As soon as he did this, there were countless exclamations of surprise. The judges looked at each other and realized Yemo only now showed his real strength. Purple flower flame? Am I seeing this right? This Luo Xiaoma didn't use his full strength the previous 2 rounds. I finally realized what is absurd. This Luo Xiaoma is absurdly powerful. He had a rare flame but only took it out for heaven grade pills. Chapter 1107, Getting an Ally. He was the one who took it. A nascent soul state level 1 cultivator from Infinity Sect clenched his fists. Tianya, what did he take? A body condensation state cultivator next to him asked. The cultivator clenched his teeth. Master, I told you before that Luo Xiaoma was the cultivator I saw in the Herb Valley. When the purple flower flame came out and we were fighting over it, it disappeared at the bottom of the lake. I thought the purple frog took it, but now it seems this guy took it. This guy was Dong Tianya. He was a genius disciple of the Infinity Sect, ranked just below Yuan Guannan. Before he reached nascent soul state, he was Golden Core State Hall of Fame number 4 and he was a lover of Winsai. So after Yuan Guannan died, he wasn't sad at all, he was instead happy. So the flame from Luo Xiaoma is. Suddenly the master stopped talking and turned around, saluting to another cultivator. So Lightning Cloud Sect's brother Tian is here. How do you have the time to come to our Infinity Sect? Tianji saluted with his fists and said heavily, the cultivator on the 12 Pill King steps isn't called Luo Xiaoma, his real name is Yemo. Yemo? Dong Tianya's master repeated. Why did he change his name? Because he has to fear that your sect would bring him trouble, Tianji sneered. Dong Tianya's master didn't seem too happy. He said calmly, for a prodigy pill master like Luo Xiaoma, we would love to invite him as a guest. Why would we cause him trouble? It seemed to him that Tianji had nefarious intentions. Tianji said calmly, because your number 1 core disciple Yuan Guannan was killed by him. He used the name Ning Xiaoma and killed Yuan Guannan in the Truthfall Palace. When he came out, abstruse sound sex Jingingli helped him get away. He just guessed that part about Jingingli helping Emo. He wasn't certain himself as well. What? A few voices exclaimed, when Sai also made a sound of surprise and saw Tianji look at her. She immediately knew her reaction was wrong and showed an angry look. Dong Tianya's master's face changed a few times before saying to Tianji, "Why did Brother Tian suddenly tell us this?" He suspected that, as he feared, the Lightning Cloud sect was up to some scheme. Just because Luo Xiaoma was good at pill concoction didn't mean his fighting power was strong too. Yuan Guannan was Infinity Sect's core disciple, and with his nascent soul state level 5 power, there was rarely anyone who was a match for him. Luo Xiaoma was only nascent soul state level 5, how could he kill Yuan Guannan? But when Sai heard this, she knew that it was real. Martial brother Yuan Guannan was killed by that Luo Xiaoma or Ning Xiaoma for sure. She subconsciously looked at Emo and clenched her fists. She knew who Emo was clearly. But if it wasn't for Tianji, she would have never thought that Emo had left Truthfall Palace and made her go investigate Fu Rong and the Anbei 3 demons. Because our Tian Alfing was also killed by this guy, he killed my disciple. I will only rest once I kill him, Tianji said hideously. Clearly, his hatred for Emo was to the bone. This matter is serious, please wait a moment. Dong Tianya's master left quickly. Tianji knew that if Infinity Sect investigated slightly, they would believe him and he would get this ally. The moment Emo took out the purple flower flame, Ning Qingxue felt all the strength in her body leave. Her body was soft but she was relaxed. If Emo just took out the rare flame now, it meant that he never used his true strength before. With this, it meant that he could at least reach step 5, meaning that he was at least a level 2 pill king. Level 2 pill king, Ning Qingshue's heart shook. She knew the value of a level 2 pill king after staying in South Peace State for so long. Even the ethereal immortal pond only had one level 1 pill king, and they treated him like a valuable guest. Ning Qingxue suddenly felt a little bitter. If Emo was a level 2 pill king, why didn't he come to the ethereal immortal pond for her earlier? A level 2 pill king was enough to take her away without any resistance, but then again, she thought that Emo must have his reasons for not picking her up. When Zheng Hengyin saw Emo release the purple flower fire, she seemed a little surprised, but then she frowned and glanced at Ning Qingxue saying, "You guys leave first." "Yes, master." Ning Qingxue wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Her master gave her too much pressure. Huang Qian quickly left too. It felt much better to stay with her master or Marshall's sister. She could say whatever she wanted. Before Ning Qingxue went back to where she was before, Huang Qian grabbed her wrist saying, "Sister Qingxue, your Luo Xiaoma is a pill king, don't forget about me in the future. Remember to give me Chao Huan pill, Hollow Meridian pill, Essence Birth pill." Ning Qingxue smiled and said, "The herbs for those pills are very precious, I will tell him if he has it. I knew Sister Qingxue was the nicest to me, I was about to risk my life to help you." Huang Qian smiled. After Ning Qingxue and Huang Qian left, Ning Qingxue's master walked up to the elders and bowed before asking, "Martial Uncle Qi, you needed me?" Martial Uncle Qi was a middle-aged woman. She looked pretty and was already a body condensation state cultivator. She told Zheng Hengyin to sit down before asking, "Hengyin, your disciple Qingxue doesn't have a good impression of Fang Zhengshi, right?" Zheng Hengyin's face froze and she quickly said, "Martial uncle, don't worry. Qingxue is quite obedient usually. But she's just been very stubborn today. I will persuade her to agree to this." Martial Uncle Qi smiled. "You misunderstood me, Hengyin. I think that since Qingxue isn't willing, then never mind." Ha! She was a hollow spirit state peak stage cultivator and knew some of the things of the sect. She knew a little as to why they had to have a marriage alliance with Lightning Cloud sect, but since the elder said never mind, she wouldn't force her disciple anymore. Martial Uncle Qi said, "You see that Luo Xiaoma, right? He's very young but so talented. With what he has done, he would be approved by City Lord Yu Chichou and Xingguanqing. He has a boundless future ahead of him." "What do you mean, Martial Uncle?" Shen Haiyin looked at the elder. "Why did it sound like another Fang Zhengshi?" Martial Uncle Qi nodded. "Our ethereal immortal pond is just an 8-star sect and we don't have any power to contest Luo Xiaoma with a 9-star sect, so if we want to be connected to him, we have no other way but beautiful female cultivators. We don't have much else, but we do have a lot of beautiful female cultivators." Ning Qingshui is ranked 3rd in all of South Peace State, there's no way that Luo Xiaoma won't be interested. Just in case, bring 2 more beautiful disciples over to see him. She sighed. If our sect wasn't in danger, our ethereal immortal pond wouldn't resort to these means. Don't force those disciples anymore. Try to persuade them nicely and tell them the reason we must do this. Yes, martial uncle. Zheng Heyin said. She sighed to herself. Ning Qingshui was unlucky, she was born in this age of great change. Since when did ethereal immortal pond disciples have to suck up to people? It was usually the other way around. Yimo refined spirit herbs even faster after he released the purple flower flame. And since he had concocted Chao Huan pill a few times before, he concocted it very smoothly. In the shocked eyes of the judges, he finished a cauldron of Chao Huan pills in just a bit over 15 minutes and continued to step 5, chapter 1108, I will prove I am better. Such fast pill concoction speed. Ji Ling exclaimed. He wasn't some high-level pill master, but he could concoct a few simple spirit pills. There were already a few people on the 4th step, but Yimo was the fastest. The only one who could compare with him was Jiu Qian on step 6, Xin Guanqing smiled. His pill concoction speed never decreased. Although the difficulty increased, so did his pill concoction fire level. Chao Huan pill was indeed the hardest pill to concoct in the heaven grade level 1 pills, but it wasn't hard for Yimo at all. Just when he finished with the Chao Huan pill and about to enter step 5, Zhou Qian just finished his heaven grade level 3 pill and was ready to get on the 7th step. On the 5th step, Yimo caught up with Su Banchang and Ji Yaoting as well as level 4 pill King Qiu Nianqing and level 4 pill King Qing Dai. As Yimo arrived on step 5, Su Banchang and Ji Yaoting were ready to enter step 6 while Qing Dai had just started pill concoction. They were all shocked when they saw Yimo come up. Although Yimo recreated the Heaven Glory pill recipe, the pill was just a spirit pill after all. But the 12 pill king steps tested real pill concoction capability, and being able to reach step 5 meant that Yimo was at least a level 2 pill king. Yimo chose Soul Essence pill and Heaven grade level 2 pills. It was only medium level difficulty. But Yimo had cultivated many of these pills, so he was fastest at them. Seeing Zhou Qian get to step 7 excited Yimo's competitiveness. Zhou Qian didn't seem much older than him and was also in solo cultivator. He not only had the golden page world but also the 3 birth chant. If he still lost like that, it would be really unreasonable. Yimo didn't treat the 3 birth chant as a cultivation method. He had some emotional attachment to it. Many of his abilities and powers were derived from it. Without the 3 birth chant, there wouldn't be the current him, but even if Zhou Qian really did beat him, 2nd place was still enough for him. He didn't need to fight with Zhou Qian to the end. Qing Dai just finished her Heaven grade level 2 pill and saw Yimo go to level 6, she was even more shocked. This level 7 spirit pill master was too absurdly strong. He got to step 5 later than her, but he finished before her. Su Banchang and Ji Yaoting only refined a few herbs and saw Yimo come up. They no longer had the determination to fight with Yimo till the end. They were also sure that Yimo won the 1st and 2nd round with his own power. The only thing they didn't understand was that although the Pill King steps didn't rely on cultivation level to resist the pressure, if one's cultivation level was low then his spirit sense was low too. As a nascent soul state level 5 Pill King, how could Yimo not be affected at all? Even though they were body condensation state, they needed to use a lot of effort to stop the pressure with spirit sense at step 6. Yimo was really grateful to that frog that he cut. Without that purple frog, he wouldn't be able to stand here so easily. Even if he didn't get swept off, he would at most make it to step 4. The two stopped watching Yimo and focused on their own pill concoction. They knew it was impossible to beat Yimo. It was already quite depressing that one absurd genius came, but now there were 2. Yimo didn't take notice of the other pill kings, he just watched that level 9 spirit pill master Zhou Qian. He chose the Heaven grade level 3 blue carrot pill at step 6. It was a pill for nascent soul state cultivator breakthrough, so it was not only precious but also rather hard to concoct. The pill might dissolve easily, becoming a pill that just had pill shape but no effect. Blue carrot pill's main ingredient was the level 6 spirit herb purple back blue carrot. Yimo got large amounts of it in the herb garden, so this wasn't the first time he concocted this pill. He didn't feel any pressure when concocting it. Ever since Yimo started pill concoction from step 1, the judges had been watching him even more than Zhou Qian. Shin Guanqing saw Yimo's fluent and experienced spirit herb refining procedure and felt speechless. I wonder how many times he has concocted the blue carrot pill. I really don't know where he got all those high-level spirit herbs. Yu Qichao also shook his head. This Yimo definitely has had extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, even if he has the best pill concoction heritage, he wouldn't be able to concoct level 1 and level 2 heaven grade pills so fluently. This requires large amounts of practice. Up until now, his pill concoction rate is almost 100%. Even Su Banchang only made 9 pills at step 5, while he had the full amount of 12. Xin Muxin was swept off step 4 of the Pill King stage now. She watched GMO at level 6 and sighed. Even her master probably underestimated this martial brother Yi. Pill King Qin, you know that Luo Xioma? Another Pill King saw Qin Muxin look at GMO strangely and asked. They were disqualified, so it didn't matter if they talked. Qin Muxin saw it was Rain Pill Sex level 2 Pill King Laoshi, so she quickly said martial brother Luo performed so well in round 1 and 2, of course I would watch him. By the way, does martial brother Lao know him? Qin Muxin didn't want to casually spill that Yimo was Luo Xioma. Lao she didn't mind and nodded. I saw him at the Truth Fall Palace, I didn't mind at the time. I didn't expect him to be such a powerful pill king. The means with which he concocts heaven grade pill doesn't seem like a solo cultivator either. With that fluent procedure, who knows how many heaven grade pills he has concocted? I really can't imagine how a solo cultivator has that many high-level spirit herbs for practice. Qin Muxin laughed to herself but didn't reply. Yimo scammed countless high-level spirit herbs in the herb plane, and he also went to the Truth Fall Palace. With Yimo's character, could he only get a few spirit herbs in there? At this moment, Yimo's blue carrot pill was finished and he pulled out 12 blue carrot pills as fast as he could. Ji Yaoting and Xiao Nianqing just began pulling their pills. Yimo scanned their pills, they were both life essence pill, it was much easier to produce than blue carrot pill. Su Banchang finished pill concoction the same time as Yimo, he concocted the break tiger pill. It was slightly harder than life essence pill. Seeing Yimo come later and finish his heaven grade level 3 pill at the same time as him, Su Banchang nodded to Yimo with eyes full of praise. In his view, regardless whether Yimo could concoct heaven grade level 4 pills at step 7, he was a prodigy amongst prodigies to be able to finish heaven grade level 3 pills this fast. He would be pursued everywhere he went. At the same time, Zhou Chen finished the heaven grade level 4 pill and saw Yimo and Su Banchang come up. He didn't go up to level 8 immediately. Zhou Chen walked up to Yimo and said, "You're very good, your performance was catchy in round 1 and round 2, but I'm sure that you knew the pill recipe beforehand. That's why your marks were higher than mine, so in the third round I will show you that I'm better." Seeing Yimo daze, Zhou Qian suddenly said, "Do you know how I know that you knew the pill recipe? I thought of it when I saw you use the purple flower flame. No one can use soul flare to refine the components of a level 9 spirit pill. I can't, you can't, even Yu Qichao can't." Su Banchang dazed at Zhou Qian, not sure why Zhou Qian said that now. Yimo was shook, he suddenly realized the huge loophole. If Zhou Qian could think of it, so could the judges. How could he make up for it? Seeing Zhou Qian go up to level 8, Yimo suddenly felt extremely unhappy. Before Zhou Qian went up, he sneered. "You broke the rules. We're not allowed to talk in the tournament. And you did something wrong. I didn't plan on getting first before, but now you can only be second. Sorry." Chapter 1109, the final battle at Step 8 of the Pill King Steps. Yimo wasn't sure if this was the first time Zhou Qian had concocted the Break Spirit Pill, but it was his first time. Although he had the Spirit Recovery Pill to recover his spirit sense, he didn't dare to be confident. This was his first time concocting a Heaven Grade Level 5 pill, it was a huge challenge for him. Yimo was certain he would be able to concoct it, but he didn't dare to be careless. Even so, he didn't decide to take out the Mist Lotus Heartfire. It mattered too much. The third-ranked Heaven Flame, if he took it out, who knows who would try to take it from him. Luckily he had the Purple Ice Soul Sever, or else he could just admit defeat now. Yimo sat down and took out the Shin Nong Cauldron. His mind was focused on it and the Purple Flower Fire. He was certain that both of them could concoct the Heaven Grade Level 5 pill and Zhou Qian wouldn't stop at Step 8. If he couldn't get to Step 8, he wouldn't have said those condescending words earlier. Zhou Qian didn't seem like someone without a brain. So Yemo knew that although he could concoct heaven-grade level 5 pills, that wasn't enough to beat Zhou Qian. He had to be enlightened in the process of concocting the break spirit pill and be able to concoct heaven-grade level 6 pills from that. For a level 5 pill king to reach level 6 pill king, it might take a few years or even a few decades. Some level 6 pill kings might never be able to reach level 7 pill king for their entire lives. Even with the 3 birth chant, Yemo wasn't sure if he could break through to level 6 pill king right after concocting a heaven grade level 5 pill. However, the 3 birth chant gave him the possibility of breaking through. The reason he reached level 4 pill king was only because he helped Su Jingwen concoct a rainbow spirit pill. Yemo knew that even if he didn't use this method of breaking through to level 6 pill king, he would become one sooner or later, but now, he couldn't wait. Before, he intentionally didn't break through to higher levels of pill king as he thought he was only a nascent soul state cultivator and didn't need heaven grade level 5 or 6 pills, he at most needed level 1 or level 2 pills. Plus, he didn't have spirit herbs above heaven grade level 5. Now, he realized that even if he didn't need heaven grade level 6 pills, there was no harm in reaching that level. Yemo forgot about everything around him. He wasn't just concocting pills now. As he refined the spirit herbs for the break spirit pills, he analyzed them again and again. Then, he used the 3 birth chant to find the rhythm. This was similar to when he refined spirit herbs and formed the pill rapidly. 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, a few hours passed. Ji Yaoting and Xiao Nianqing were swept off at step 7 and Su Banchang wasn't able to concoct heaven grade level 5 pills at step 8, so he was swept off as well. Only Yemo and Zhou Qian remained on the 12 pill king steps. Yemo was still refining spirit herbs and didn't yet start pill concoction. What people didn't expect was that after Zhou Qian finished the pill, he didn't go to step 9 and sat down with his eyes closed as though waiting for Yemo. What are these two doing? Level 4 pill king Judge Gao. He looked at the two in confusion. One of them took more than a few hours to refine spirit herbs and still wasn't finished yet, while the other sat down instead of going to step 9 after finishing with step 8. Shen Guanqing frowned. He completely couldn't understand Yemo anymore. He didn't understand that Zhou Qian either. From Zhou Qian's speed and his challenging words to Yemo, he obviously took winning seriously, so why did he wait for Yemo? He didn't understand that Yemo even more. Before, whether it was spirit herb refining or pill formation, pill refining, and pill pulling, it all flowed smoothly and seemed very aesthetically pleasing. Speed and quality were both top-notch, although heaven grade level 5 pills were much harder than heaven grade level 4, but it didn't take this long for spirit herb refining. He glanced at Yu Qichao and saw Yu Qichao also look at him. The two clearly didn't understand what the two contestants were doing. It could be said that all that was happening on the stage was Yemo refining spirit herbs, but the audience didn't feel bored. There was just the two of them left, and from how Zhou Qian already finished his pill, it seemed that he was better than Luo Xiaoma, but after waiting for so long, the audience was disappointed to find that the difference between Luo Xiaoma and Zhou Qian was huge. They were expecting an exciting battle. After another 15 minutes, Zhou Qian sneered and got up. He no longer had the interest to keep waiting. He felt he overestimated this Luo Xiaoma. If he needed this long just for a heaven grade level 5 pill, then what would he do for heaven grade level 6? This guy wasn't of his caliber. Yemo didn't know Zhou Qian was waiting for him. After he repeatedly simulated the break spirit pill in his mind and reorganized the structure of the pill, he learned quite a lot. It was actually easier to reach from level 5 pill king to level 6 pill king than from level 3 pill king to level 4. After Yemo refined the spirit herbs and simulated them, he seemed to be suddenly enlightened and his pill concoction drastically picked up in speed. He sent pill chants into the cauldron and the refined herbs soon formed into herbal liquid with astonishing spirit chi. Zhou Qian saw this and stopped his feet. He didn't understand how Yemo was extremely slow before and now he was this fast. This wasn't normal, but regardless, the break spirit pill formed rapidly in the cauldron. In less than 7 minutes, Yemo pulled the pills and 6 special grade break spirit pills were pulled into a jade bottle. The judges also didn't understand why there was such a huge difference in timing. Usually, the ratio of time spent for spirit herb refining and pill formation was 4 to 6. No one knew that while Yemo was concocting heaven grade level 5 pill, he was thinking about the way to concoct heaven grade level 6 pills. Yemo put away the cauldron and got up but saw Zhou Qian standing on the side. He was dazed but realized that he had used up quite some time. Zhou Qian was still here, meaning that he was waiting for him, but Yemo didn't think Zhou Qian waited for him out of goodwill. As expected, Zhou Qian sneered again. The speed with which you concocted Break Spirit Pill is disappointing. In order to defeat you utterly, I waited for you for almost 8 hours. Remember, the person who beat you on the 12 Pill King steps is called Zhou Qian. He beat you with real power, not by cheating. Yemo said calmly, remember clearly too, if you really have some small capability, I will give that time back to you. Yemo was certain that he would be faster than Zhou Qian. He gained some foundation while concocting the Break Spirit Pill. No one understood the power of the 3 birth chant. He could even derive a heaven-grade cultivation method, much less a heaven-grade level 6 pill. There seems to be some fire between these two kids. Lu Wuhu glanced at the two and smiled. The judges smiled bitterly. How could they not tell as well? They even choosingly ignored how the two broke the rules and spoke on the stage, when the audience saw the 2 pill masters jump onto step 9 at the same time. Their fervor erupted. Chapter 11:10, Step 9. Yemo felt the pressure of Step 9 before he even landed. With his past experience, he severed with Purple Eye Soul Sever before he even landed, and the pressure around him reduced drastically. Yemo severed a second time and the pressure was completely severed off. Yemo didn't know what method Zhou Qian used, but he was sure Zhou Qian had similar ways. Zhou Qian also landed on the level 9 Pill King step and glanced back at Yemo, saying coldly, "You're not simple, you even have a spirit sense attack cultivation method." Yemo immediately realized that Zhou Qian used the same method. No wonder he couldn't feel any pressure. Your master isn't simple. Yemo also replied coldly. He relied on the 3 birth chant, but that was his own effort. He was sure Zhou Qian was taught by someone. Zhou Qian frowned and didn't say anything. Yemo ignored him and chose the Dew Condense pill. This was a pill needed by body condensation state cultivators for cultivation. It had great effects for breaking through. This was only an ordinary pill amongst level 6 heaven grade pills. He had decided this while he was on step 8. While concocting the Break Spirit Pill, he was simulating the concoction of the Dew Condense pill. Another reason was that he was afraid he might fail if he chose a very hard pill. He didn't know what pill Zhou Qian chose and he didn't want to scan with his spirit sense. That would make him seem very nervous. Although this was the first time Yemo concocted the Dew Condense pill, he had simulated it for a long time using the 3 birth chant at step 8 and knew what to do. If he used the Mist Lotus Heartfire for this, he would have much greater success rate and his pills would be mostly special grade, but even now, Yemo didn't take out the Mist Lotus Heartfire. He felt he wasn't at the edge of the cliff yet. Seeing Yemo already start spirit herb refining, Zhou Qian sneered. He didn't care as Yemo took that long refining herbs at step 8, now he would only take longer. He had concocted heaven grade level 6 pills more than once. He was already a top level 6 pill king. He wasn't going to be scared of a pill king who had trouble concocting heaven grade level 5 pills. Everyone stared at Yemo and Zhou Qian. The two brought them too many surprises. The big sects cared more about how both of them were solo cultivators. If they were some pill kings of a sect, it wouldn't really benefit others and they could at most cooperate with the sects the pill kings were at. But if they were solo cultivators, they might be able to pull them into their sect or at least hire them as a guest elder. All the big sects were full of surprise and joy seeing the two get onto step 9. Regardless of whether they could concoct it or not, this Pill King tournament was already worth their trip. Plus, they would be able to ask them for free pill concoction later. This was very rewarding. Level 5 Pill Kings were able to concoct Break Spirit Pills, but Zhou Qian and Yemo were both level 6 Pill Kings. Break Spirit Pill would be a piece of cake for them. How many peak stage Hollow Spirit State cultivators were in need of Break Spirit Pills? Even those top grade 9-star sects didn't have a few Break Spirit Pills. It was a huge expense to invite a level 5 Pill King to concoct Break Spirit Pills. Even a 9-star sect wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, they had free pill concoction from level 6 Pill King. How could they not be happy? He's actually a level 6 Pill King. Huang Yushan and his martial uncle said dryly, he was a hollow spirit state cultivator and asked his sect to send the 5-color lotus, but if Yemo was a level 6 Pill King, this wouldn't even be enough to knock on his door, much less suck up to him with. Huang Yushan's mouth was bitter. If he knew that this Yemo was this powerful, he would have given all the spirit herbs to him. Huang Yushan suddenly said, martial uncle, I think that Yemo seems to be very into the 5-color lotus. Regardless, let's go try. Even if he doesn't want it, it's fine. He's not going to slap the face of someone giving him a present. Plus, at the Herb Valley, I was on the losing side, he didn't lose anything. The hollow spirit state cultivator nodded. That's the only thing we can do. Jin Hien of the ethereal immortal pond also had a bitter smile. Elder Qi told her to bring Ning Qingxue to see that Luo Xiaoma after the tournament. But he was a level 6 pill king now and she was only an ordinary hollow spirit state cultivator in an 8-star sect. She wasn't even sure if she could get to see him. At the same time, the Lightning Cloud sect and Infinity sect elders sat together with bleak faces. When the Infinity sect learned that Yi Mo was the killer of Yuan Guannan, they already considered him dead, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Mo was a level 6 pill king. A level 6 pill king's power was on par with an 8-star sect. If Yi Mo was a level 7 pill king, then even a 9-star sect wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Someone like that would have large amounts of powerful cultivators willing to protect them for free. They could imagine that after the tournament, countless masters would be willing to follow Yi Mo to the MOU city. At that time, MOU city won't be an ordinary city but a small-scale pill city. Even if he is a level 7 pill king, I will kill him for sure, Tianji said coldly. An Infinity sect elder nodded. If our core disciple is indeed killed by Yi Mo, we will take his life for sure, no matter what pill king he is. But before this, I have to report this to our Grand Elder. The judges were discussing quietly now. To them, the victory was already decided. If no circumstances arise, Zhou Qian would probably get first for this round. In that case, his total points would beat Luo Xiaoma and he would get first in this pill tournament, Zhao Shuntiang said. Wu Tan also nodded. Yes, Luo Xiaoma had trouble concocting Break Spirit Pill and he chose Do Condense Pill at step 9. This pill is a level easier than the Cauldron Essence Pill Zhou Qian chose. I suspect that he might not even be able to concoct the Do Condense Pill. The judges all nodded. Only Lu Wuhu, who didn't understand pill concoction, smiled. Not necessarily, this kid is very cunning. There were a few times when I thought he wasn't going to make it, but he eventually stood on step 9 of the Pill King steps. If you don't believe me, you can look at what he's doing. The judges subconsciously looked at Yi Mo and they all fell silent. Yi Mo was refining spirit herbs more than 10 times faster than his speed at step 8. There were no pauses in his movements at all. Nearly 20 herbs were thrown in the cauldron and rapidly refined. In less than half an hour, Yi Mo had completely refined all the pills and was beginning to cast in pill spells to form the pill liquid. What is this? Even Yu Qichao didn't understand, much less the other pill kings. No one understood why Yi Mo performed better at step 9 than step 8. Chapter 11:11. I'll give back that little time to you. Yi Mo was very fast. Heaven grade level 5 and level 6 pills were all heaven grade middle grade pills. The difference in concoction wasn't big. Under the simulation of the 3 birth chant, he had a complete method of pill concoction. The only thing was that this was his first time concocting it. In less than 30 minutes, Yi Mo began finishing the pill. Under the shocked gaze of the judges, Yi Mo pulled out 6 pills from the cauldron. Such speed, I'm sure this isn't his first time concocting the heaven grade level 6 pill. Level 4 pill King Gao, he exclaimed. Xing Guanqing shook his head. No, it's probably his first time concocting heaven grade level 6 pills. It probably is his first time. Even if he has concocted it before, it won't be much. Yu Qichao nodded. They were both level 7 pill kings and had concocted heaven grade level 6 pills countless times. Yi Mo's method seemed to flow, but there were many minor parts that could be improved. The two didn't need to look to know that the grade wasn't very high, but they were very sure that if Yi Mo concocted these pills another time, his grade would be much better. As a level 6 pill king, he would be able to find the errors he made after he concocted pills once. Even if he couldn't find them all, he would be able to find most of it, much less a genius pill king like Yi Mo. Yi Mo put the cauldron away and his face remained the same, but he was actually very disappointed. He simulated the pill concoction many times Bu0T. When he actually concocted it, he only got 3 top grade pills and 3 middle grade pills. He didn't even get a single special grade pills. This made Yi Mo very disappointed. Yi Mo estimated that even if he used Mist Lotus Heartfire, he wouldn't be able to get all special grade pills as well. There would be at least half special grade pills. However, Yi Mo knew that he would yield much better results if he concocted it again, but this was a tournament and he only had one chance. Luckily, he still concocted a cauldron of heaven grade level 6 pills eventually. Even if he wasn't as good as Zhou Qian, he had a chance to get to step 10. Thinking about this, Emo collected his thoughts and the cauldron. Then, he scanned Zhou Qian and sat down quietly just like Zhou Qian before. He concocted the dew condensed pill very fast. Even so, he spent nearly an hour. Interesting. Lu Wuhu saw Emo sit down on the side as well as though waiting for Zhou Qian. This is really interesting. Even good old Ji Ling could feel the competition between the two. Emo didn't seem to let Zhou Qian give him any advantage at all. Jing Yingli frowned. She didn't understand Emo that well, but she knew what sort of person Emo was. He wasn't someone who liked to show off. He was very good at staying subtle, being able to reach step 7. He already surpassed his original goal. Why did he seem to be fighting Zhou Qian to the end? Emo didn't really care about what other people thought of him, he only cared about his own interests, so why did he fight Zhou Qian to the end? The only explanation was that Emo felt he had to beat Zhou Qian. Jing Yingli didn't know the reason, but she knew that Emo had a reason. Emo seemed very cunning and meticulous to her. Her rested heart started to hang in the air again. She even suspected that Emo might release the heaven flame in the end. Almost all the audience thought that Zhou Qian was better than Emo and said that Zhou Qian would finish first, but now, it was actually Luo Xiaoma who finished first. This confused them greatly as they didn't know which one was better. The audience split into two groups, one supporting Luo Xiaoma and one supporting Zhou Qian. The two groups argued non-stop. However, they didn't affect Zhou Qian at all, yet, Emo affected him. He didn't consider Emo a threat at all after step 8, but at the 9th step, the tables suddenly turned. Luo Xiaoma, who was very slow at step 8, was this fast at step 9. He finished a heaven grade level 6 pill in less than an hour. Although Zhou Qian didn't know what pill Emo concocted, since Emo wasn't swept off, it meant he succeeded. Even he would need 1.5 hours to concoct heaven grade level 6 pills, but now Emo greatly surpassed him. He was waiting for him just like he did before, thinking about how Emo said, "If you really have capability, then I'll give that time back to you." Zhou Qian became more anxious. He thought this Luo Xiaoma was just talking tough before, but he now realized that Emo was saying he was only considered decent if he didn't get swept off on the 9th step. Emo could even give him time, but that was only if he could concoct pills at step 9. Thinking about this, Zhou Qian's heart grew anxious and desperate. He wanted to speed up and immediately smelt a faint burning smell. Zhou Qian was shook. He knew that the spirit herbs inside were affected by his mood. Zhou Qian forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He cast Emo aside. He didn't really understand how Emo wasn't affected at all when he was waiting for him, but he was beginning to guess if Emo intentionally took that much time at step 8 to make him lose his vigilance. If that was the case, then Luo Xiaoma was too cunning. Emo would laugh if he knew what Zhou Qian was thinking. If he could fight with people while forming his golden core, how could this little thing affect his pill concoction? The 3 birth chant was about 3 giving birth to everything. The outside influence was like floating clouds to him. A seed would blossom even if it was under a rock. A powerful seed would still bloom even if fried in oil. The 3 birth chant was like that seed to Emo. Right now, he could only resist the pressure of a rock, but when it was powerful enough, no interference would affect him no matter how big. Due to Emo's influence, the perfectly synced herbal liquid began to burn and become unstable. Zhou Qian forced down his anger and slowly removed the excess liquid. If it wasn't for Emo, how could he make such a low-level mistake? Normally, the formation of a pill from liquid was a basic procedure and one had to throw in pill spells and use spirit sense to mix the liquid together to form the pill. But if the liquid was partially burnt, the herb-liquid ratio wouldn't match and one wouldn't be able to concoct pills. The cauldron might even explode. A weaker pill king or pill master could only let the pill go to waste, but Zhou Qian was no ordinary pill king. There was no way he was going to admit defeat due to this. Zhou Qian seemed to have sunk all his attention on the separation of herbal liquids. He had to separate out the burnt part and then form pills with the remaining liquid. This was time-consuming work, but he had to do it. 2 hours, 4 hours, even 8 hours passed, but Zhou Qian was still stuck on that part. What is going on? Both the judges and audience didn't understand this scene. Chapter 11-12, Heaven Flame released. Seeing Luo Xiaoma take longer at step 8 and Zhou Qian take longer at step 9, the audience could only conclude that one was better at concocting heaven grade level 5 pills and the other was better at concocting heaven grade level 6 pills. But no one knew that Emo actually needed to take that long while Zhou Qian took this long because of Emo. Although Emo didn't do this intentionally, but it affected him. Another hour later, Zhou Qian finally removed the excess herbal liquid and rapidly started forming his pill. 8 minutes later, he finished and brought out a few cauldron essence pills. Looking at the 4 pills he concocted, 1 top grade and 3 middle grade, Zhou Qian wanted to kill Yemo. If it wasn't for Yemo, he could at least concoct 3 top grade and 3 special grade. But now, he was sure he didn't do as well as Yemo despite not knowing what pill Yemo concocted. Seeing Zhou Qian get up, Yemo got up and said before Zhou Qian could rage. "It's been more than 8 hours, I won't count the extra time, I'm not a stingy person." Zhou Qian's eyes spewed flame as he glared at Yemo and said coldly, "You're a very calculating person, you intentionally disrupted my mental state for pill concoction, right? You're intentionally disrupting the order of the tournament, you're indeed a very calculating person." Yemo looked at the 10th step and didn't even look at Zhou Qian. "Very well, then go report me. I will tell the judges that you waited for me for my benefit, but when I waited for you I was intentionally trying to disrupt your pill concoction. You don't need to explain to them." Then, Yemo flew up onto the 10th step. Zhou Qian's fury gradually disappeared. His face went icy cold. No matter who he told, they would think he was unreasonable. He broke the rules first, whether it was talking or waiting for Yemo for 8 hours. Seeing Yemo climb up to the 10th step, his tone became cold and confident again. "So what if you're a level 6 pill king? I will let you know despair." Then, Zhou Qian charged up to the 10th step without hesitation. He didn't think he would lose to Yemo even though he struggled at step 9, he had other cards left to play, he didn't intend to show his full power, but Luo Xiaomo was too good. Even if he didn't struggle at step 9, victory wouldn't be able to be decided at step 9. He didn't expect Yemo to be a level 6 pill king. After all, level 6 and above pill kings numbered less than 2 digits in the South Peace State. How could someone younger than him be a level 6 pill king and come to the pill king tournament? When both Yemo and Zhou Qian flew to the 10th step, almost everyone got up. Even the judges couldn't keep sitting anymore. If they could concoct pills on the 10th step, it meant that they were level 7 pill kings. There was a huge difference between level 6 and level 7 pill king. Level 6 pill king was rare, but there were a few. But in the entire South Peace State, there was only the City Lord and Vice City Lord of Pill City who were level 7 pill kings, excluding those in Solitude. Even the pill concoction prodigy Wu Tan was stuck at level 6 pill king. When the big sects realized that both Yemo and Zhou Qian might be level 7 pill kings, they couldn't stay in their seats anymore. Level 7 pill king meant that they could concoct heaven grade level 7 pill Kuan filling pill. That was pill needed for body condensation states to break through to cauldron filling state. One couldn't even see it usually. And, the pills that cauldron filling state and above needed could only be supplied by level 7 and above pill king. One knew how important a cauldron filling state cultivator was to a sect. Even the 9-star sects didn't have a lot of cauldron filling state cultivators. A sect with countless years of storage had a lot of good things, but even with good spirit herbs and materials, they might not be able to turn them into pills and magic artifacts. The currently known level 7 pill king were the 2 city lords of Pill City. How high was their status? What didn't they have? How many powerful beings were asking them for pill concoction? They also needed to cultivate, so the most they could concoct for other people was once a year. Those who could invite them to concoct were high-level powerful beings. Even 9-star sects couldn't frequently ask them for pill concoction. At Yu Chichao and Xin Guanqing's level, they didn't lack cultivation resources. They perhaps only lacked time. That's why the big sects were so excited when they realized the 2 might be level 7 pill kings. They couldn't invite the 2 city lords, but they could invite the 2 solo cultivators. They weren't old and didn't have a high cultivation level. They needed large amounts of resources. If they slammed them with large amounts of cultivation resources, how could they not be interested? Only once they concocted heaven grade level 7 pill on the step did they prove themselves to be powerful level 7 pill kings. It was much harder to concoct pills on the pill king steps. Su Banchang, for example, wasn't able to concoct heaven grade level 5 pill on the steps. If the 2 can really reach level 7 pill king, then it's the great fortune of our South Peace State Cultivation Society. Yu Chicho was overjoyed too. He exclaimed, if it really was Yemo's first time concocting heaven grade level 6 pill on the 9th step and now he's going to concoct heaven grade level 7 pill on the 10th step, then Yemo was too absurdly talented. Yemo and Zhou Qian gave them too many surprises. After all, even he stopped at step 9, the scene naturally fell silent as everyone watched the 2 intently. Yemo found a place to sit on the 10th step and found there weren't selection cards for the pills he could choose to concoct. Just when he was confused, A jade slip suddenly appeared before him. The contestant can decide what pill he wants to concoct for heaven grade level 7. The contestant can choose the ingredients too. Please write down the heaven grade level 7 spirit herbs needed. You can only choose one type of each spirit herb. You will be swept off if your pill is lower than heaven grade level 7. YMO realized a question like this was to let the contestant showcase his full power, but YMO knew that regardless, it would be hard for him to succeed. He had the power to concoct heaven grade level 6 pill and simulate it with the 3 birth chant. Thus he succeeded, but now he was certain he couldn't concoct heaven grade level 7 pill yet. Pill concoction wasn't trying your luck, it was purely based on your ability. YMO didn't write his pill recipe, he felt Zhou Qian's spirit sense can over. Clearly he didn't have much confidence either. Thinking about this, YMO scanned his spirit sense over too but didn't write anything. Seeing this, Zhou Qian sneered and wrote more than 20 types of spirit herb on his jade slip. He knew that YMO was half-arse like him and wasn't able to concoct heaven grade level 7 pill well, but he was a top-notch level 6 pill king. He was about to be level 7 pill king. Since no one could actually concoct the pill, he chose a harder level 7 heaven grade pill. As long as his pill was harder and he scored more marks in the concoction procedure, he would be able to win. Even though YMO earned more points at step 9, step 10 points were on another level to step 9 points. If he beat YMO in minor parts, he might be able to earn back the points he lost. Plus, if he used all of his power, he might be able to concoct a heaven grade level 7 pill. If he succeeded, then even if it was a low grade one, he would win for sure. YMO frowned when he saw Zhou Qian choose spirit herbs. Was this guy really a level 7 pill king? If that was the case, then he was in danger. When Zhou Qian chose the spirit herb, he suddenly took out another flame. The color was also red but darker than the sense Sha fire. Even YMO could feel the scorching heat. When Zhou Qian released this flame, he glared coldly at YMO with scorn. 1 purple flare. YMO's heart sunk. This was Heaven Flame 1 purple flare. It was ranked second in the Heaven Flames of the Cultivation Realm, above Miss Lotus Heartfire. Chapter 11-13, Battle of the Heaven Flames. Not just YMO, but everyone else also didn't expect to see the 1 purple flare. It was the number 2 ranked Heaven Flame in the Cultivation Realm. The reason it was called this name was because in any cultivation realm, this flame would only appear once. There won't be 2 1 purple flare in one cultivation realm. This flame was found in the depths of the earth and was extremely hard to find. Even if one found it, without fate's favor you wouldn't be able to obtain it. The 1 purple flare, like the number 1 ranked Heaven Flame blue like morning sky, would only appear once in a single cultivation realm. It was even hard to hear about it, much less see it. It was said that when the number 1 flame blue like morning sky appeared, the entire cultivation realm was blue. Once this flame was upgraded to a high level, it was enough to burn an entire realm. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but it showed just how powerful this flame was. With the appearance of 1 purple flare, it caused more shock than the 2 reaching step 10 of the Pill King steps. Many cultivators even stood up. More people thought, this Zhou Qian really had patience. He was more patient than his opponent Luo Xiama. Luo Xiama took out the purple flower fire ranked 12th in the cultivation realm at step 4, but this Zhou Qian took out the Heaven Flame only at the 10th step. The pills concocted by Heaven Flame and Earth Flame weren't on the same level. If Zhou Qian and YMO had the same level of skill, Zhou Qian already won more than half with the Heaven Flame. Even Lu Wu stood up in shock and sat back down after a while, sighing. Seeing this guy, I suddenly feel like I've wasted my life. I've been collecting flames for my entire life, but the highest caliber I got is only a Sensha flame. But these guys have either purple flower fire or 1 purple flare. Yu Qichao woke up from his shock and smiled. Lu Qianbei, your Sensha fire is almost purple, right? Even a Heaven Flame can't compare with that. Lu Wuhu rolled his eyes. Have you considered how long I've lived? It's unfortunate for that YMO, he's going to lose to the Heaven Flame. Jiling sighed. No one rebuked Jiling's words. From their performance, the two were on par in pill concoction skills. Now that Zhou Qian had a Heaven Flame, the number 2 ranked 1 purple flare, it was natural that YMO lost. At the same time, YMO sighed. He realized where Zhou Qian's confidence came from. It was due to the 1 purple flare. No wonder this guy was so cocky. When you think you can beat me, you will find that it's not disappointment you face but despair. YMO finally understood this. If it was another Pill King in YMO's position, he would indeed despair. A red color heaven flame was countless times stronger both in herb refining and pill concoction than an earth flame. The speed and quality of the pill was far from something an earth flame made pill could compare with. This was why a pill king or pill master needed a good flame. No matter how good you were, without a powerful flame, you wouldn't be as good as someone else. It could be said that once Jiu Qian released the one purple flare, his pill concoction skills increased a level. Everyone thought that GMO lost for sure. Jiu Qian started herb refining while GMO sat and didn't move. He was thinking if he could release the Mist Lotus Heartfire, he could also tell that Jiu Qian's pill concoction were on his level and even a little better. But once he used the one purple flare, that better was infinitely expanded. GMO also knew that it was extremely dangerous for him to use the Mist Lotus Heartfire. He didn't understand where Jiu Qian's confidence came from. Even his Mist Lotus Heartfire wasn't as precious as the one purple flare. Suddenly EMO thought that if he could really concoct heaven grade level 7 pill, then he was a level 7 pill king. It was just as Jingingli said, if a level 7 pill king had the Mist Lotus Heartfire, then no one would dare to scheme for it. Right, the only thing was he had to be careful when he was alone. Plus, even if he didn't use the Mist Lotus Heartfire, would no one come for his trouble? The Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect quite possibly already knew his identity by now. He would only be safer if he used the Mist Lotus Heartfire and concocted heaven grade level 7 pill, as his name would be infinitely expanded. He could pull more masters around him, but the pretense was that he could concoct heaven grade level 7 pills. It was easy to use the Mist Lotus Heartfire, but how would he concoct heaven grade level 7 pills? The pill he chose had to be unique enough to get the praise of the judges and have a certain level of difficulty that was at least harder than Jiu Qian's pill. He saw the pill Jiu Qian chose. It was a rather hard and meaningful pill. It was Kuan filling pill, seasoned wheat pill. Suddenly, this pill came into Yemo's head. It was a heaven grade level 7 pill, and there were rarely any pill kings who knew it, much less those who could concoct it. The main ingredient was seasoned wheat. The pill kings didn't know about this pill because they thought the seasoned wheat was one spirit herb and they could be both used to concoct the hollow meridian pill, so no one knew about it. The seasoned wheat pill was very precious. More valuable than the Kuan filling pill. Cultivators who had their dantian broken need very high level pills to recover it, but the seasoned wheat pill could solve this problem. EMO felt that with his whirlpool pill concoction method in the heaven flame, he might be able to concoct the seasoned wheat pill, as the seasoned wheat was something that balanced yin and yang. It was easier to accept his whirlpool concoction method. He was the only one who knew the whirlpool concoction method, as this required the use of the illusion cloud strike cultivation method and taxed the spirit sense heavily. EMO concocted the spirit weaving pill before, so he knew how powerful this pill concoction method was. With spirit sense pill concoction means in this whirlpool concoction method, it would drastically decrease the difficulty of pill concoction while increasing success rate. The only thing was that it consumed spirit sense rapidly. This was why EMO rarely used the whirlpool pill concoction method, as he hadn't solved the problem of spirit sense exhaustion yet. Other cultivators wouldn't dare to concoct this, but EMO had the spirit recovery pill, so he didn't mind. Thinking about all this, EMO's heart settled. Since Jiu Qian used the heaven flame, it meant he wasn't certain if he could win. If he was certain he would win, he wouldn't use the heaven flame. The only thing EMO was worried about was if the pill king step would recognize the season and wheat spirit herb. If it thought it was the same thing, he could only choose something else, and that way, his success would be greatly reduced. Nevertheless, EMO still wrote the two down. Soon, EMO was happy to find season and wheat in front of him. EMO breathed easy. This pill king step has existed for countless years. How could it not recognize season and wheat? He can tell the difference between season and wheat. Yu Chichao suddenly got up, but then his words suddenly stopped as he saw the fire that appeared in EMO's hand. Mist Lotus Heartfire. Yu Chichao felt his brain wasn't working really well. Chapter 11:14. Who was a level 7 pill king? Mist Lotus Heartfire. Xin Guanqing and the other judges saw Yemo's flame and couldn't help but exclaim. As pill kings, they didn't have heaven flames, but they know the properties of heaven flame very well. As soon as Yemo released the Mist Lotus Heartfire, they recognized it. Mist Lotus Heartfire. Even Lu Wuhu lost his attitude. Ji Ling glanced at Lu Wuhu and felt more awkward. He asked Lu Wuhu to give a rare flame to Yemo, but now it seemed like a joke. Another heaven flame, and it was the third-ranked Mist Lotus Heartfire. The audience completely erupted. This Pill King tournament was far beyond what they could imagine. In the end, it became a battle of the heaven flames. In this tournament, 4 heaven flames appeared. Before, in the entire South Peace state, people had only heard about 5 or 6 types. Now, second, third and fourth heaven flame all came. It was a real intense battle between Zhou Qian and Luo Xiaoma now. If Zhou Qian didn't encounter Luo Xiaoma, he wouldn't use the heaven flame. If Luo Xiaoma's opponent wasn't Zhou Qian, he wouldn't use heaven flame as well. These two were both people who were very subtle and patient, especially that Luo Xiaoma. He went from soul flare to purple flower fire, then to mist lotus heart fire. Some people even guessed that if Zhou Qian had stronger cards, would Luo Xiaoma have more to match them? The level 4 Pill Kings and Su Banchang saw this and shook their heads. Su Banchang thought he was only one step away from Yimo and Zhou Qian, but now it seemed the difference was huge. He used Heaven Flame in the first round of the tournament while these two only took it out at the 10th Pill King step. Qin Muxin looked at Yimo in disbelief. She was worrying for Yimo as Yimo didn't have a rare flame. She laughed at herself when Yimo took out the purple flower fire, as it seemed she was worrying too much. It seemed that Yimo already had a heaven flame when he concocted the spirit weaving pill, but he just didn't dare to show it. Now that he was a level 7 pill king, even if he took out heaven flame, no one would dare to scheme for it. Martial brother Yi had such great patience and endurance, seeing Yimo's mist lotus heart fire. Zhou Qian's eyes narrowed and the spirit herbs he was refining almost got burnt again, but luckily with past experience he controlled the situation. He didn't expect Yimo to also have a heaven flame. Although its rank was one lower, its color was deeper than his. So, the two flames were equally matched. At this moment, he realized his words were too cocky. At the same time, he understood what Yimo meant by "I wasn't planning to get first, but now, you can only be second, sorry." It was because he was too cocky and infuriated Yimo that Yimo showed all of his true power. He thought he would get to see Yimo's despairing face when he took out the one purple flare, but instead Yimo took out his heaven flame mist lotus heart fire. It was impossible to say he didn't regret it all, but he soon cast it aside. Even though Yimo had the heaven flame, it didn't mean that he would lose to him. Judging by his skills, he hadn't concocted heaven grade level 7 pills before. Realizing this, Zhou Qian focused on his own pill, so did Yimo. He focused on his season wheat pill. Yimo had used all of his power now. Shinnon Cauldron and the heaven flame as well. Spirit sense pill concoction means and whirlpool pill concoction means. If he lost to Zhou Qian even with that, he could only admit defeat. Refining spirit herbs was no problem for Yimo at all. With the mist lotus heartfire's help it wasn't slow either. He knew that Zhou Qian would have no problem either as he had the one purple flare. The judges and audience all held their breaths as they watched the two concoct pills. Both were using heaven flames and both were concocting level 7 heaven grade pills. For most cultivators, they would only get to see this once in their life. The two were very careful and didn't act casual like they did in the past few steps. Comparatively, both found it more convenient and familiar to use heaven flame. For hours passed and Yimo had finished refining his spirit herbs. He didn't stop and went straight into herbal liquid fusion. Yimo is a step faster. He's began pill fusion, but he doesn't seem to have used pill spells. Level 4 Pill King Gao. He stopped mid-sentence. Shin Guanqing smiled. You saw it as well, right? I really didn't expect Yimo to be using the spirit sense pill concoction method. I've heard of such pill spells, but it's the first time I'm seeing someone use it. His pill concoction heritage is too advanced. Yu Qichao nodded. I heard before that he used spirit sense pill spell when he concocted the spirit weaving pill. I didn't really dare to believe it at first, but now I finally see it. This type of pill spell has too much of an advantage, but it's also very taxing on the spirit sense. Zhou Qian was also going into pill fusion, but the eyes of the judges stayed on Yimo. Zhou Qian's method was also very advanced, but compared to the never-before-seen spirit sense pill spell, Yimo's pill fusion process was more attractive. Yimo's herbal pill liquid rolled about in the cauldron, but he wasn't in a rush. He used a pill spell and the liquid kept fusing and separating. It seemed ordinary to normal people, but Yimo knew that he had no other way. It was his first time concocting pills of this caliber. The spirit sense pill spell reduced the difficulty, but on a slight mistake the cauldron might explode. Even with the spirit sense pill spell and whirlpool pill concoction method, he had to simulate again and again with the 3 birth chant. At this moment, Zhou Qian finished his pill fusion process and started forming the pill. He was completely focused since he knew this was the hardest moment for him. He did the first half of the procedure very well, but that was just the basics. Meanwhile, Yimo was still testing fusion and separation. If it wasn't for his 3-birth chant, he would have failed already. When the herbal liquid emitted a faint aroma, Emo's brain sparkled. He knew he was too careful. He actually didn't need to keep simulating. The 3-birth chant was about being casual and following the heart. His illusion cloud exert will strike formed like this. In that case, why force a way to find the method of concocting heaven grade level 7 pills? It would happen naturally. Thinking about this, Emo didn't hesitate anymore and sent in a spirit chi whirlpool controlled by his spirit sense into the cauldron. The herbal liquid spun slowly in the cauldron. 15 minutes later, there seemed to be an invisible hand that divided the spirit chi whirlpool into 6. Emo felt pain in his sea of consciousness. He ate a spirit recovery pill without hesitation and separated the spirit chi whirlpool even more to form the pills. Compared to Emo's constant progress, Jiu Qian was finding it hard to continue. His pill was at the final stage, but no matter what, he missed something. He even smelt the aroma and could see the 6 about to form pills. If he just worked a little harder, he could bring out 6 cauldron-filling pills, but he just lacked that one last bit. At this moment, Jiu Qian felt the herbal liquid stop spinning. He knew things weren't good, but before he could do anything, the herbal liquid started falling apart. In his desperation, he couldn't care about anything and forced out the pill-pulling spell, wanting to collect at least 1 or 2 cauldron-filling pills. Chapter 11:15. Number 1 Pill King. The pitiful thing was that pill concoction was a job that didn't tolerate mistakes, especially for high-level pills. A faint burnt smell came, and then with a few light cracks, Jiu Qian's heart sunk. He knew his cauldron failed. 2 slightly burnt pills landed inside the jade bottle he prepared. Without looking, Jiu Qian knew his cauldron-filling pill failed. It wasn't that he didn't do well enough. He did the best he could, but he was sure that if Emo failed, his procedure marks wouldn't be higher than his. He only failed at the last step. He showcased all of his capabilities. His skills were indeed not enough to concoct heaven grade level 7 yet, so defeat was reasonable. He expected this. Now, he could only wait for Emo's result. Victory or loss was completely in the hands of his opponent, but Jiu Qian knew that even if Luo Shema failed too and got lower procedure marks than him, it wouldn't be much lower than him. With the points he got before, he actually might lose. Jiu Qian tipped out the 2 pills and looked at them. Just as he expected, they weren't even low grade amongst low grade. Just 2 waste pills. He really wanted to stay on step 10 to watch Emo, but just as he packed away his cauldron, a line of words appeared before him. Step 10 challenge failed. The next moment, he was swept off and fell amongst the pill kings. Seeing Emo still in pill concoction on the stage, Jiu Qian's face grew bleaker and bleaker. Those few pill kings who admired him walked up to him wanting to have a chat, but Jiu Qian didn't want to talk at all. Those pill kings didn't dare to reproach Jiu Qian. Emo, on the other hand, was beginning to form his pill. With the whirlpool pill concoction method, the 6 whirlpools of spirit chi were beginning to form 6 season wheat pills. There was nothing else in his mind other pill concoction right now. He didn't even know Jiu Qian was swept off. Whirlpool pill concoction method. Yu Qichao's hand was shaking with excitement. Compared to other people caring about the heaven flame, he cared more about Emo's pill concoction means. At this level of pill concoction skills, a new system of pill concoction was immeasurably enticing to him. Shin Guanqing was also very excited. Wu Tan had never heard of the whirlpool pill concoction method, but Emo's spirit sense pill spell and spirit chi whirlpool idea was absurd. This was revolutionary. This was the new pill concoction method he created when concocting the spirit weaving pill. I didn't expect it to have matured to this level. The Tao of pill has no limits. Shin Guanqing sighed. He was also enticed by this pill concoction method. Emo ate another spirit recovery pill and used his pull pill spell. He raised his hand and 6 crystal-like pills flew out. Before the pill even entered the jade bottle, its aroma spread out. Even the audience smelled the aroma of the seasoned wheat pill, much less the panel of judges. What pill is this? Even Wu Tan asked. He felt very ashamed that as a level 6 pill king he didn't even know what pill the contestant concocted. Even Shin Guanqing looked to Yu Qichao. He could tell the difference between season and wheat, but he had never heard of the seasoned wheat pill. Yu Qichao studied Emo's pill and said with a face full of astonishment, "He's really a level 7 pill king and he even concocted the seasoned wheat pill?" "You said he just concocted the seasoned wheat pill?" It was Lu Wuhu who asked strangely. Yu Qichao saw everyone look at him and he nodded seriously. "That's right, I'm certain it's the seasoned wheat pill. The only heaven grade level 7 pill that can be concocted mixing season and wheat together is the seasoned wheat pill. Even I don't know the pill recipe yet Emo knows." His encounters are extraordinary, his accomplishment will definitely be greater than ours. He's not a prodigy, he's a prodigy that belonged to this world. I really don't understand which pill Dao Qianbei can teach a pill king like Yimo. The seasoned wheat pill is a pill that can repair cultivators' Dan Tian. Even if the Dan Tian is shattered, the pill can repair it. This is the power of this pill. A pill with the effect of pills made from level 8 or level 9 spirit herbs. What? The seasoned wheat pill is such a pill? Wu Tan said in shock. The higher the level of the cultivator, the harder it was to repair his Dan Tian if it was damaged. This was because above nascent soul state, the Dan Tian was closely tied to the essence spirit. The use for this pill wasn't as prevalent as the cauldron-filling pill, but it was definitely rarer. It seems that Luo Xiaomo will probably get first in this tournament. Ji Ling smiled. He still wanted to discuss formations with Yimo. Yu Qichao nodded. Yes, he's first for 3 rounds in a row, but I wonder if he will challenge Step 11 alone. Of course Yimo wasn't going to do that. He already succeeded by concocting the seasoned wheat pill at Step 10 and he didn't need to worry about anything. Yimo wasted 2 spirit recovery pills, but he got 4 top grade and 2 middle grade seasoned wheat pills. Yimo was very happy. This was better than what he did at Step 9. Yimo put away the cauldron and looked down, knowing that he didn't have to worry about Zhou Qian talking shit. Luo Xiaoma, level 7 pill king Luo Xiaoma, continue to the 11th step. Countless roars sounded. This seemingly lowest level 7 spirit pill master was actually the highest level 7 pill king. Although Zhou Qian had temporary fans, after he was swept off, they all cheered for Yimo. Some even called Yimo to go on the 12th step. Even with the city lords of Pill City here, some people called number 1 pill king Luo Xiaoma. Yimo wasn't going to step 11, of course. First, he couldn't concoct level 8 heaven grade pills at all. He would barely be able to make an ordinary level 7 heaven grade spirit pill. He wasn't a matured level 7 pill king, but Yimo that was just a matter of time. He just needed more practice. Seeing Yimo about to jump off, Shen Guanqing smiled and shook his head. He's probably the first contestant to jump off himself. Yu Qichao smiled. It's no mistake calling him number 1 pill king. With his pill Dao prowess, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses us. I can't wait to discuss pill Dao with him. Shen Guanqing and the judges nodded in agreement. Lu Wuhu smiled. I think you can't wait for him to dissect the Hua Sang pill. Then he glanced at the other pill kings and said, as for you guys, you want to ask him to teach the whirlpool pill concoction method. The judges felt a little awkward, but they knew Lu Wuhu said the truth. Let me talk to him first. I've already arranged to see him at the North Far State, but I just haven't had the chance yet. Good man, Ji Ling said impatiently. He was a formation grandmaster, but his love for formation was an obsession. Yimo was just a formation great master, but his formations were too unique. There were some things that he had to watch for a long time before understanding, and there were still things he didn't understand. Lu Wuhu didn't laugh at Ji Ling. Everyone knew that Ji Ling really wanted to see Yimo. Yimo scanned the hundreds of thousands of audience members and nodded. Just when he wanted to jump off, he suddenly saw a white-dressed woman. That woman was looking at him with a face full of excitement, the anticipation and tears. Yimo could see them from this far away. Xingxue. Yimo could no longer hold back the joy and excitement as he flew out towards Ning Xingxue, forgetting about the rules of not being allowed to leave the testing stage. Chapter 11:16, Ning Qingshue's tears. But as soon as Yimo came down, he was stopped by the restriction of the stage. He only thought about Ning Qingxue before and forgot about this restriction. Ning Qingxue saw Yimo come down and the way he looked at her and immediately knew that Yimo saw her. Without hesitation, she charged out of the audience section and flew over. Huang Qian saw this and was dazed, but it was too late to stop Ning Qingxue. Seeing that Yimo was a level 7 pill king, Zhen Hain and the elders of the ethereal immortal pond didn't have any confidence. Although Ning Qingxue was pretty, she was just a golden core state cultivator. Yimo might not even like her. Plus, there were a few girls amongst the South Peace State 10 beauties who looked better than her. If the ethereal immortal pond could think of this, how could other sects not think of this? Just when Zhen Hain was still hesitant, she saw Ning Qingxue charge towards the Pill King tournament stage. She got up worriedly and yelled, "Qingxue, are you crazy? Come back." But how could Ning Qingxue hear her? Yimo was the only person in her eyes. She was at her limit of waiting. Although Jin Hangyin wanted to immediately punish Ning Qingxue into decades of solitary cultivation, what she wanted right now was not to offend the Pill City for what Ning Qingxue did. Everyone immediately noticed Ning Qingxue doing this, and some female cultivator exclaimed out loud. Some brave female cultivators also wanted to do this, but they were stopped by their sex people. What does she want to do? Jing Yingli saw this and got up. Jing Yingmeng didn't really understand either but said, "That girl is ethereal immortal Pan's disciple Ning Qingxue." South Peace State's third beauty? Jing Yingli subconsciously asked. Jing Yingmeng nodded. "It's her, but I heard she's a very calm girl and was cold to everyone. She didn't really like to talk. Why does she have so much initiative today? But Yimo's performance was too magnificent. Even I'm interested, but if even I don't deserve him, Ning Qingxue is not even prettier than me. She's only a golden core state cultivator too. How does she dare to go up?" Jing Yingmeng said, "I understand." Jing Yingli sat down in disappointment. Jing Yingmeng knew her sister was very smart and she could pick up things with a slight hint. She immediately asked, "What did you understand?" "That Ning Qingxue is Yimo's wife. He said he came to take back his wife. It's obviously Ning Qingxue now," Jing Yingli said calmly. "Why?" Jing Yingmeng suddenly felt uncomfortable and asked. Jing Yingli didn't answer her. This was very obvious. According to what Jing Yingmeng said of Ning Qingxue, she wasn't going to act like this just because Yimo was a pill king. She must know Yimo already. Second, before Yimo became famous, he wouldn't even be able to get into the front door of ethereal immortal Pan, much less see Ning Qingxue. And before, Yimo seemed to want to charge off the stage but was stopped by the restriction. With Ning Qingxue charging to Yimo at the same time, it was obvious that Ning Qingxue was Yimo's woman. Different than Jing Yingli, when Sai knew that Luo Xiaomo was Yimo, she knew that Ning Qingxue's husband was this person. Now that Ning Qingxue flew over without hesitation, it further proved her conjecture. What does he want to do? Xin Guanqing saw Yimo bang into the restriction and immediately asked with a frown. Lu Wuhu sipped some of his wine and laughed. "Isn't it obvious? He sought his girl and wants to go see her but was stopped the restriction." Xin Guanqing focused on the pill Dao his entire life and didn't really understand the relations of the two sexes. He subconsciously glanced at Yu Qichao. Yu Qichao nodded. From their actions and expressions, that should be so. I'll open the restriction and let them see each other. As for the result, we'll announce later. The judges heard this and were envious. The city lords were really nice to Yimo. Yimo was stopped by the restriction. He knew it was the rules but he was immediately about to force it open. However, the restriction opened itself. At this moment, Ning Qingxue had charged onto the stage. Yimo didn't think about why the restriction opened itself and charged up to Ning Qingxue and embraced her. The familiar softness and warmness entered his arms. Yimo suddenly felt fulfilled. Although for all sorts of reasons he wasn't able to see Ning Qingxue before, he finally succeeded today. Although it revealed a lot of his power, but Yimo felt it was worth it. He was now a publicly recognized heaven grade level 7 pill master. Even 9-star sects had to consider things before they tried to attack him. When he took Luoing from Black Ice sect, and took Yangzhu and them from Pei Hai, he would take them all to Mou City. Thinking about this, Yimo felt more and more grateful to Jing Yingli for providing him with his idea of coming to the tournament. Ning Qingxue was embraced by Yimo's strong arms and felt the familiar sense of Yimo. She had completely forgotten what she was going to say to Yimo and just cried. The unbearable feeling of loneliness and that helplessness in the world finally left her. She found Yimo, her husband. No matter what happened, she didn't want to leave him again. She wanted to cry loudly and say, "I finally found you," but she couldn't form a complete sentence. She felt the tears she had shed these few days were more than she ever had in her life. She finally understood now that after all, she was a woman. All her emotions were expressed in tears, not words. She believed Yimo would understand her. "Don't cry, after things here are over, I will take you to pick up Luoing as well, we'll never separate again." Yimo's heart ached to see Ning Qingxue like this. Ning Qingxue had thousands of things to say but she couldn't say anything. All those past hardships had turned to dust. It was her aspiration to be with Yimo forever and now she was finally in his arms. The people below the stage all realized that this girl who charged up actually knew number 1 pill king Luo Xiaoma, but they didn't expect the two to publicly embrace each other. If it wasn't that Yimo was the number 1 pill king, people would start hurling curses already. But even if people did that, Yemo and Ning Qingxue didn't care. The joy and excitement of reunion was even greater than the joy of getting first in the tournament. Xiao Shui from Green Pill Sect finally realized why Yemo asked about the South Peace State 10 beauties. He and Ning Qingxue were this close. Xingita saw her master hug a woman who charged up the stage and also felt surprised, but when she saw how Ning Qingxue looked, she immediately praised her master's eyes. Even the prettiest girl in the Pill City wasn't as pretty as her. Although she didn't dare to express it, but she was scared in the depth of her heart that Jingyingli would become her master's wife. Jingyingli was good, but she felt her master should get a pretty wife. He has such an emotional side. I feel like I'm beginning to like him a bit, Jing Yingming suddenly said. Jingyingli didn't seem to hear this and just sat there. Xin Hayin, who was very worried before, saw that her disciple was this close to Luo Xiaoma and immediately rejoiced, but she remembered that Ning Qingxue said she had a husband. Was that husband Luo Xiaoma? Thinking about this, Xin Hayin broke out in a cold sweat. She not only forbid Ning Qingxue to mention her husband and also tried to force her to marry into Lightning Cloud sect. If Luo Xiaoma blamed her, even the ethereal immortal pond wouldn't be able to protect her. Suddenly, the elders and even the vice sect leader came to her. Elder Qi said happily, "Congratulations, Hayin, your disciple is actually this close to that Luo Xiaoma." Before Xin Hayin could reply, another disciple reported, "Master, 2 elders from Golden Sword Sect and Heaven Star Sect have come to visit." Chapter 11:17, Yemo becomes famous. At this moment Yu Qichao suddenly flew onto the stage and said to the hundreds of thousands of audience members, "The Pill King tournament has finished and the rankings have come out. We will announce the top 10 in a moment." Yemo heard this and patted Ning Qingxue before pulling her hand and bringing her in front of Yu Qichao. He bowed and said, "City Lord Yu, this is my wife Ning Qingxue." Ning Qingxue knew Yu Qichao of course, so she collected her feelings and bowed to Yu Qichao too. Yu Qichao smiled. What a perfect match. Then, he asked Yemo, "Is your real name Yemo? You came from the North Far State and are the creator of the spirit weaving pill?" Yemo replied humbly, "Yes, due to issues, please forgive me." Yu Qichao waved his hand. "It's fine, I understand you. If you came to Pill City for me immediately, you would be able to see your wife earlier. But this way is good too, it let me know of the great prodigy of the Pildao world. Yemo, take your wife and have a seat on the side, let me announce the rest of the things." Yemo nodded. He knew that this meant that Yu Qichao wanted to help him deal with his troubles. He was very grateful to this Inu City Lord. As for coming to Pill City straight away, Yemo never even thought of it. He didn't even know about the Pill City in the South Peace State. Plus, he started running away as soon as he came to South Peace State. He didn't have the mood to ask about other things. If it wasn't for the 2 nascent soul state cultivators from the Hanliang Empire, he wouldn't even know about the Truthfall Palace, nor would he see Jingyingli. If he didn't encounter Jingyingli, he wouldn't know about the Pill City. Yemo took Ning Qingxue to the contestant area. Large amounts of Pill Kings and Pill Masters immediately came up to greet him. Yemo returned the greeting too. It was beneficial to know more people at this place. Plus, these Pill King and Pill Masters all had their own power factions. Qin Muxin finally realized that when Yemo rejected her, it wasn't an excuse, but he really had a wife. His wife was this pretty, clearly a level better than her. Qin Muxin soon cast these thoughts aside and came up to Yemo greeting. Muxin congratulates Martial Brother Yi on getting first in the tournament. "I really didn't expect Martial Brother Yi to be a heaven grade level 7 Pill King. Even the North Far State doesn't have a level 7 Pill King." Before Yemo could reply, she looked at Ning Qingxue and asked, "Martial Brother Yi, this martial sister is..." "Oh, this is my wife Ning Qingxue." Yemo introduced Qingxue. "This is martial sister Qin Muxin, who came over with me from the North Far State. She's a Pill King too and is now the core disciple of the Heartless Valley." Ning Qingxue spoke with Qin Muxin while admiring her looks. Zhou Qian suddenly walked up to Yemo and said, "Your current power is indeed a little bit better than me, but this is your first and last time to beat me. Those who I surpass will never be able to beat me for the second time." Zhou Qian lost, but he could take defeat. He said this and left before Yemo could reply. Yemo smiled and didn't argue with him. If it was before he saw Ning Qingxue, he might say, "Will you die if you don't act cocky?" But now, he felt that was pointless. Zhou Qian thought like this, but he did the same. This time, the difference between them was the smallest. As time went on, the gap would only get greater and greater. Eventually, Zhou Qian wouldn't even be able to see his shadow. No one knew the power of the three birth chant more than Yimo. No matter how good Zhou Qian's heritage was, he would be no match for him. Yu Qichao walked up to the stage and said, "This Pill King tournament has concluded. This tournament not only showed us prodigies like Luo Xiaoma and Zhou Qian but also showed the power of the South Peace State. Everyone knows that the number one of this tournament is level 7 Pill King Luo Xiaoma. That's right. He's a level 7 Pill King, a real level 7 Pill King. Now, I need to reveal his true identity." Everyone fell quiet at this. Everyone knew that Luo Xiaoma was in Solo Cultivator, but what other identity did he have? What if he wasn't in Solo Cultivator? Many cultivators had prepared spirit herbs for this newly risen level 7 Pill King Luo Xiaoma to concoct pills. If Luo Xiaoma's origin was too great, for example a secret core disciple of a 9-star sect, what should they do? Many smart cultivators looked at Ning Qingxua and thought she was from the ethereal immortal pond. If they couldn't get in touch with Yimo, then they could suck up to the ethereal immortal pond. Thinking about this, all these cultivators looked at ethereal immortal pond but found that it was already filled with visitors from big sections, Heaven Star Sect, Golden Sword Sect, Fusion Joy Sect, and even 9-star sects Heaven Demon Sect and Magic Wind Valley. Yu Qichao nodded and said loudly, "Luo Xiaoma's original name is Yimo. He's a solo cultivator from the North Sand." That's right, everyone already guessed that he's the creator of the Spirit Weaving Pill. He's the first Pill King to use Spirit Sense Pill Spell and create a new system of pill concoction. Yu Qichao couldn't keep talking as the scene was filled with the exclamations and discussion of everyone. Such a young level 7 Pill King was already unheard of, and this Pill King recreated the Heaven Glory Pill in 3 days. Now he was also the creator of the Spirit Weaving Pill. How many cultivators would benefit from the Spirit Weaving Pill? Heaven Glory Pill was precious, but even without it, people could make it past Golden Core State. But Spirit Weaving Pill was different. Cultivators from Qi Gathering to Body Condensation State all needed it. Although level 4 Spirit Pills weren't much help to Body Condensation State, it was still better than nothing. Everywhere, there were countless cultivators each year who had injured soul or spirit sense. Most of them were low-level cultivators, but now with the Spirit Weaving Pill, they wouldn't have such worry. That's why this pill was a pill that benefited the entire cultivator population. No one wasn't grateful for the creator of the Spirit Weaving Pill, EMO. It could be said that knowing EMO was the creator of the Spirit Weaving Pill, his fame reached the peak. There was no more doubt anymore. No one doubted about GMO recreating the Heaven Glory Pill. Some cultivators with injured soul and spirit sense were in tears. They finally saw the hope of cultivation again. No one laughed at them. Everyone knew that not being able to cultivate for a cultivator was equivalent to death. Yu Qichao suddenly said loudly, "As the city lord of Pill City, I hope everyone can support Yimo push the Spirit Weaving Pill across the entire South Peace State, across the entire Luo Yu continent. Let the Spirit Weaving Pill benefit all the cultivators in Luo Yu. Those who want to target Yimo and harm him, I just want to say that this will be trying to fight with the Pill City. Fight with all the cultivators in the cultivation realm. Support Yimo, support Pill City, support Yu City Lord. Those who dare to harm Pill King Yi are trying to harm us. Who is it? Who dares to harm Pill King Yi? I will be the first to disagree." A chaotic chi swept over the scene when the countless cultivators heard that there would be people trying to harm Yimo. If anyone dared to stand out, he would be ripped apart by chi. One could see how much cultivators on Luo Yu continent feared soul and spirit sense injury. The elders of Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect's faces were extremely bleak. No one said a thing. Chapter 11:18, The difference between being famous and not being famous. Ning Qingxue clasped Jimo's hands tightly. She was a little scared, not expecting that Jimo would have such popularity. Jimo knew that the Spirit Weaving Pill succeeded beyond thought, but even he didn't expect that when he stood here it would cause such a scene. There was no way he wasn't excited. If he knew that the Spirit Weaving Pill would cause such commotion, would he not need to come to the Pill King tournament? But Jimo immediately shook his head. It would rally the support of the majority of cultivators, but not really those high-level cultivators. Only his level 7 Pill King identity would gather a group of high-level cultivators. If he wanted to stand straight in the South Peace State, Spirit Weaving Pill was just a foundation. The level 7 Pill King identity was the guarantee. Yimo, you can say a few words. Yu Qichao nodded to Yimo. Yimo knew that the city lord was trying to bring popularity to him. He stood up and said loudly, "Thank you friends for your love. I will push out the Spirit Weaving Pill as fast as I can." Those friends who want to buy the spirit weaving pill can stay in the pill city or go to my city, Mou City, a year later. Mou City was the dual river city of the Han Liang Empire originally. Now, it's my city, it's called Mou City now. Thank you everyone. Yi Mo used this opportunity to promote his Mou City. As for setting up supply at Pill City, it was as a gesture of gratitude. The spirit weaving pill concoction method was special, but it was nothing compared to the support of Yu Chichao. He planned to give the method of spirit weaving pill concoction to Yu Chichao. He couldn't start pulling people over to his city as soon as Yu Chichao helped him, so he's Yi Mo, he's indeed extremely talented, no wonder he's the soar into existence person. Shan Bingfeng of Clear Dream Mosque heard this and finally realized why her disciple Ling Xiaoshuan went to Mou City. Yi Mo was famous now and he had the ability to protect himself. The white jade tablet of the South Peace State Golden Core State Trial tablet would show his name. Yu Chichao nodded, he was very happy with Yi Mo's words. Although he didn't fear that Pill City would lose popularity after Mou City was built, he was very happy with Yi Mo's attitude. After Yi Mo got off, Yu Chichao said, "Now I'll invite Quan Tian Pill King to announce the top 10 Pill Kings of the tournament." 3 days later, the cultivators in Pill City can ask the top 50 Pill Kings or Pill Masters to concoct pills for free. The duration is 3 days, you need to supply spirit herbs yourself. Even though people already guessed who the top 10 were, people still anticipated them. Pill King Tournament Number 1, Yi Mo. At the same time he also got level 7 Pill King badge. He will become the honorary Vice City Lord of the Pill City and will have the authority of Pill City City Lord. Second, Jiu Qian, awarded level 6 Pill King badge, Pill City Honorary Elder. He will have the authority of Pill City Elder. Third, Su Banchang. While Shen Guanqing was reading this, the level 2 Pill King Jin Shichi, who said at the Pill Rest Tower that the spirit weaving pill was impossible, didn't even dare to look at Guanqian. He was slapped in the face but didn't dare to say anything. Those Pill Masters and Pill Kings who supported him before didn't dare to say a thing either. Ji Yaoting remembered that he said he would worship someone as his master if that person could concoct the spirit weaving pill, but he didn't dare to stand out now either. It wasn't that it was embarrassing, but it was a different story if a level 7 Pill King would even take him in. He wanted someone to bring this up but no one remembered it. Yi Mo rejoiced though, however. He didn't expect to be rewarded as the honorary Vice City Lord of the city. He had real authority. This was more useful than 100 level 7 Pill King badges. He knew that if he nodded, he would immediately become the real Vice City Lord, but to him, an honorary Vice City Lord was enough. He needed fame and now he was famous enough. He didn't need to stay here and become a Vice City Lord, he had his own Mou City. Many people immediately came up to congratulate Yi Mo. Yi Mo had become one of the most famous people in South Peace State now despite of his low cultivation level. This Pill King tournament has concluded. Those friends who want to ask Pill Kings to concoct pills can apply at the Pill Association 3 days later. Shen Guanqing said this and the Pill City Square responded with a wave of applause and joy. Ji Ling got up and was about to find Yi Mo but Yu Chichao stopped him. "Brother Ji, no need to rush. He's having a reunion with his wife. 3 days later, Yi Mo will go to the Pill Association." "Ha, I understand. Ji Ling laughed. Yi Mo didn't take Ning Qingxue to leave. He greeted the Pill Kings and then came up to the judge panel and thanked Yu Chichao and Shen Guanqing as well as the judges. Then he took out his jade card and said to Ji Ling, "Thank you Qianbei for taking of MOU at Pei Hai, I will remember it to heart." Ji Ling laughed. No rush, have your reunion with your wife first. I will wait for you at the Pill Association 3 days later." Lu Wuhu got up and smiled to Yi Mo. "Remember, you owe me one." Yi Mo wanted to ask why Lu Wuhu did this but Lu Wuhu dashed and disappeared. Gao He and Jiang Yi all came to talk to Yi Mo. They were judges but now Yi Mo was a level 7 Pill King and had surpassed them. Jia Shuntian just wanted to talk to Yi Mo when he received a message. He looked at it and his face changed immediately. He quickly said goodbye and left. Yi Mo knew now wasn't the time to get revenge so he didn't stop them. Yu Chichao smiled to Yi Mo. "Take care of yourself, remember to come the Pill Association 3 days later. I will go greet my sect and then I'll leave with you." Ning Qingxue finally calmed down now. Although her master tried to push her to the Lightning Cloud sect, it was still her sect. When she first came to Ethereal Immortal Pond, without the protection of the ethereal immortal pond. There would be nothing of her left. Yimo nodded and took Ning Qingxue by the hand as they headed quickly towards the ethereal immortal pond. The ethereal immortal pond was filled with the high-level cultivators of the big sections. Clearly, they knew that Yimo and Ning Qingxue would come here. As soon as Yimo came, there were all sorts of invitations and greetings. Ning Qingxue's master looked awkwardly at all the people greeting Yimo and didn't know how to go up and talk, but Ning Qingxue came over and bowed. "Master, I found my husband, I will leave with him, I can't go back to the sect." "Thank you, Master and the sect for your help and care." Yes, naturally." Jin Haiying didn't know how to reply to Ning Qingxue. Elder Qi on the side grabbed Ning Qingxue's hand and said, Great, Qingxue, it's great that you were able to find your husband. Of course you need to go with him. No matter where you are, Ethereal Immortal Pond will always be your home, you can come back at any time." Then, she looked at Yimo and asked Ning Qingxue, "This is your husband, Pill King Yimo, right?" "He's indeed a dragon amongst men." Ning Qingxue knew that the elder said all this because of Yimo's status, but she was still grateful. "Thank you, Elder Qi, I will remember that." Yimo could tell that they treated Ning Qingxue decently before, but they were all this polite mostly due to him. But even so, he was grateful that they offered Ning Qingxue protection before he found her. "Qingxue, I will take you to see someone. The reason I came here was due to her help. If it wasn't for her, we might not be able to see each other yet." Yimo was planning to take Ning Qingxue to see Jingingli. He was very grateful to her. Chapter 11:19, Soft Feelings Like Water. "My sister left. She said she will find you 3 days later at the Pill Association," Jing Yingmeng said uncomfortably while watching Yimo and Ning Qingxue. Yimo felt a little sad. He wanted to tell her to go back with him. She clearly knew that he came for her but left. Clearly, she wouldn't live back at that small yard of Xinjida. Yimo wanted to call out to Gu Wenxian and Xinjida but found they were already surrounded by cultivators. Gu Wenxian was full of bliss. He felt his decision was very wise. If he didn't serve Yimo as master before, there was no way he would be able to serve Yimo as master now. There were too many people who wanted to be Yimo's disciple, but only he succeeded. Xinjida, who stood next to Gu Wenxian, had a red face. Since when did those high-up pill master and pill kings as well as high-level cultivators care about a foundation establishment state cultivator like her? Now because her master was a level 7 pill king, they all came. Yimo didn't call the two and took Ning Qingxue back to the yard by himself. When they came to the bedroom, Yimo embraced Ning Qingxue and said apologetically, "Sorry, Qingxue, I offended the Lightning Cloud sect and Infinity sect, so I didn't dare to contact you. I was afraid, I know." Ning Qingxue blocked Yimo's mouth with her lips. She already knew that Yimo didn't come for her and sister Luoying because he had his reasons. She could feel Yimo's worry and longing for her. Yimo stopped his explanation and carried Ning Qingxue up without hesitation. The temperature in the room started to escalate and Ning Qingxue was already lost in Yimo's arms. After this long-awaited reunion, her emotions were all over the place. She forgot about everything as her body shivered and moaned in Yimo's arms. Ning Qingxue's soft and aromatic body made Yimo unable to control himself. Soft emotions like water, reunion like a dream. The outside world had calmed down now and there was no more conversation between the two, but this tranquility said more than all the words could say. Ning Qingxue had never slept so comfortably like today. Before, all she did other than think about Yimo and her parents was cultivation. This morning, she woke up to find Yimo staring at her. She just realized that her dress had been ripped apart and felt a little embarrassed. After she came out with Yimo, Gu Wenxian and Xinjida were already waiting to greet their new mistress. Ning Qingxue quite liked Xinjida. These few days, Yimo started teaching Gu Wenxian Spirit Sense Pill Spell and Basic Whirlpool Technique. Although the Whirlpool Pill Concoction Technique originated from the Illusion Cloud Sword Technique, Yimo felt it was impracticable to teach Gu Wenxian the sword technique. He separated the Whirlpool Pill Concoction method from the Illusion Cloud Sword Technique and formed a unique pill concoction system. Then, he taught that Gu Wenxian. As for Ning Qingxue's cultivation method, he had decided to change it after she reached nascent soul state to a new cultivation method birthed from the 3 birth chant, 3 birth god water chant. Ning Qingxue was pure water spirit root, but she started cultivation late and wasn't as good as other pure spirit root cultivators. However, that was no problem to Yimo. Yimo believed that her cultivation speed wouldn't be slower than Su Jingwen after cultivating this. before seeing Emo, Ning Qingxue worked hard on cultivation, but she felt something was missing. Now that she was with Emo, she didn't have that feeling in her cultivation progress soared. Although Emo didn't have Dihua Beast in her core, he had lots of blue one pills and that was enough for Ning Qingxue's cultivation. The only pity was that he knew from Ning Qingxue that Luo Ying was in solitary cultivation. Even so, Emo still decided to see the people from Black Ice sect when he went to the Pill Association and asked them about Luo Ying, the second day after the Pill King tournament. Emo was persuading Ning Qingxue to change the storage ring because she was still using the ordinary storage ring he made at Luoyu City. However, Gu Wenxian came in at this moment saying that the sect leader of Lightning Forgery sect was here. Emo dazed, he didn't arrange for a meeting. With his current status, ordinary sects wouldn't just come up and visit. Emo didn't think much, he became famous to seek protection, not to show off. It was better for the current him to know some more people. When Gu Wenxian brought in 2 cultivators, Emo immediately remembered the Lightning Forgery sect and why they came to visit him. They were probably scared that he would look for trouble with them. The Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator at the back was clearly Huang Yushan. He knew him from the Herb Valley and made him pay the road toll with spirit herbs. Huang Yushan got 3 5-color lotus and he took 2. Indeed, with his current status, he didn't even need to do anything himself to look for trouble with a 6-star sect, but Emo never thought about looking for trouble for them. Even if he did, he would only look for trouble with Huang Yushan, not his sect. Plus, he already forgot about this long time ago. The sect leader was a red-faced cultivator, he was Hollow Spirit State Peak Stage and he immediately saluted with his fists when he saw Emo. Lightning Forgery sect's Dong Xianming greets Pill King Yi. I brought my delinquent disciple Huang Yushan to ask for forgiveness. Emo waved his hand wanting to say he didn't care at all when Dong Xianming took out a 5-colored lotus and said, "We don't have anything good. I heard that Pill King Yi was collecting loti so we brought a 5-color lotus, please don't reject us, this is a 5-color lotus." Gu Wenxian exclaimed. It was just a level 5 spirit herb, but as a Pill King, of course Gu Wenxian knew its value. Emo never intended to take anything from Dong Xianming, but after seeing the 5-color lotus, he stopped his words mid-sentence. Only Emo knew the real value of the 5-color lotus. Emo took it without hesitation. He then saluted with his fists to Dong Xianming. Sect leader Dong, I do need this indeed, thank you. But accepting this has nothing to do with Brother Huang. I've already forgotten about the things at the herb plane. Don't worry, I will soon go back to Mou City. If the Lightning Forgery sect needs my help, please come to Mou City. I will do what I can. Dong Xianming rejoiced, he was just coming to ask for forgiveness. Of course he wanted to connect with Emo, but without a special reason a 6-star sect had no right to connect with a level 7 Pill King, but since Emo said this, it meant that he approved of their sect connecting with Mou City. The Lightning Forgery sect was a 6-star sect, but they had 2 body condensation state peak stage elders. However, they didn't have the Kuan filling pill to break through. If they got Kuan filling pill, the Lightning Forgery sect might be able to ascend to a 7-star sect. Realizing this, Dong Xianming didn't dare to waste time. He quickly thanked Emo and left with Huang Yushan. He was going back to his sect to prepare spirit herbs to ask Emo to concoct Kuan filling pill. Luckily, after that, no one else came to visit Emo. They probably all knew that Emo was having a reunion with his wife and didn't want to disturb them. 3 days passed quickly and Emo brought Gu Wenxian to the Pill Association. They were all top 50, so they had to concoct pills for 3 days. Ning Qingxue and Xin Jita stayed in the yard to cultivate. Emo. Just when they got to the door of the Pill Association, they were stopped by an extremely pretty nun. Emo was sure that he had never seen a nun this pretty, not even Ling Xiaoshuang was as pretty as this. The nun spoke again. I'm Shan Bingfeng, you might not know me but you've probably heard of my disciple, Ling Xiaoshuang. Emo didn't say anything, he didn't need to worry about anyone trying to harm him. I want to chat with you alone. Shan Bingfeng smiled again. Emo nodded to Gu Wenxian and said, you go in first, I will have a chat with this Shan Shenbei. Chapter 11:20, The Bad Things Emo Did. As soon as Gu Wenxian came to the Pill Association, a large group of people surrounded him. They were either sect leaders or at the very least body condensation state cultivators. There were no weak or low status people here, but Gu Wenxian knew that these people were here for his master. Gu Wenxian could only tell them that his master has some temporary business and would be here in a while. Usually, if some other people dared to say this, they would have already raged, but for this new level 7 pill king they didn't dare to say anything. They all expressed that they didn't mind waiting. In a room not far away in a pill rest tower, Shan Bingfeng poured a cup of spirit tea for Yimo, making Yimo even more confused. In Yimo's perspective, she was at least disaster transformation state. But Yimo didn't think that she came to him for pill concoction. He felt that she wasn't the type to suck up to people even if they were a level 7 pill king. Plus, even if he wanted to help her, he wasn't able to concoct disaster transformation state peak stage pills. What shocked Yimo even more was that Shan Bingfeng didn't say anything after pouring the tea. She just smiled and looked at him from head to toe, then toe to head. Yimo was getting shivered. He suddenly thought of Qin Wuxin's master. Did this Shan Bingfeng have the same idea and try to persuade Ling Xiaoshuang to be his wife? But the entire pill city knew that Ning Qingxue was his wife. There was no way she didn't know. Yimo looked at Shan Bingfeng and suddenly thought, if he had to choose he might choose this Shan Bingfeng rather than her disciple. But then Yimo thought, what was he thinking? Shan Bingfeng was a disaster transformation state cultivator, who knows how old she was. Plus, how could he choose another woman? Shan Bingfeng suddenly said, I called you here not to marry Xiaoshuang to you, nor do I want to marry you myself. Ha! Yimo had never felt so awkward before, his face even blushed. He wasn't vigilant of her and let her see through his heart. Thinking about this, Yimo collected his thoughts and didn't dare to think much. Shan Bingfeng smiled. It's not that I can read your mind, but that I saw you weren't focused and guessed what you thought through your expression. You don't need to worry, it's normal that you had such thoughts. Yimo regained his composure and said with a little embarrassment, I was thinking randomly, please don't mind Qianbei. Yimo wasn't sure if she really guessed his thoughts through expression, but he knew that she must have used some mind-reading ability. Since she already knew, he might as well admit it, but Yimo didn't mind. That only happened because he wasn't alert. Shan Bingfeng smiled. If you have a good impression of Xiaoshuang, I can help you with a few words. Yimo quickly waved his hand. No, I feel nothing towards her. That was true, he really didn't have any intentions for other women. Shan Bingfeng nodded, seeing that Yimo was being genuine. She asked, you've tried the golden core state trial tablet at South Peace City? Yimo heard this and breathed easy. Yes, I have, but my power was limited and I wasn't able to leave my name behind. Yimo said this and immediately knew his guess was right. The person who tried after him must have been Ling Xiaoshuang. Shan Bingfeng shook her head. No, it's not that your power wasn't strong enough, but your power amongst people of the same level is too absurd, causing the soar into existence white jade tablet to appear. The white jade tablet won't show your name, but now that you can protect yourself, the tablet probably shows your name if I'm not wrong. Soar into existence? Yimo frowned. He did see a white jade tablet, but that tablet didn't have his name on it. Did his name really appear now? That's right. The Annihilation Divine Damnation at South Peace State a year ago was also caused by you, right? With this, Yimo immediately reacted. The Divine Damnation when he ascended to nascent soul state wasn't 4-9 Divine Damnation but 9-9 Divine Damnation. That was indeed an Annihilation Divine Damnation. Shan Bingfeng looked at Yimo's expression and knew she guessed right. She sighed, I've heard of the Annihilation Divine Damnation, but I've never heard of anyone who could survive it. You're the first cultivator I know to have survived the Annihilation Divine Damnation. Yimo smiled. I happen to have a few good defense magic artifacts, I was lucky. Shan Bingfeng shook her head. Those who pass the Annihilation Divine Damnation don't do so due to luck. With the appearance of the white jade tablet, it means you're the person to face the great disaster, the great change or disaster of the cultivation realm. Yimo was dazed. Did the heavens give him the great task of defending against the disaster of the Luoyu continent? This was a bit too bullshit, he immediately said. Shan Qianbei, I need to face the great calamity of the cultivation realm? Shan Bingfeng's face sunk and immediately said, no, the calamity came because of you. If it wasn't for you, the Luoyu cultivation realm wouldn't face such a big calamity, at least not now. The calamity was brought forward because of you. You did those bad things, it's not a stretch to say you deserve to die. Hearing this, Yimo immediately became uncomfortable and his tone also went cold. All I've ever done is fight for my cultivation. I've never done anything morally wrong. Even if there is a calamity of the cultivation realm, what does that have to do with me? I don't dare to take that accusation, Shan Qianbei. Shan Bingfeng realized her tone was over the top. After all, Yimo's fame was greater than hers right now, so she subconsciously softened her tone. Think about it, did you touch some seal or encounter something unexplainable? Yimo suddenly thought of that octagonal seal in the all-herb mountain ranges as well as that terrifying space-devouring spirit in the herb plain, the invisible killing force of the Truth Fall Palace level 7. He even got his Mist Lotus Heartfire in a strange way. It was quite possibly that someone was growing it there. Was the cultivation realm going to face a great disaster because he touched those things? Yimo didn't hide things except for how he got his Mist Lotus Heartfire. A master like Shan Bingfeng wouldn't lie to him, and so he didn't need to hide it. Hearing this, Shan Bingfeng indeed frowned. After a moment, she said, "My words were a bit over the line just then. But you don't need to blame yourself. I'm experienced in fortune telling, but it's my master who told me that the great calamity of the cultivation realm would come once the Soar into Existence tablet appears. If you didn't touch those seals and let those things in the herb plane and killing chi at the Truth Fall Palace come out themselves, it would mean that they are fully matured, and that would cause an even greater disaster. From that aspect, you did something good. It might cause less slaughter, but who knows? Regardless, as a level 7 pill king, I hope you can really contribute when the great disaster comes." Yimo quickly said, "I will do all I can." Then, Shan Bingfeng said, "I suggest you go see Lu Wuhu Qianbei, it will benefit you." "Why?" Yimo blurted out. Chapter 1121, 9-Star Village. Shan Bingfeng just said, "You will know once you go. I can't say the specifics, it's just a premonition." Yimo quickly asked, "Shan Qianbei, I have one thing to ask." Shan Bingfeng nodded and didn't speak. Yimo quickly said, "I actually came from a place outside Luoyu, that place is called Earth. When I first came, I came through a teleportation formation. I'm thinking that since this teleportation formation can teleport to Luoyu, it must be laid by some powerful being of Luoyu continent. I want to ask if there's a way to go back to Earth." Yimo didn't really care if he went back or not, but after seeing Qingxue, he could tell she missed home. So did Su Jingwen. If possible, Yimo wanted to take them back to visit. "You're not from Luoyu continent?" Shan Bingfeng looked at Yimo in surprise. Yimo nodded. "Yes, but Wanbei came after that teleportation formation activated. Many people from where I came also came over too." "There's such a teleportation formation?" Shan Bingfeng frowned. Yimo agreed. "Yes, this teleportation formation is divided into two parts. One is from my home to a small world. That teleportation formation is a 7-star formation. One from the small world to Luoyu continent, that formation is 9-star and a random location teleportation formation." After thinking for a long while, Shan Bingfeng said, "I've never seen a 7-star teleportation formation, but I've seen a 9-star formation. But it's not a teleportation formation. 10,000 years ago, there was also an absurdly talented prodigy. His name was Chu Joyu." When Shan Bingfeng said this name, Yimo immediately asked, "Qianbei, are you talking about the forever number 1 on the nascent soul state trial tablet?" Shan Bingfeng nodded. "That's right, it's him." It could be said that up until now, no cultivator who had ascended to an immortal could reach his level. He offended an extremely powerful and respected truth realization state peak stage cultivator at the time. That master invited more than 100 masters to attack him. Those 100 masters were all truth realization state cultivators. Even so, that didn't stop him. After he broke through the surrounding, he didn't run and instead fought back. In the end, all of the 100 truth realization state masters died. Ever since then, no one dared to mess with him. Yimo thought about this and could help feeling admiring and longing. He just killed a 9-star sex disciple and he had to go hide everywhere. On the other hand, that guy slaughtered the 100 truth realization state cultivators who ganged up on him. Shan Bingfeng continued, "The reason I'm talking about this Chu Joyu is because he's not only a powerful master but also the number 1 formation Grand Master of Luoyu continent. He was at the level of setting up immortal formations. It was said that he could set up an immortal formation all by himself. His best formation was the 9-star formation. He lived in a village called the 9-star village. The attack and defense formation of the 9-star village is called the 9-star defense and attack formation. After Chu Joyu was rejected by the immortal Dao and couldn't ascend, he just broke through the space barrier of Luoyu continent and stepped into the void. It's not known where he went, but the 9-star village remains. Even now, the defense formation is perfectly fine. Where is the 9-star village now? Yi Mo immediately asked. He felt that the formation at the Small World and Duanhong ranges were related to Chu Zhouyu. If that was the case, then after Chu Zhouyu stepped into the void, he didn't get to the immortal realm but Earth. Then, he wanted to come back to Luoyu continent. He even set up the formation, but for some reason he didn't come back. Shan Bingfeng shook her head. The 9-star village doesn't exist anymore. A few thousand years ago, it was changed to the Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate village. After the village leader died, it was controlled by a worker in the village whose surname is Nangong. Now, the 8-star sect Nangong village is the Fish Jump Through Dragon Gate village from before, which is the 9-star village. It's where the South Peace State 10 Beauties Nangong Shaodai is at. Yi Mo asked. Shan Bingfeng smiled. You seem very into the South Peace State 10 Beauties. That's right, that's the village she's at. Yi Mo felt awkward. He was indeed very familiar with the South Peace State 10 Beauties. Shan Bingfeng took out a skin-made map and gave it to Yi Mo. This is a place I went in my early years. There's a spirit marrow pond there. You can go look for it after you reach Hollow Spirit State. If you can find it, then with your talent you can reach body condensation state in the shortest time. If possible, bring some out for Xiao Shuang. Yi Mo was shook. Spirit marrow pond map. Shan Bingfeng just gave it to him like that. Cultivators could digest the spirit chi of that faster without side effects. If he had a huge spirit marrow pond, Yi Mo was sure he would be able to reach Hollow Spirit State in less than half a year. Of course, he needed adequate amount of spirit marrow. Usually, spirit marrow pond came with spirit crystals. With such good things, why did Shan Bingfeng give it to him instead of her disciple? You want to ask why I didn't give it to Xiaoshuang, right? In fact, I really want to. Her talent is first grade, but it's far from yours. It would take her a long time before she reaches Hollow Spirit State, but I'm sure you will be able to reach Hollow Spirit State in 5 years. Other than that, Chu Zhouyu, you're the fastest progressing cultivator I know, Shan Bingfeng explained. Yi Mo knew what she meant. She wanted him to cultivate faster so he could help when the great disaster came. Realizing this, Yi Mo was touched by Shan Bingfeng's selflessness. He felt there were still a lot of cultivators with high morality in the cultivation realm, just like Old Man Kongyi, Xinguanqing, Yu Qichao, Jiling, and this Shan Bingfeng. Yes, Wan Bei will do my best. Yi Mo took the map respectfully. Even if the disaster had nothing to do with him, he couldn't just watch from the side. Shan Bingfeng nodded. I won't waste your time, go do what you need to do. Please take care of Xiaoshuang a little at Mou City. Yes, Wan Bei will be leaving. Yi Mo got up and left. When Yi Mo got to the Pill Association door, he thought of the fish jump through Dragon Gate thing again. He had an incomplete 8-trigram fish. He was missing the 2 shards of the fish tail. He wondered if that was related to the fish jump through Dragon Gate village. If he knew this earlier, he would have spent more time to go to Japan and complete the piece. When Yi Mo came to the Pill Association, the cultivators waiting for him were already desperate and finally breathed easy when they saw Yi Mo come. Luckily, not many people had the right to ask him for pill concoction. It had to be a sect leader of at least body condensation state. With the help of the Heaven Flame, everyone who asked him for pill concoction left in satisfaction 2 days later. He even concocted a cauldron of Heaven grade level 7 cauldron filling pills for the God Wind Valley. Although there were no special grade pills, he had 5 top grade and 1 middle grade pills. Yi Mo was very happy with this, and so was the God Wind Valley. 2 days passed quickly and pretty much all the big sects have come to Yi Mo for pill concoction except for Infinity and Lightning Cloud sect. Yi Mo guessed that they probably knew what he did. However, the Black Ice sect didn't come. This made Yi Mo quite confused. He was waiting for them to come. The 3rd day, before Yi Mo began pill concoction, there was a ruckus outside. He scanned his spirit sense out and saw a middle-aged man and woman causing a scene outside with the guard. Yi Mo wasn't planning to go out, but when he saw they were body condensation state, he walked out. City Lord Yi. The 2 guards immediately bowed. What is it? Yi Mo asked in confusion. Usually those cultivators who came to him were very polite and even a little anxious. But these 2 were completely different. Chapter 1122, Take Body Condensation State. Hearing this, one guard quickly said, "City Lord Yi, these two didn't make an appointment but they want to force their way here to find you, so I stopped them." Even though Yimo did free pill concoctions, one had to make appointments to see him and had to have a certain status. Lin Yibin greets Pil King Yi, "This is my wife Su Tong." The middle-aged man quickly saluted with his fists. Yimo studied the two. Lin Yibin looked average and was short, but Su Tong was an extremely pretty woman. She was on par with Xiao Shui. The two really didn't match, but they seemed to love each other. Yimo saluted with his fists. "Brother Lin, because these few days are free, there are many people who come to me for pill concoction. If you want to be part of it, you can make an appointment. Even if the appointments are full, I will make an exception and concoct pills for you once." Yimo just saw Qingxue again and had a good resonance with happy couples. Lin Yibin heard this and immediately saluted with his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, Pil King Yi. But I came with my wife not for pill concoction but for something else. If Pil King Yi is not willing, I will leave immediately and won't affect your business." Lin Yibin didn't say what it was, but he really did seem to be in trouble, so Yimo nodded. "In that case, come in with your wife and tell me." "Thank you, Pil King Yi." Lin Yibin saluted with his fists. The two guards saw that Yimo agreed, so they didn't say anything. They just continued to guard outside. The restrictions inside this room was powerful enough to stop disaster transformation state cultivators. Yimo let the two sit down and said, "Please tell me now what you need me for." "Pil King Yi, my wife and I came to join you." Lin Yibin bowed to Yimo. It was quite something for a body condensation state to bow to a nascent soul state cultivator like this. Even though Yimo was a level 7 Pil King, Yimo was a level 7 Pil King now, and there were too many people trying to join him. He wouldn't care about two body condensation states saying this. Plus, he had offended a lot of people, who knew if they genuinely came to join him. Seeing that Yimo didn't talk, Lin Yibin suddenly reached out a hand and said, "I, Lin Yibin, swear to the heavens that if anything I said today is false, I will never be able to successfully pass divine damnation, and the divine damnation will disintegrate my soul." Hearing this, Yimo was moved. This was the most serious type of oath for cultivators. Then Su Tong said, "I, Su Tong, say the same as my husband. If my husband said anything false, my soul will also be disintegrated by divine damnation." Yimo continued, "Even if you want to join me, such an oath won't be necessary." "Is there something else?" Lin Yibin nodded. "Yes, Pil King Yi, we have nowhere else to go." Lin Yibin said, "We're on the must-kill list for the Lightning Cloud sect. We've been hiding everywhere. This Pil King tournament, we wanted to come here and get some pills and keep hiding, but we've been found by the Lightning Cloud sect's people. But in the Pill City, they can't do anything. Now that the Pil King tournament is over, we can't stay here forever, so we came here seeking your protection." Yimo exclaimed to himself, this Lightning Cloud sect was so domineering, two body condensation state cultivators were forced with nowhere to go. Yimo nodded. "There are so many Pil Kings in the Pill City, why choose me?" Lin Yibin immediately said, "Our power isn't really high in the Pill City, so other people might not take us seriously. Other Pil Kings won't offend a 9-star sect for us too. But Pil King Yi is not only a level 7 Pil King but also the city lord of Mou City. You will need people to help you, so we chose you." Yimo sneered. "Other people are scared of offending 9-star sects. Although I'm level 7 Pil King, I'm only nascent soul state power. How come I dare to offend them?" Su Tong suddenly spoke. Pil King Ye's name suddenly appeared in the white jade tablet of South Peace City Golden Core State Trial Tablet. "You're the first of Golden Core State Trial Tablet." It's said that Pil King Yi left that night suddenly. Tian Alfing was killed in the Heartless Sea. That night the Lightning Cloud sect came to South Peace City for investigation. Many people already guessed that Tian Alfing's incident is related to Pil King Yi. Yimo suddenly laughed. "Great, in that case, come back with me to Mou City. We have a common enemy, so we're friends. My principle is that if you respect me 1 inch, I will respect you 1 meter. But there was something Yimo didn't say, if you harm me once, I will hurt you 10 times. But he didn't need to say it, as the two both understood. After the two left, Yimo started thinking about his Mou City. He knew that they were genuinely here to join him, but the power difference between them was too great. With this, sometimes he couldn't ask them for help for secret things. Yimo shook his head and sighed. He would arrange for the two to go to Mou City first. As for the Herb King spirit range he was going to look for, it was best not to tell anyone. Then, Jingingli brought Yi Pandai over. Yi Mo quickly got up, he was very grateful to her. Without her, there wouldn't be the current him. Jingingli immediately waved her hand and said, I know you want to thank me, there's no need. You've already concocted pills for me, I might be asking you for help in the future. Today, I've brought Marshall's sister Pandai here. Yi Pandai felt a little awkward and bowed. Last time at the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, thank you Marshall brother Yi for saving my life. Please don't mind about my previous offenses to you. Yi Mo let the two sit and said, why mention those minor things? It was all just a misunderstanding, don't sweat it Marshall's sister Yi. By the way, congratulations on your reunion with your wife, she's very pretty. Jingingli saw that Yi Pandai only said one sentence and fell quiet, so she continued. Yi Mo thanked Jingingli again and felt that there was something on her mind. He was planning to invite her to go Great Joe Mountain with him, but he stopped the thought. They spoke for a moment and Jingingli left with Yi Pandai. Yi Mo felt some loss, he felt that the tacit feeling between him and Jingingli was gone now. That night, Yi Mo chatted with Jiling for an entire night and then went to the city lord estate chatting with Yuchicho and a few pill kings for a few days, discussing pill Dao. He then taught his method of concocting the spirit weaving pill to Yuchicho. Although he learned things from the three birth chant, his discussion with Yuchicho and the pill kings proved beneficial. Seeing that Zhao Shuntian didn't come, Yi Mo intentionally asked. Shen Guanqing told him that Chang Shun left the pill city. Without a doubt, Mo Yushan recognized him and Chang Shun Pill King left with him. He really wondered why this Chang Shun Pill King favored Mo Yushan that much. Yi Mo left the city lord estate with a Hua Sang pill. Even Yi Mo wanted to find out the pill recipe, much less Yu Chichao. From his talk with Yu Chichao, he felt that Yu Chichao probably knew he had the Heaven Glory pill recipe, but he didn't mention it. Yi Mo then went towards Lu Wuwu's place, but he still wasn't there. Helplessly, Yi Mo took Lin Yibin and Su Tong back to his place. After settling them down, Yi Mo was planning to go to Great Joe Mountain. He didn't tell anyone about it other than Ning Qingxue, not even Gu Wenxian. You're going again? Ning Qingxue was very worried about Yi Mo. She didn't want him to leave alone after knowing his predicament, but Yi Mo knew that if he wanted to reach Hollow Spirit state, just cultivating hard wasn't enough. He had the three birth chant, but the amount of spirit chi he required was too great. Chapter 1123, use any means necessary. What everyone in the pill city didn't expect was that many who wanted to keep asking Yi Mo for pill concoction received the news that Yi Mo was in solitary cultivation. Apparently trying to break through to nascent soul state tertiary stage, he even invited all formation sects leader, Jiling, to set up a level 8 defense formation. It could be said that other than the Pill Association and the City Lord Estate, his small yard's defense formation was the highest level. Many people seem to have understood why EMO said that MOU City would only have spirit weaving pill for sale after a year. So EMO was going to try break through to nascent soul state tertiary stage. But with his current nascent soul state level 5 power, it was quite tough to break through to nascent soul state level 7 in 1 year. Hearing this news, Tianji was the most unhappy. The Infinity Sect didn't say anything about this anymore, but he was set on killing EMO and getting revenge for his disciple Tian Alfing. At the Lightning Cloud Sect's place in the Pill City, a few elders above Body Condensation State and even the 2 Truth Realization State Vice Sect leaders were gathered. Due to EMO's status, some elders was hesitating on whether they had to kill EMO. This is no longer getting revenge for Alfing. Everyone knows that EMO killed Alfing. But if we give up revenge due to EMO's status, then we won't be able to stand tall in the South Peace State, much less call ourselves a 9-star sect, a white-faced cultivator said coldly. He was cauldron-filling state already. I agree to Elder Zhong's words, plus Lin Yibin and Su Tong are also following EMO. If we don't kill EMO, how do we assert our authority in the South Peace State? How do we have the face to call ourselves a 9-star sect? Another cauldron-filling state elder said. The vice sect leader Zhang Jiano nodded. If the Lightning Cloud sect gave up on hunting EMO, it would damage their reputation greatly. This wasn't just a matter of getting revenge for Tian Alfing anymore. Infinity Sect, that bunch of turtles. EMO killed their number 1 core sect member Yuan Guanan, but now they still said nothing. Elder Zhong suddenly said. Zhang Jiano glanced at Elder Zhong and said calmly. If Elder Zhong thinks of the Infinity Sect like that, then you're greatly wrong. I'm sure that the Infinity Sect wants to kill EMO more than us, but they don't need to brag about it like us. Sect leader Jiang is right. the Infinity Sect's leader Yang Feiqing and the Truth Realization State elder He Lin are both very calculative people. No one knows that Yi Mo killed Yuan Guannan yet, so of course they're not going to make a big commotion about it. The reason they don't want to kill Yi Mo with us is because they don't want to offend the Pill City Lord in Jiling, another elder said. Elder Zhong sneered. So according to you, the Infinity Sect isn't being a turtle, they just don't dare to get revenge. Elder Zhong, they don't want to offend Pill City not because they're scared. I'm sure that the Infinity Sect's leader wants to kill Yi Mo more than us, but they don't have to do it overtly, Elder Luo rebuked. Seeing that Elder Zhong was still going to say something, Zhang Jiano waved he a hand. Elder Luo is right, we don't need to doubt their intention to kill Yi Mo. Should we expose that Yi Mo killed Yuan Guannan, this way the Infinity Sect can work with us? A body condensation state cultivator asked quietly. No need. Zhang Jiano waved his hand. We only have to kill Yi Mo, it's the same whichever one of us kills him. If we expose Infinity Sect, it would make Yi Mo more careful instead. And, we don't need to cause trouble at Mou City as discussed before. As long as Yi Mo isn't dead, we can't touch his land. There's Yu Qichao supporting him, we have to be careful. Plus, Yi Mo chatted with Shan Bingfeng for a long time. The Clear Dream Mosque also has a great perception of Yi Mo. It was as though the Infinity Sect really wasn't going to do anything to Yi Mo, who had left the Pill City already. But just as Zhang Jiano predicted, the sect leader Yang Feiqing stared at a few elders with a bleak face. Yi Mo killed their genius Yuan Guannan, but there was an elder saying that they couldn't find Yi Mo's trouble. What was this logic? A cauldron-filling state stood out and said. Yi Mo's built his fame, it's implausible to kill him overtly. The Lightning Clouds sect has to do this, but we don't. He has Mou City, and although we can't just attack Mou City, he will go back to Mou City eventually. We have two ways, one is we watch Yi Mo and we attack as soon as he returns to Mou City. He's a mere nascent soul state cultivator, even if he has body condensation state bodyguards, it would be too easy to kill him. Yang Feiqing nodded. Feng Morong, keep talking. The cauldron-filling state cultivator continued. Second, Yi Mo hasn't been in South Peace State for long, and neither has the Ning Qingxue been in Ethereal Immortal Pond for long. I'm thinking they're from the same place. We just need to investigate if there are more people Yi Mo is familiar with or close to and do something from there. Yang Feiqing nodded. Great, this is a good idea, Elder Foam. I'll leave this with you, but don't disclose anything about Yi Mo killing Yuan Guannan. Don't investigate that issue for now. Yi Mo is good at stealth, it's not practical to watch him at the Pill City. Yes. Feng Morong saluted with his fists. I've sent people to investigate and the results are here, but it's not passed up here yet. The other Truth Realization State immediately waved his hand. Bring it in now. Yes, Ancestor Martial Uncle He. The cauldron-filling state cultivator sent a message, and a moment later, a messenger flying sword appeared on his hand. He looked at it and immediately said, there are 4 girls with Ning Qingxue. Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei went to 9-star sect Black Ice sect, Yunzi and Luo Fei went to 7-star sect Sword Valley. Yang Feiqing frowned and suddenly said, immediately prepare gifts for these 2 sects and propose to these 4 girls for our core sect member. Give Black Ice sect another cultivation spirit pill and a spirit range. As for Sword Valley, Martial Uncle He, I'll have to rely on you. The elders took a few breaths in. The price the sect leader named was too high. The entire sect only had a middle-grade spirit range and 6 low-grade spirit ranges. Plus there was the cultivation spirit pill, that was a heaven grade level 9 pill. It was a pill needed by disaster transformation state to break through to truth realization state. 1 pill was worth an entire 7-star sect, even a few Yuan Guanans weren't worth this price, much less 1. Yet this price wasn't even for directly killing Yi Mo. At this moment, Yi Mo was a few 100,000 kilometers from the Pill City. Qingxue stayed in the Pill City for safety. Great Zhou Mountain wasn't too far, and it took Yi Mo 3 days to arrive at the nearest town to the mountain, Jinmeng Town. Yi Mo had 9 transformations on him now, and he turned into a bearded middle-aged man. This was a place without a lot of spirit chi, and the highest powered cultivator here was nascent soul state. After Yi Mo came here, he found that the structures here didn't match the population. Many buildings were very luxurious and well built, but there weren't a lot of people here. Most of them were chi gathering in cauldron filling state. There weren't much golden core state cultivators. In order to stay low profile, EMO showed his power to be foundation establishment state tertiary stage. There was about tens of thousands km radius around the Great Joe Mountain. It was extremely hard to find a spirit range here. Friend, are you here for the ancient ruin at the Great Joe Mountain? A monkey-mouthed foundation establishment state appeared before EMO and asked. EMO was shook. Did everyone know about the Great Joe Mountain ruin? If that was the case, what was the point of him searching? In a corner that EMO didn't notice, an ordinary golden core state cultivator saw EMO and his face immediately lit up with joy. Then, he turned away and left. Chapter 1124, The Herbal Smell in the Swamp. There's an ancient ruin on the Great Joe Mountain? EMO asked after a while. The monkey-mouthed foundation establishment state cultivator was dazed for a moment and said uncertainly, So, friend, you're not here for the ruin? Well, there's indeed a ruin in there, Monkey Jian, you're scamming people again. A tall handsome male cultivator walked up to EMO and saluted with his fists. Friend, it's your first time at the Mang Mountain, right? Don't trust Monkey Jian, this guy's tricking you. How can there be so many ruins? Monkey Jian saw this foundation establishment state cultivator and his face immediately changed. He turned to leave without even saying anything to EMO. EMO studied this handsome male cultivator. He was also foundation establishment state but was at the peak stage. He seemed cheerful and genuine, but EMO had the feeling that his words weren't as truthful as Monkey Jian. This is your first time here at the Mang Mountain town, right? I'm Duani Tai, I've been here for some time. That guy you just saw is Monkey Jian, he scams foreign cultivators. You don't need to believe him, friend. Duani Tai smiled, seemingly very genuine. EMO saluted with his fists and asked, Then may I ask Brother Duan if there really is an ancient ruin on the Great Joe Mountain? Duani Tai smiled. Monkey Jian isn't completely lying to you about this. Everyone knows about the ancient ruin on the mountain, but that isn't the case now. It was 10 years ago, large amounts of ancient ruins were revealed. Many cultivators came to search them. More and more cultivators came, eventually forming a small market. Mang Mountain Town was built at that time. In that case, then how is Monkey Jian scamming? EMO asked in confusion. Duani Tai shook his head. It's because the ruin isn't real. 6 years ago, those people searching for the ruin eventually found a large lava pond. Almost all cultivators thought that was the entrance to the ruin, but in the end the lava pond exploded and none of the cultivators survived. There were said to be tens of thousands of casualties. Even now, you can still find some magic artifact shards at the outskirts of the lava pond. Some lucky cultivators might even get a golden core state master's storage ring. EMO frowned, thinking that Xing's grandpa was also tricked into coming here and died to the lava pond. Duani Tai explained, after the lava pond exploded, many masters came to check it out. There was even a truth realization state cultivator, but they didn't find anything. In the beginning, people came looking for storage rings, but as time went on, there were less and less people. So that was it. EMO finally realized why the town was built so well but the population was so low. The spirit chi here was arid and it really didn't seem like a place the Herb King spirit range was at. EMO was sure that Duani Tai didn't lie to him about this, as he could ask other people at any time about this. Just when EMO wanted to leave, Duani Tai stopped him and said, Although the ancient ruin is fake, there are quite some good things not far away from here. This isn't a place to talk, please come with me. EMO was a nascent soul state level 5 cultivator and wasn't going to be afraid of Duani Tai. So he followed without question. Duani Tai was very happy with EMO's attitude. The two didn't go very far before coming to a luxurious small building. There was a decent spirit gathering formation outside. Going inside, EMO realized that it was a spirit rest tower. Many cultivators were resting here and chatting. A few foundation establishment states were discussing about the Pill King tournament loudly. EMO and Duani Tai walked up slowly and listened. Brother Hong, is that Pill King Yi really that strong? A middle-aged man-female cultivator with a knife scar on her face asked upon hearing that skinny old man talk. The old man looked at the female cultivator in contempt and raised his voice. He's not just strong, just when everyone thought he was a level 7 spirit pill master and didn't have a rare flame, he beat all the Pill Kings in the first and second round and got first. On the 12 Pill King steps, he took out the rare flame purple flower fire and fought his way up. No Pill King could compare with him, not even a half-immortal Pill King. How come I've heard that there was a pill king called Zhou Qian? He seems to be on par with that pill king Yi, another cultivator said. The old man's face was very excited. Yeah, that Zhou Qian is also a tough guy. He acted as a level 9 spirit pill master but was actually a level 6 pill king. He even took out Heaven Flame 1 purple flare at the 10th pill king step. Many cultivators exclaimed hearing this, but at this time, that level 7 pill king Emo reached out his hand and also released a flame. Do you know what flame it is? The old man asked. What flame is it? A few cultivators subconsciously asked. Also a heaven flame called Mist Lotus Heartfire. Its color was deeper than the 1 purple flare. In the end, Pill King Yi concocted heaven grade level 7 pills with Mist Lotus Heartfire, but Zhou Qian failed. Brother Hong, how do you know it so well? Another cultivator asked. The old said proudly, because I saw the Pill King tournament. When I was close to Pill King Yi, it was only 10 meters. Suddenly, the knife-scarred female cultivator asked shakily. Brother Hong, did you say that Pill King Yi is Yimo? He's really Yimo? The old man said in contempt, he's called Yimo for sure. He changed his name to Luo Xioma and then admitted he was Yimo. He also has a city called Mou City. Why would I lie? There were many people who went to see the tournament. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. The female cultivator became very excited and said shakily, Big Brother Hong, can you give me a painting of Pill King Yi? I'll give you spirit stones. Yimo scanned that female cultivator with his spirit sense. He didn't think that an irrelevant Pill King would cause her to be that excited. Yimo watched her closely and realized that he had indeed never seen her before. He didn't know why she was so excited after hearing his name, but suddenly, Duanitai said to Yimo, Friend, we're here. He opened the room and Yimo saw there were 2 cultivators there already, both Foundation Establishment State. One was actually a monk, the other of middle build, with short hair and black cultivator robes. Duanitai brought Yimo in and said, These 2 are Lu Xiao and Li Jilei. Then he said to the 2, The person who came with me is. Yimo saluted with his fists and said, I'm Ning Xioma, greetings. Duanitai waited for Yimo to sit down before saying, Since everyone knows each other now, I'll be straightforward. Brother Ning, there's a swamp in the outskirts of the Great Zhou Mountain called Zhou River Swamp. Have you heard of it, Brother Ning? Yimo shook his head. Brotherly, you can tell him, you found it, Duanitai said to that blue-robed short-haired cultivator. Li Jilei nodded. Half a month ago, I went to Great Zhou Mountain with a few friends to look for magic artifact shards, but I smelled this aroma. I was sure that it was herb aroma. Just smelling it cleared my spirit. I feel it's at least a level 7 or above spirit herb. At the time, we were all very excited and charged to the source of the aroma. However, we found it to be inside the Zhou River Swamp. When we went inside, we startled a level 5 spirit beast. Before we did anything, the spirit beast was enraged and 2 of my friends died in the swamp. Only I survived. Then, Li Jilei subconsciously glanced at Yimo and saw that he was listening intently, so he said with some excitement, I went back and invited a few more friends over, but I never smelled that aroma again. My friends thought I was lying to them, so they all left, but I stayed. After a few more hours, I smelled that aroma again and it was different than the herb smell last time. This time, it only lasted about 8 minutes. At this moment, Duanitai intervened. After we heard what Brother Li said, we felt it's an ancient herb garden. It's very ancient and has many types of spirit herbs. Li Jilei nodded again. That's right, we went and checked a few days later and gathered that there would be herb aroma at midday only. Yimo suddenly asked, So you want me to go with you guys to find that spirit herb garden? Chapter 11:25, Bad Intentions. Yes, Brother Ning, that level 5 spirit beast is strong but it's only level 5 primary stage. We are all Foundation Establishment State level 9 and with this rune of mine, we can subdue it. Duanitai took out a level 6 ice shard rune. Yimo nodded. With the sneak attack of a level 6 ice shard rune, it could indeed injure a level 5 primary stage beast. If they then attacked it together, it would be fine. But as a nascent soul state cultivator, all he needed was 1 slap to kill a level 5 beast, but Yimo didn't reject this. He didn't know where the Zhou River Swamp was. And according to what Li Jilei said, it seemed that the area of the swamp was quite large. It might take a long time for him to find it himself. He might as well go with them. Seeing that Emo agreed, Duanitai and them were very happy and wanted to leave immediately. To Emo, the faster the better. Mang Mountain Town wasn't far from the Great Joe Mountain. The spirit chi was so arid here, how could there be high-level spirit herbs? So Emo had great anticipations for the spirit herbs that Li Jile spoke of. What Emo didn't expect was that when he came out with Duanitai and them, the scar-faced female cultivator had already left. She wasn't in his spirit sense range, clearly. She had left the town. The swamp wasn't far from the town, but it wasn't close either. Emo would only need 2 hours by himself, but following Duanitai, it took him a day and a half before he got near there. It was an endless swamp. There were sometimes putrid smells. It was very hard to imagine that this place was an ancient spirit herb garden. When Emo reached his spirit sense inside here, there was nothing. He found that his spirit sense only had about 200 kilometers range inside this swamp. His spirit sense was restricted. Only formations in some special regions could limit spirit sense. If things go well, we should be able to smell the herb aroma if we stand here at midday. Me and my friends walked 50 kilometers east from here before we met that level 5 spirit beast. Li Jile pointed at the swamp and said, "This swamp has a powerful suction force. The deeper you go, the more powerful it is. If we go in together, then even if we have the ice pick rune, we're no match for that spirit beast," Duanitai said. That monk Lushi said, "Brother Duan, you have a lot of tactics, just tell us what to do." Duanitai smiled and saluted with his fists. "In that case, I'll be straightforward. Inside is a 3-horned swamp crocodile. It's easily angered. I have a level 5 acceleration rune. We should send one of us who is fast and use the rune to enrage the spirit beast and draw it out. Once it's at the outskirts, the other 3 will ambush the crocodile. Then," he said as though in embarrassment, "I'm an earth-style cultivator. I'm very slow, otherwise I can do this job well. How about I go, although I'm what element, but I should be fine with Brother Duan's level 5 acceleration rune," Lushi suddenly said. Li Jile shook his head. "No, your build is too big, even with the rune it would be very hard for you." Emo heard this and sneered. What did having a big figure have to do with acceleration rune? He was sure that it wasn't the first time these guys came here. They dragged him here for him to attract the spirit beast. Simply put, they were sending him to die. Using a Foundation Establishment State cultivator to lure a level 5 spirit beast, this was suicide. Emo was sure that even if he didn't agree, these 3 might have some other way, but Emo never intended on working with these guys. Just when he wanted to go in alone, he smelled a faint herb aroma. "It's midday, do you guys smell the herb aroma?" Li Jile asked excitedly. Lushi and Duanitai all nodded. This time, Emo didn't want to wait for these guys to play any tricks, so he said, "I'll go, my flying means are pretty decent." Then, Emo charged into the swamp without the acceleration rune. He knew the herb aroma only lasted 15 minutes, he didn't dare to waste time at all. Hearing that Emo would go, the 3 all rejoiced, but before they could say anything Emo went in already. "Wait, the acceleration rune." Duanitai said, but Emo was already gone. "Brother Duan, what do we do?" "He didn't take the acceleration rune," Li Jile said disappointedly. Lushi shook his head. "This guy wants to die, let's go back and find someone else." Duanitai sighed. This Ning Shoma is probably the best person for the job. He charged in without hesitation after sensing the herb aroma. He's clearly a greedy cultivator. Pity, he didn't take our acceleration rune. Even if he dies, it won't benefit us at all. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait here for a while. We might get something unexpected." Emo didn't know that Duanitai did something to the acceleration rune, but even if he did, it was pointless. Emo was a pill king. He had even seen the level 9 spirit herb 9 color lotus, but the herb aroma that floated in his nose was at least level 9 or above. Above level 9 was immortal herb. Emo didn't even dare to imagine what was there. Of course Emo didn't have the mood to chat with these few Foundation Establishment State cultivators, so he charged in. Emo walked less than 200 kilometers and saw the level 5 spirit beast. Clearly, what Duanitai said was completely wrong. This level 5 spirit beast was just an ordinary spirit beast in the swamp. It had nothing to do with the herb aroma. The only thing was that it was on the way to the herb aroma. Even if they killed this spirit beast, they wouldn't be able to see the herb garden. The spirit beast was level 5, but when it saw Emo's momentum, it didn't even dare to move. Emo didn't do anything to the beast and just charged over it, disappearing in the depth of the swamp. the deeper he went inside, the greater the suction force. So Yemo began to slow down. After another 500 kilometers, the herb aroma grew faint. Yemo estimated that the time was up, so he sped up. With a thud, a python that was 100 meters long shot out from the swamp and charged at Yemo, spitting a black water arrow at him. Clearly, Yemo, passing over his terrain like nothing was here, enraged it. Chapter 1126, Hollow Spirit State Chase. The octagonal cauldron was indeed very powerful, but Yemo still felt a sliver of pressure. This swamp was very strange. That powerful suction force seemed to be everywhere. He had to defend against the suction force while fighting the python. Who knew what would happen if he got sucked in? Thud, thud, thud. The dark water arrows clashed with the octagonal cauldron again. At the same time, Yemo used illusion cloud formation kill strike without hesitation. He didn't want to drag the fight out. He had a bad feeling. Yemo wanted to trap the python and then kill it. The python noticed that Yemo wasn't easy to deal with and turned to run after the second wave of water arrows failed. It couldn't even mind the purple sword rays and let the Zisu cut a 10 centimeter deep wound. Yemo didn't chase it. This python ran away too fast. If it was slower in the illusion cloud formation kill strike fully formed, it wouldn't be able to get away. Plus it wasn't easy for him to kill a level 6 peak stage python in this swamp. Yemo stopped. After that fight, the aroma of the herb had completely disappeared. He didn't know where it came from at all. There was a boundless swamp ahead, and there was only the putrid smell of the swamp as well as that ever-increasing suction force. Wait, Song, are you sure that person is Yemo? A Hollow Spirit State peak stage asked a Golden Core State middle stage not far away from the Mang Mountain town. The Golden Core State middle stage cultivator immediately replied, I don't dare to lie, Wan Bei was sure that the big beard who went in the town is Yemo. I've seen that Yemo once, although he wore a stealth mask. I'm sure that's him. Then where did he go? That Hollow Spirit State cultivator nodded with a calmer tone. He was very happy with the Golden Core State's answer. He discussed with a few Foundation Establishment State cultivators in the Spirit Rest Tower for a long time before leaving town. They headed to the Zhou River Swamp. Mei-chem, very well, you may leave. Then the Hollow Spirit State peak stage cultivator waved his hand and a fire engulfed Wei Kong. Arg. Wei Song didn't get the lush reward he was expecting. He watched Yemo, and now this was the recompense he got. Then, another Hollow Spirit State middle stage cultivator asked strangely, Marshal Brother Jean, how do you know Wei Song can guess which direction Yemo went? That Hollow Spirit State peak stage elder sneered, that Yemo was cunning like a ghost. It's impossible to block him at the door of the Pill City. With his status, irrelevant people aren't allowed to stay near him. Luckily, before he took Xin Jidai as his disciple, he offended a few cultivators, and that Wei Song was one of them. I only managed to find Wei Song. The other few cultivators living in the yard were gone. When I found him, he only told me that he might know where Yemo will be, but he didn't say that Yemo would come to Great Zhou Mountain for sure. However, he probably knows something, and so he waited at the Great Zhou Mountain. I didn't expect him to actually succeed. The Hollow Spirit State middle stage elder was shocked. Even that works? Marshal Brother Jean nodded. Wei Song probably guessed that Yemo would come to Great Zhou Mountain but wasn't sure. I gave him 100k top grade spirit stones and said if he found where Yemo was I would give him another Chao Wan pill. That's why he stayed here and reported to me as soon as he found Yemo. Then, the Hollow Spirit State elder said bleakly, no matter what he is doing here, I will suck out his soul and burn it. How dare he kill my disciple Chai Kong? If I, Jin Shibei, don't kill him, I have no face to stay in Earth Demon Sect. The Hollow Spirit State middle stage cultivator nodded. If he stays in the Pill City forever, there's nothing we can do, but since he came out, it's his fault. Let's go now, Marshal Brother Jean. Marshal Brother Jean nodded. He has 2 rare flames. If he falls in the hands of the Lightning Cloud sect, there wouldn't be anything left for us. Let's go. The two dashed out, and in less than 2 hours, they were near the Zhou River Swamp. At this moment, Li Jilei frowned. Brother Lu, Brother Duan, I think that Ninggai is dead. It's been 6 hours, I think we should go back first and find someone else. Duan Itai sighed. That's all we can do. I really wonder how that guy lived till today. He's an idiot. He's probably never seen something good and his brain heated up as soon as he smelled the herb aroma. Is that Ning dude a big bearded man? A sudden voice appeared by Duanitai's ear. The three turned back immediately and saw two people suddenly appear behind them. They couldn't tell their power level, even an idiot would know that these two were far powerful than them. Duanitai immediately bowed. That Ning Xiama is indeed a big beard. We've arranged to go look for spirit herbs here, but he charged into the swamp without saying anything. We've been waiting for him here, but he still hasn't come out. Which direction did he head to? That cultivator asked again. Even Duanitai began to worry as this cultivator was expressionless. It was as though they were dead to him. Duanitai could only point respectfully to east. He went that way. Then, the cultivator shot out 3 fireballs and burned the 3 to dust before they could even react. They were even more certain that the big beard was Yimo. His wife's last name was also Ning. Yimo was very confused right now. He had gone almost 1,000 kilometers into the swamp. Theoretically, there shouldn't be such an absurd spirit herb that could pass its aroma this far. Was it really an immortal herb? Should he stay here in search or wait till tomorrow when the aroma comes again? If he stayed here, who knew what would happen? There was the powerful suction force and the putrid stench. Or he could go into the Golden Page world and wait there. Even though there were no cultivators here, Yimo didn't want to go into the Golden Page world so easily. That was his final card. If people knew about his Golden Page world, there wouldn't be a single place for him to stay. He wasn't Chu Joyu, he wasn't that powerful. He would only use the Golden Page world at the final moment. Suddenly, 2 powerful spirit senses scanned over. Hollow spirit state cultivator? Yimo was shocked. Sweating. He immediately released Zisu and burned some essence blood as he dashed into the depths of the swamp. It clearly wasn't good that hollow spirit state cultivators came here. Regardless if they came for him, he didn't want to see them. After 200 more km, Yimo felt it was hard to go forward. The suction force made him unable to go faster. He felt that he had briefly escaped from the spirit sense behind. Without hesitation, Yimo went into the Golden Page world and sunk it into the swamp. He knew that if he kept running, he would be locked on by the hollow spirit state cultivator spirit sense again. He burned essence blood to escape outside their spirit sense range before. If he got locked onto again, he wouldn't be able to escape so easily again. Found him, he's clearly not a Foundation establishment state to be able to come in here. It's Yimo for sure. Wait, Song isn't that stupid after all, Marshall Brother Jean sneered. The other hollow spirit state cultivator nodded. Just when they wanted to accelerate to Yimo, they found that Yimo instantly accelerated and was nowhere to be found. The hollow spirit state middle stage was a little surprised at Yimo's speed. The hollow spirit state peak stage cultivator said calmly, "No need to be shocked, he just burned essence blood. He ran out of our spirit sense range temporarily, but it's no use. Doing this in the Zhou River swamp is suicide. If we go faster, we can find him in a few minutes." 15 minutes passed and the two stopped. That hollow spirit state peak stage's face was very bad. He didn't expect Yimo to really get away. He got away? Does he have some escape secret technique or high-level rune? The other hollow spirit state cultivator's face was also really bad. Marshall Brother Jean shook his head. If he did, he wouldn't burn essence blood. He probably has a really advanced way of hiding. It's just like how he came out from the Pill City. When everyone thought he was in solitary cultivation, he actually came here. Chapter 1127, The Crack at the Bottom of the Swamp. Yimo didn't dare to come out of the Golden Page world at all. He didn't even dare to throw out a surveillance formation. If he got caught by the 2 hollow spirit state cultivators, he would be dead for sure. Thus, Yimo just started cultivation in the Golden Page world. Although the bitter bamboo had a spirit range to support it, its life force wasn't great, so Yimo didn't dare to cultivate next to it. But when Yimo saw the snow fox in the Golden Page world, he suddenly thought if he let the snow fox search for that herb, it might be effective. 3 days passed quickly. Yimo's power didn't increase much, his cultivation essence just became a little bit more refined. But he was still nascent soul state level 5. Yimo knew that if he continued cultivating like this for 3 years, he might still be unable to reach nascent soul state level 6, much less nascent soul state tertiary stage. The amount of spirit chi he needed was absurd. His cultivation essence and spirit sense were strong, but it was related to his need for spirit chi. There was no progress for these few days. Yimo didn't want to keep cultivating. He threw out a surveillance formation. But what he saw wasn't the dark swamp but a pitch-black river bed. This meant that with the suction of the swamp, the Golden Page world was no longer at the surface of the swamp. Emo immediately came out of the Golden Page world and stood by the side of the riverbed. He couldn't see the sky, clearly this was underground. He didn't expect there to such a huge riverbed and a world like this here. In the pitch-black cold riverbed flew some putrid swamp mud. The Golden Page world was clearly brought here, meaning that the swamp wasn't static. Emo let out the snow fox without hesitation. The fox smelled the riverbed and immediately ran towards the opposite direction. The direction the snow fox was heading seemed to get lower and lower. Emo felt that he was moving to the heart of the earth. After following the snow fox for 4 hours, they passed the extremely long riverbed and ran down for 2 more hours before slowing down. Eventually, the snow fox stopped at a dark crevice. The crevice extended far away. Emo's spirit sense couldn't scan the end of its length nor depth. It was as if it was endless. The broadest part of the crevice was only 10 centimeters wide and the narrow parts were just a few centimeters. The snow fox stopped above the crevice and looked at Emo. Emo frowned. "What do you mean? Do you want to go inside?" Even though he was a nascent soul state cultivator, telling him to suddenly go in this dark crevice that was only this wide made Emo hesitate. Who knew if the crevice would suck him down endlessly? If it wasn't for the Golden Page world, Emo was sure he wouldn't be alive while being sucked through the swamp. Even with the Golden Page world here, who knew where he would end up? However, the snow fox nodded its head firmly. Emo didn't want to go in, but there obviously was no other way. So, he had no idea but to listen to the snow fox. Thinking about this, Emo released Zisu and said, "Stand on my shoulders and I'll take you down." The snow fox did so without hesitation and Emo rode Zisu into the crevice. Emo was prepared to go into the Golden Page world as soon as there was something wrong. Just as Emo fell in, that powerful suction returned. The suction outside was nothing compared to this. Emo immediately knew things weren't good. He couldn't resist such suction at all. Even a cauldron-filling state cultivator wouldn't be able to keep his speed at such suction. It was clearly impossible to fly back up. The snow fox clearly didn't know there was danger in here and just wanted to get him to come. If this crevice was deep enough, then even if there was water or something soft at the bottom, Emo was sure that he would be dead for sure going down at this speed. Emo didn't dare to think and brought Zisu and Snow Fox into the Golden Page world. Inside, Emo saw extreme terror in the snow fox's eyes. Emo stared at it unhappily and said, "If I didn't have this, we would have died because of you." Every 4 hours, Emo threw out a surveillance formation disk. Until after almost a day, the Golden Page world finally stopped. Emo brought the snow fox out again, but what he saw was a huge black mountain. It wasn't tall but it spanned out a few kilometers. It looked like a black dragon from afar. Emo was very disappointed. The space here was different than outside the crevice. This place looked like a few hundred square kilometers of area, but there was nothing else except the black mountain. Emo walked a few steps and suddenly felt something wrong. He looked down and found it was all human bones below him. They were everywhere and had turned black, too. Was this an ancient battleground? Emo kicked a bone and felt that these people must have been powerful masters when they were alive or their bones wouldn't be around after so long. A storage ring appeared below him. Emo subconsciously picked it up and found that the storage ring itself was cracked. The things inside spilled out and they were all dust. The storage ring was broken, but Emo knew that the storage ring belonged to a cultivator at least cauldron-filling state or above. There were countless masters dead here. What was this place? Emo didn't know if he could go out. If he couldn't, would he end up like the bones here? Emo found tens of storage rings and countless almost broken magic artifact. None of them could be used. Emo sighed. If these masters' storage rings were fine, then he would be wealthy. Emo walked as he kicked. He was thinking, what if there was a storage ring that wasn't broken? If it did exist, would he get the belongings of an ancient cultivator? What Emo didn't expect that there really was a clank under his foot. Emo looked down and immediately saw a disc-like thing. It didn't seem to be broken. Emo rejoiced. Clearly it wasn't an ordinary thing to not be broken. Emo picked it up immediately. This thing probably fell out of a storage ring. The storage ring was broken, but not this. Emo grabbed it and felt a cool sensation. Before he could check it, he felt goosebumps on his skin. It was extremely uncomfortable. Before Emo could understand what was going on, he felt his head become very tired. There was a voice in the depth of his sea of consciousness telling him to leave. Hearing this voice, Yemo really wanted to go as far away as possible, but three birth chant that was always running automatically woke him up. Possession? Yemo immediately realized that a soul was bound to the disc. Yemo was furious. How dare he try to possess him? Without hesitation, he used three birth chant to the extreme and an almost invisible soul appeared in his sea of consciousness. Get out! Yemo yelled and the soul was immediately forced out of Yemo's sea of consciousness. What cultivation method is this? The soul was very shocked. That does not concern you. Yemo released Mist Lotus Heartfire. Yemo was extremely furious. He wanted to burn this soul to dust. Chapter 1128, Herb King Spirit Range, Heaven Flame? The soul saw this Mist Lotus Heartfire and screamed out, "Don't burn me, I'll tell you what the formation disc is, it's from before the immortal realm existed." Yemo dazed, this thing in his hands was a formation disc? It existed before the immortal realm? What bullshit was this, huh? Yemo was dazed by this and didn't notice his Mist Lotus Heartfire. It swept towards that soul. The soul after all these years was already feeble and now was annihilated by the Mist Lotus Heartfire. Yemo patted the thing in shame and said, "You really can't withstand a burn. My flame just tapped you accidentally and you died." If the soul heard this, he would jump up and curse Yemo. Although he was a soul, he was once truth realization state peak stage. His power was immense and after all these years when he was about to dissipate, he could even possess a body condensation state cultivator, much less a nascent soul state cultivator like Yemo, but little did he know Yemo had a cultivation method like the three birth chant. He couldn't stay inside Yemo's sea of consciousness. He had no resistance to Yemo and Yemo's sea of consciousness. Yemo didn't really care, it was a soul that tried to take his body. He looked at the round disc again. It was still very cold. What was it made from? How could it be a formation disc? There were 7 slots on the disc. He was a formation great master himself, and knew what a formation disc looked like. This thing had nothing to do with formations. But then again, the soul didn't need to trick him. Just when Yemo wanted to study it, he heard the snow fox call. He immediately threw the formation disc into the golden page world and looked at the snow fox. What shook him was that the snow fox was biting that black dragon-like mountain. Are you crazy? Yemo charged up and grabbed the snow fox. Then, Yemo released it and the fox fell back on the mountain. However, the fox kept clawing at the mountain. Yemo looked dazedly at the black mountain that was slowly clawed open. Below it wasn't black. It was a green color like the bitter bamboo. A faint herb aroma came from the huge mountain. Herb King Spirit Range? Yemo blurted out. The snow fox nodded back while busying about. I finally understand, this really is the Herb King Spirit Range. Yemo then went on the mountain and started clawing away the black top of the mountain. More green appeared and more herb aroma was emitted. Stop. Yemo suddenly thought of something and ordered the fox. The fox stopped this time and looked at Yemo. You can't claw it anymore. If this huge mountain is completely revealed, people would be able to find it after following the aroma. Then it won't be ours, Yemo said as though he was telling a friend. Yemo was very shocked. He didn't expect there to really be the Herb King Spirit Range in the Great Joe Mountain, and in the depths of the earth at that. If he wasn't being hunted by 2 hollow spirit state cultivators, how could he find this place? He was sure that the aroma outside was not herb aroma but this. No wonder the aroma could pass so far away. But Yemo wondered why the aroma only appeared during midday. We have to move this spirit range away as quickly as we can or we might attract more people, Yemo said, and then began thinking of ways to move this into his golden page world. He didn't expect the news Xingita's grandpa got was really correct, but even if her grandpa found this he wouldn't be able to take it away. Ordinary storage rings couldn't hold it at all, only his golden page world could hold it. Yemo threw out formation flags. The only way he could shift it into his golden page world was using the transmission formation. Yemo had past experience of collecting spirit ranges, so as he threw down the formation flags, a huge rumbling sounded. The spirit range moved in as more formation flags were thrown down, the louder the rumbling sound got, until the entire spirit range was moved into his golden page world. The 2 hollow spirit states above the swamp suddenly stopped and looked very confused. The herb aroma is gone. The hollow spirit state middle stage dazed and said. Marshall brother Gene frowned. We've been looking for Yemo these few days and have been able to smell that herb smell. It must be a high-level spirit herb. It's denser at midday. How could it be suddenly gone? Could it be due to that Yemo? The hollow spirit state middle stage cultivator nodded seriously. I think it might be, if only we kept the insects at the bank. They must be here for that ancient herb garden now. Now that the herb aroma is gone, could it be that Guillermo found the herb garden and moved it all away? Marshall Brother Jean frowned for another moment before shaking his head. It shouldn't be just that. I feel that there's suddenly something missing from the swamp. Now that you say it, I really feel like that as well. It seems to be missing life force. The hollow spirit state middle stage cultivator nodded. Marshall Brother Jean nodded with certainty. That's right, it seems to be missing some life force. This swamp has become very ordinary, even a little dead. Marshall Brother Yao, let's leave here first. Even if Guillermo wants to leave here, we won't be able to guard it. Marshall Brother Yao nodded. They had been searching for Guillermo for a few days, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was best to inform the sect first. After Guillermo brought the Herb King spirit range into the Golden Page world, he immediately went in with the Snow Fox. Guillermo found in surprise and joy that the withered bitter bamboo was now vibrant again. It was on par with what it looked like on the World Mountain. Guillermo found that the black color on the Herb King spirit range had completely fallen off like the bamboo, showing a crisp green color. It was probably the chi of the bitter bamboo forcefully removing the black color of the Herb King spirit range. Spirit chi immediately filled up the Golden Page world. There was life force everywhere. Guillermo knew his Golden Page world was incomplete, and it was good that spirit herbs didn't die here. It was very hard for them to grow, but with the Herb King spirit range, it seemed all the spirit herbs regained life force and seemed very lush. Such a powerful Herb King spirit range. Guillermo took a cold breath in. Was this a middle grade, top grade, or extreme grade spirit range? The Golden Page world was already this good before it had complete laws. If his Golden Page world formed world laws, wouldn't it be the best cultivation world? Guillermo quickly found a place on the Herb King spirit range to start cultivation. As soon as he used the 3 birth chant, he felt countless spirit chi rushing towards him. Guillermo felt that every hair gland on his body was oozing with comfort. Huge spirit chi whirlpools appeared before his head, growing bigger and bigger as the bitter bamboo released more and more powerful chi. This was not ordinary spirit chi, it was countless times more royal than that. It was a spirit chi that could cleanse one's spirit. Guillermo didn't have to worry about foundation at all. When Guillermo woke up, he had already broken through to nascent soul state level 6, so powerful. Guillermo exclaimed again. He didn't even eat soul essence pills. If he found the spirit marrow ground Shan Bingfeng spoke of, then with all he had, he would progress like crazy. Chapter 1129, Absurdly Powerful Formation Disc. Guillermo got up. He got the Herb King spirit range now so he could leave, but immediately, he began to frown. Where could he go? The suction force here was so powerful. He wasn't able to leave at all. Thinking about this, his head began to ache. Although he got the Herb King spirit range, he couldn't stay here forever. Suddenly, Guillermo looked at the formation disc he had thrown in. It didn't seem like a formation disc, but the soul said it was a formation disc. It was something that even the immortal realm didn't have. Guillermo sneered. This clearly was bullshit. Since when did the cultivation realm have something that the immortal realm didn't have? But then Guillermo calmed down. His Golden Page world and bitter bamboo might not be in the immortal realm. It said that there would only be one bitter bamboo. Since he got it, how could the immortal realm have it? Guillermo wasn't sure if there would be small worlds like his Golden Page world, but according to the creator of the primordial chaos chant Meng Qian, this Golden Page world wasn't ordinary. The immortal realm might really not have it. However, these were special things. What was special about a formation disc? This was made by humans. Wait, Guillermo suddenly remembered the soul's words. Don't burn me. I'll tell you what the formation disc is. It's something that even the immortal realm doesn't have. Time what? Is it? Guillermo's hand shook and almost dropped the formation disc. He thought of time. Was this a time formation disc? If it really was, then the immortal realm really might not have it. But is there really something like the time formation disc? Guillermo began feeling excited. If it really was a time formation disc, then even if he couldn't use it, he would be enlightened about the field of time from it. His future would be unimaginable. He planned to go out originally, but now Guillermo gave up on the thought, instead sitting down on the spirit range to study this formation disc. This was really different than the formation discs he usually made. Its formation theory and formation points completely toppled Yemo's knowledge. Yemo couldn't even tell what material it was made from. Yemo couldn't even recognize that this was a formation disk, much less tell what level it was. He gradually sunk his mind into it as though seeing a new haven for formations. After a long while, Yemo sighed. He felt this formation disk was too complicated. He could only touch a very small part of it. There were 7 slots. Yemo thought about it and inserted 7 top-grade spirit stones into them, but there was no reaction. Yemo took it out and put 7 extreme-grade spirit stones there. He only had 15 extreme-grade spirit stones altogether. Yemo rejoiced to find that after they were put in the slots, the formation disk actually moved. It was really slow, but it was indeed moving. After 5 minutes, the 7 extreme-grade spirit stones formed a veil that soon covered Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo's face immediately lit up. He was sure now that this formation was indeed a time formation disk, the very rare time acceleration formation disk amongst time formation disks. It was the #1 cultivation tool. It was a legend amongst legends. Time acceleration formation disk. It might be a bluff to say that the immortal realm didn't have it, but this thing was indeed too precious. Yemo saw that the extreme-grade spirit stone seems to be depleting rapidly inside and immediately realized that ordinary people couldn't even afford to use it. Extreme-grade spirit stones were probably the lowest-grade power source it ran on. Although Yemo wanted to study this time formation disk immediately, he didn't want to waste the extreme-grade spirit stones for nothing, so he quickly took out a soul essence pill and began cultivating after putting another 7 extreme-grade spirit stones in the slots. Sitting next to the Herb King spirit range in bitter bamboo while eating soul essence pills and blue carrot pills, Yemo felt his cultivation level seemed to skyrocket. It didn't take him long to reach nascent soul state level 6 peak. Then, Yemo felt a powerful cultivation essence surge. He didn't dare to waste time at all. 14 extreme-grade spirit stones were very valuable, but they might not even last the formation 2 months. Yemo started using the 3 birth chant like crazy and 8 pills to cultivate. All the spirit chi of the Herb King spirit range and other spirit range was activated. A huge spirit chi whirlpool formed above Yemo's head until the spirit chi around Yemo almost materialized. There were just constant gurgling sounds as though his meridians were being expanded. Later, a 3-inch nascent soul sat above Yemo. Its hands held the 3 birth chant hand sign, attracting more and more spirit chi. The entire golden page world was filled with spirit chi. Even Snow Fox and Silver came to the side of the Herb King spirit range, while Shadowless flew next to the bitter bamboo and stopped moving. Crack crack. Yemo knew it was the first 7 extreme-grade spirit stones cracking, even with his eyes closed. As Yemo ate the 3rd blue carrot pill, he felt his meridians seemed to have been enhanced again. More powerful cultivation essence flowed through his body. Yemo knew that he broke through to nascent soul state level 7. Yemo stopped cultivation. He felt he had been cultivating for nearly 3 months. The Herb King spirit range's effects were immeasurably higher than ordinary spirit stones and low-grade spirit ranges. But Yemo knew that other than the Herb King spirit range, the main reason he progressed so fast was the bitter bamboo. Without the bitter bamboo, he wouldn't be able to break through to nascent soul state level 7 in a few months. Even with the Herb King spirit range, these few months were under the acceleration of the time formation disk. Yemo didn't know how much time had elapsed in the outside world, but he didn't have any more extreme-grade spirit stones or he would be able to keep cultivating. Even without the time formation disk, Yemo was sure he would be able to reach nascent soul state peak stage in less than 2 years, cultivating next to the Herb King spirit range and the bitter bamboo, but he didn't have that much time. Qingxue was waiting in the Pill City and Luo Ying would come to find him as soon as she finished solitary cultivation. He had to go out first. Yemo thought if he wanted to save time on cultivation, he would need to utilize this time formation disk. Didn't that mean he would have to gather extreme-grade spirit stones everywhere? Extreme-grade spirit stones were too precious and this time formation disk ate them like a pig. Where could he find that many? Yemo soon looked at the Herb King spirit range below him. He couldn't put it into the formation disk slot, but he could set up direct spirit formation. Yemo started making formation flags and in a few days' time he made tens of formation flags. He then put the formation disk on the Herb King spirit range and started setting up spirit attraction formations around the formation disk. There were 7 slots, so he needed 7 spirit attraction formations. It was no pressure for him, but what he worried about was if the formation disk would activate. On the 5th day, Yemo finished setting up the formation and threw down the controlling flags. 7 beams of spirit chi shot into the 7 slots of the time formation disk. The next moment, the formation disk began to spin. At the start it was slow, but soon it spun faster and faster. EMO rejoiced, he knew his method had succeeded. He didn't want to think much and began cultivation. Break tiger pill, soul essence pill, blue carrot pill. These didn't mean anything to EMO now. While he devoured spirit chi like crazy, he didn't hesitate to use these pills either. Chapter 1130, Hollow Spirit State Divine Damnation. EMO had completely forgotten about time. He didn't even know his Herb King spirit range had shrunk greatly. If he saw that the Herb King spirit range was getting smaller and smaller, he might stop immediately because comparatively, the bitter bamboo was the basis for his cultivation. Without the Herb King spirit range, the bitter bamboo would be dead. Cultivation was timeless, and even in the time formation disk, it was like that too. EMO felt his cultivation essence had reached a peak and couldn't increase anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was nascent soul state level 9 peak stage. EMO was shocked at how long had he been cultivating. EMO was initially overjoyed, but soon he didn't have any of that feeling. He saw that his Herb King spirit range had shrunk by nearly 20%. EMO was sure that although he needed a lot of spirit chi, he didn't need this much. It wouldn't even be 1% of the Herb King spirit range, and that would be enough for him to reach nascent soul state peak stage. Without question, it was due to the time formation disk. It must be so much more effective to use the Herb King spirit range to power the time formation disk, and the time difference ratio would be much higher, but he only had one Herb King spirit range. He quickly put away the spirit attraction formation and the time formation disk. If he continued like this, it won't be long before his Herb King spirit range completely disappeared. If that happened, how could his bitter bamboo survive? The Herb King spirit range was precious, but it was fine if it disappeared. But there must not be any dangers with the bitter bamboo. EMO felt that he had spent at about 3 years in solitary cultivation. Maybe a bit less. He wondered how much time had passed outside. EMO used a few cleansing spells on himself and learned that he was about to face divine damnation. He had an ample amount of hollow meridian pills. As for where to face his divine damnation, he hadn't thought of it yet. He needed to find a way out first. He thought that he had been below the crevice for at least a few months, and those 2 hollow spirit state cultivators must be gone. When he came to the crevice again, he only saw a large empty place. There was much less life force here due to the Herb King spirit range having been taken. He subconsciously released Zisu and tried flying. The powerful suction force was still there. EMO was sure that with his current power, he wouldn't be able to fly up. Reach hollow spirit state was the only thought in EMO's head. He knew that he still wouldn't be able to fly up after reaching hollow spirit state, but hollow spirit state was more than 10 times stronger than nascent soul state. EMO started setting up spirit gathering, lightning attraction, and lightning storage formations. If it wasn't for the last 2 formations, he would have died to that annihilation divine damnation. Who knew if it would come again? At this moment, there were countless cultivators outside the Joe River swamp. Some cultivators even tried flying above it. They came here because they heard that another ancient ruin was discovered here. The news spread because Earth Demon Sect cultivators sneakily came around here, and they were exposed by low-level cultivators. As the news spread, more and more people knew, and the stories got crazier. It ended up with people finding low-grade cultivation artifacts and someone getting a heaven-grade cultivation method. Eventually, even some 7-star and 8-star sects people came, but only the Earth Demon Sect elders felt depressed. They came to the swamp first for EMO, wanting to trap him there, and secondly for the ancient spirit herb garden. But now, this was all exposed, but even so, they could only pretend they didn't know. Hunting EMO was no small thing. As for the spirit herb garden, they didn't dare to mention it at all. Due to this, more and more cultivators came to the Joe River swamp. Even the Mang Mountain town grew popular again, but the cultivators searched for a few months and found nothing besides some high-level swamp spirit beasts. As time went on, some cultivators were planning to leave, but at this time, the sky above the swamp suddenly darkened. Lightning bolts crackled in the sky. What's going on? All the cultivators stared at the sky in the depth of the swamp. I understand, it's divine damnation. One cultivator yelled, who would be having divine damnation inside the swamp? It's a spirit beast, right? 9 baby arm-sized lightning bolts cracked down into the swamp. Rumble, 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 the lightning crackled down into the earth. The loud thud could be felt this far away. The ground beneath them was shaking. Someone is having divine damnation beneath the earth. No, some spirit beast. It can't be a spirit beast. This divine damnation is too terrifying. Just the first bolt is this thick. How terrifying would the later ones be?
Is someone going to reach truth realization state, or is a spirit beast reaching level 10? The divine damnation made everyone's face change.
The Earth Demon Sect's Hollow Spirit State elders' face changed. They thought it might be EMO at first, but seeing this power, they were sure it wasn't him. This divine damnation was too terrifying. What the cultivators didn't expect was that after the first wave, the second wave immediately followed without any gap. It clearly wanted to kill the person. The cultivators were terrified at this divine damnation, but no one left. Such a divine damnation was unseen before. They wanted to see what sort of person could bring down such terrifying divine damnation. This was Yemo's divine damnation, of course. After he ate the hollow meridian pill, he even picked a bitter bamboo leaf and put it in his mouth to prevent having the heart demon tribulation again. Yemo relaxed a little upon seeing that the lightning bolts were still baby arm-sized. It was the same size as when he broke through to nascent soul state. He wasn't scared of this when he was golden core state peak stage, much less now. He released Zisu and hacked out with purple sword rays. Yemo had experience now. When facing the divine damnation, he couldn't use illusion cloud or it would be less effective. Crack crack. Purple lightning exploded around Yemo. Yemo blocked 5 of the first wave with Zisu while the remaining 4 landed on Yemo. With the 3 birth chant, he completely devoured them. Yemo could feel his power increasing drastically. Yemo felt this divine damnation had bolts of the same size, but it was much more powerful than the golden core state divine damnation. Even so, the first wave didn't faze him at all. Then, the second and third wave fell. However, the second and third wave were a bit thicker than the first. Rumble rumble rumble, crack. Yemo hacked away nearly 10 bolts but the rest still fell on him. Yemo was injured a little, but he still devoured the remaining lightning. The fourth wave didn't fall and seemed to be in preparation. Yemo didn't move. The spirit gathering formation formed by tens of millions of spirit stones was enough for him and formed a mist around him. Even so, he didn't take out the octagonal cauldron. He knew that the more lightning bolts he devoured, the better. If he blocked them with his octagonal cauldron, he wouldn't benefit as much. The sky grew even darker and a few small lightning sparks cracked occasionally, as though signaling more powerful lightning. At the same time, the cultivators outside were all shocked. Even hollow spirit state cultivators were thinking that they wouldn't be able to block the first 3 waves. It must be a powerful being going through divine damnation. Chapter 1131, Huge Change at the Swamp. A few breaths later, the clustered lightning arcs cracked down. Before Yemo could react, tens of bolts that were twice as large as before fell on Yemo. Yemo was scared shitless. Without hesitation, he released his octagonal cauldron and Zisu. But even so, more than 10 bolts fell on his body. There was one that was the size of a muscular man's arm. Yemo spat mouthfuls of blood. He was heavily injured already. There was not a single part of his body that was fine. This divine damnation was ambushing him. Yemo was sure that if he didn't have the octagonal cauldron or used it too late, he would be dead. This wave had 63 bolts of lightning. There were 7 waves of lightning altogether. Yemo used the 3 birth chant to devour the lightning bolts while using his octagonal cauldron and Zisu to block the dense lightning arcs. However, there were too many bolts this time. Even the octagonal cauldron was rattling and shaky. The cauldron images dissipated. Yemo was beginning to lose his hold, but then the 3 birth chant showed its power once again. He devoured lightning more and more rapidly. There had been 10 waves already. He guessed that he would be dealing with 11 waves this time. Thus he released formation flags and drew most of the lightning arcs into the lightning storage formation. Luckily, he had a lot of pills and the octagonal cauldron to help. Even though he was heavily injured, his foundation wasn't damaged. When he completely refined these lightning arcs, he would be mostly recovered. At the same time, Yemo felt that his power kept climbing until it reached a point where he was about to break through to hollow spirit state. With a rumble, the last 9 bolts came down. When Yemo saw they were size of a lower leg, he immediately knew he couldn't take them head-on. Without hesitation, Yemo used Zisu to block 1 and directed 3 into the lightning storage formation. There were 2 blocked by the octagonal cauldron and then the last 3 fell on his body. These lightning arcs were so much stronger than the previous ones. The land was shaking but Yemo couldn't care. He just had to keep devouring lightning and increasing his power. Before Yemo could finish, large patches of rainbow clouds appeared, but different from before. They weren't rainbow-colored but black. This was when Yemo needed spirit chi the most. The tens of millions of spirit stones didn't supply enough to him. As Yemo devoured the black spirit cloud, he felt his power rise continuously. After he completely devoured all of the black clouds, he roared and flew up. At the same time, his essence spirit formed. It was a faint shadow, but GMO knew his strength skyrocketed. He was finally hollow spirit state, just when he wanted to consolidate his power. He felt his lightning storage formation rustle. Not good, it was going to explode. GMO went into the golden page world without hesitation. He knew that there was no time to devour the lightning inside. Despite his formation skills increasing, there were just too many lightning bolts stored there, and now it was going to explode. Rumble. Just when GMO went into the golden page world, the lightning storage formation completely exploded, forming a terrifying blast of air, and the space beneath the crack began to collapse. GMO just threw a surveillance formation disc out and it was blasted into nothing. When the cultivators saw 63 lightning bolts that were size of grown men's arm.
Come down.
They all took a cold breath in. Since when had they seen such a terrifying divine damnation? This wasn't divine damnation, it was trying to kill the cultivator. How did this cultivator offend the heavens? The cultivator would be dead for sure. However, another 9 bolts rained down. Clearly, this was the last wave. The size was that of a small leg. It was the same size as a truth realization state's immortal ascension divine damnation. It was the first time that all the cultivators here had seen such a terrifying divine damnation. The Qianbei actually survived the 63 bolts of lightning. My God! One cultivator exclaimed. Clearly, the last wave rained down because the cultivator survived the 63 bolts. Just looking at the last wave, people's head crawled with bugs. No one had the feeling of dealing with this divine damnation, but there were some people who believed the cultivator survived. After all, he survived the 63 cluttered bolts before. Another wave of rumbling sounded. Cultivators felt the earth beneath them shaking. Even after a long while, it didn't stop. After another while, the shaking was getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? Some cultivators asked, but no one could answer that question. Look at the middle of the swamp, there's an eddy. One cultivator pointed and screamed. It was only a few kilometers in distance. It really is an eddy. The eddy seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Wait, I feel as though the earth below is crumbling. Finally, one cultivator realized the problem. Suddenly, the earth where some cultivators stood began to crumble. All the cultivators began to worry. Some high-powered ones released their magic artifacts and dashed up while some weaker cultivators were swept away. Those cultivators in the sky also felt an increasing suction force. The swamp is going to sink. One cultivator realized the terrifying truth. The next moment, the swamp seemed to flow into the earth with astounding force. The earth rumbled with terrifying sounds. The cultivators who released their flying magic artifacts headed away from the swamp, fearing that they would be swept away. With such power, even hollow spirit state cultivators would be dead for sure if swept down. The swamp spirit beasts also charged out to escape. The spirit beasts and cultivators couldn't care about each other as they focused on running. 3 days later, the swamp had completely disappeared.
The boundless swamp just disappeared on its own.
No one knew where all that mud went. A huge valley formed where the swamp had once stood. There were no spirit herbs here and very little spirit chi. 2 days later, EMO just stayed in his golden page world without throwing out more surveillance formation discs. He was sure that no matter how big the explosion, it wouldn't affect his golden page world. So, he started consolidating his hollow spirit state power. Next to the Herb King spirit range and bitter bamboo, his power was quickly consolidated. EMO found that after he became hollow spirit state, he devoured spirit chi with even more terrifying force, especially when he used the 3 birth chant. EMO was surprised. Other people used spirit stones or a spirit gathering formation to cultivate, but his cultivation would only be somewhat effective if he used the Herb King spirit range. Otherwise, if he used only spirit stones, he would never progress. It seemed he had to keep collecting spirit ranges from now on since this Herb King spirit range wasn't enough for him. If he really used it, he might use it up within 3 to 5 years. EMO sunk his mind into cultivation and time passed rapidly. When EMO completely consolidated his power and reached hollow spirit state level 1 middle stage, another 2 months had passed. EMO threw out a surveillance formation disc inside.
Time flew by way too quickly in cultivation. Chapter 1132, Sword Chi doesn't break. What was shown to him was a water veil.
The golden page world was at the bottom of the swamp. How was it in water now? EMO didn't know what happened outside and came out of the golden page world. Immediately, a terrifying pressure hit him.
Even with his hollow spirit state level 1 power, he almost couldn't breathe. Without question, this place was very deep and the pressure was too great. At the same time, he didn't understand, even if his lightning storage formation exploded, he couldn't go from the bottom of the swamp to the bottom of a river. Emo just knew that he had to get out as quickly as possible and go to Pill City. Then, he would ask Lu Wuhu why he helped him. If Lu Wuhu really needed him to help with something, he would try to lower the price and make Lu Wuhu be a bodyguard to get Susu and Beiwei from the Black Ice sect. Emo started to speed up, charging towards the surface of the water. The floating force and his speed added together still took him 3 hours before he reached the surface. One could see how deep down he was. After charging out of the water's surface, Emo gasped and breathed air in big mouthfuls. He had spent more than 3 years including the time formation disk acceleration time underground. He didn't know how long it had been outside. Emo gasped and then began to look around. Where he came up from was a long river. The river was only tens of kilometers wide, yet his spirit sense couldn't even scan the length of the river. This was the first time Emo had seen a river this deep. There were many places in the Heartless Sea that weren't even as deep as this. Emo flew to the side of the river and used a few clearing water spells and changed a set of clothes before releasing his spirit sense. He wanted to see if there were people nearby so he could ask them how far he was from the Pill City and how long he had been gone for. As soon as Emo reached out with his spirit sense, he saw 3 beams. There was a cultivator at the front fleeing on his flying sword while 2 cultivators chased behind him. The running cultivator was nascent soul state level 4 while the 2 behind him were nascent soul state level 5 and level 9, Chenbei. The running cultivator couldn't tell Emo's power, so he could only call Chenbei. Emo saw that this cultivator was covered in blood and heavily injured. Before Emo said anything, the 2 nascent soul state cultivators came and saw that Emo didn't do anything. The nascent soul state level 9 saluted with his fists and said, "Friend, hello. Infinity Sex Chenbang thanks you for stopping this person for us." Emo was thinking, who was this cocky? He was a hollow spirit state cultivator and yet a nascent soul state cultivator talked to him without calling him Chenbei. So it was an Infinity Sex sect member. If it was some other hollow spirit state cultivator, he might just laugh and turn away. But Emo was not some other hollow spirit state cultivator. Even if he didn't have conflict with Infinity Sect, who did this nascent soul state cultivator think he was? Helping him stop this guy? Emo ignored the nascent soul state level 9 and asked the nascent soul state level 4. "What's your name and why are you being hunted?" The nascent soul state level 4 was planning to self-destruct after Emo left. Even if he couldn't kill the 2, he would at least injure them. However, Emo asked who he was instead, so he saluted with his fists. "Chenbei, I'm a sect member of Sword Valley, Gonliang. Because the animals of Infinity Sect annihilated our Sword Valley and want to kill all of our sect members." Emo nodded. In the law of the jungle cultivation realm, this was very normal. But as a 9-star sect, the Infinity Sect was too domineering, annihilating whomever they liked. "What, you said Sword Valley?" Emo's face immediately changed. After meeting Ning Qingxue, he learned about Sword Valley. It was the sect Luo Fei and Yun Zi were at. They were recommended to go there by Luo Susu's master. What right did Infinity Sect have to annihilate Sword Valley? Emo's fury rose. Yun Zi was alright, but Luo Fei belonged to Luo Yu City. She had been helping run Luo Yu Pharmaceuticals. Seeing that Emo ignored him and instead began talking to the cultivator they were chasing as though he was going to help him, Chenbang's face immediately sunk. He could tell that Emo was only Hollow Spirit State primary stage. A Hollow Spirit State level 1 cultivator had no right to give him attitude. "Friend, this is between the Infinity Sect and Sword Valley. Please step aside, I need to take him away," Chenbang said unhappily. Although he was a nascent soul state cultivator, if he used the name of Infinity Sect, even ordinary body condensation state didn't dare to be rude. What right did Emo, this mere Hollow Spirit State level 1, have to mind other people's business? Plus there were Infinity Sect Hollow Spirit State cultivators nearby. "I want to mind this business. What are you going to do?" Emo's face sunk. This nascent soul state cultivator really thought he was something. The nascent soul state level 5 cultivator heard this and said nothing. He took out a communication bead and looked at Chenbang. Chenbang didn't expect there to be a Hollow Spirit State cultivator who disregarded the Infinity Sect. He didn't dare to let that nascent soul state level 5 send a message because he knew that in this time, it would be enough to kill them many times. Even if their sect got them revenge,
they would be dead. The reason he didn't care much about GMO was because the name Infinity Sect was too good to use. Gan Liang's eyes spewed fury as he glared at the two. Infinity Sect's truth realization state old man healing. He acted like he was on top of everything and came to Sword Valley. He wanted our two female cultivator members Luo Fei and Yunzi. Our sect leader rejected without asking any reason, but the old bastard he injured our sect leader and killed many of our elders. Yi Mo's eyes were about to spew out frost. He'd be an idiot to not know by now that the Sword Valley was annihilated due to him. Gan Liang continued, our sect leader said, our heads can be cut and our blood can flow but our sword chi will never break. You want the Sword Valley to succumb? Piss off. Even if we're down to the last person, there will be one to get revenge from the Infinity Sect. Very well, Yi Mo spat coldly. He gave a pill to Gan Liang. You can kill that nascent soul state level 5 trash, I will kill this Chen Bang trash. Gan Liang took the pill dazedly. He was prepared to die, but this Qian Bei was actually willing to help him. This was forming a death conflict with the Infinity Sect. You dare act against our Infinity Sect? Chen Bang's eyes were wide open in shock. He didn't dare to believe this hollow spirit state level 1 was this crazy. The nascent soul state level 5 heard this and his face also changed. Without hesitation he wanted to send a message, but a purple light flashed and the hand holding the communication bead was sliced off. Gan Liang laughed. Qian Bei, you underestimate me. Even if Qian Bei didn't cut one of his hands I can kill a scum like him easily. Yi Mo ignored Gan Liang and stared at Chen Bang coldly. I even dared to kill Yuan Guannan, much less an insect like you. What? You killed martial brother Yuan. But Yi Mo's purple sword rays already swept over. He wanted to use his magic artifact to block it, but he found he was stuck. It was very hard to even move. After the purple sword rays swept over, blood flew across the sky. Yi Mo took the storage ring and just watched Gan Liang fight the nascent soul state level 5. The reason he said he killed Yuan Guannan without hesitation was because he knew that the Infinity Sect knew this for sure. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to Sword Valley for Luo Fei and Yunzi. Chapter 1133, Sword Valley Disaster. Gan Liang's magic artifact was just a flying sword, but Yi Mo felt his flying sword was like a long sword. As soon as he released it, it brought about waves of sword mist that made Gan Liang himself even look like a sword. That Infinity Sect nascent soul state level 5 cultivator already had one arm cut off by Yi Mo. He didn't get time to reattach it before Gan Liang's flying sword swept over. Yi Mo didn't move. He just watched Gan Liang's sword waves roll towards that Infinity Sect nascent soul state cultivator. From the outside, one could only see the white rays of sword light clashing with magic artifact, but Yi Mo could clearly sense the sword ability and moves that Gan Liang used. Gan Liang just hacked out one sword, but this sword was like a wave that was followed by more waves behind it. The first wave was just a few strikes, but before that wave was crippled, the second wave came and there were more than 10 strikes. Yi Mo nodded. Sword Valley indeed deserved its name. One could tell how extraordinary it was just by looking at Gan Liang's sword technique, but Gan Liang's killing intent was intense. The nascent soul state level 5 cultivator was injured at the third sword wave again. He was trying to use that as the price to get away, but at this moment, Gan Liang's sword wave suddenly exploded. Blood mist rose and that nascent soul state level 5 cultivator was hacked open just when he wanted to use an escape technique. If he didn't just think about running away, even if Gan Liang killed him, Gan Liang would be heavily injured. After killing that nascent soul state level 5, Gan Liang immediately walked up to Yi Mo and bowed. Thank you for helping Qian Bei. There was a look of respect on Gan Liang's face. Yi Mo waved his hand and said, how are Luo Fei and Yunzi? Gan Liang's face showed sadness. That Infinity Sect truth realization state old fart killed all of our body condensation state elders before leaving. But that was just the beginning of the slaughter. After he left, tens of cultivators below body condensation state from the Infinity Sect came. Our blood flowed like rivers. Martial sister Luo Fei and Yunzi are gone. They're probably not in a good state. Suddenly, Gan Liang stopped and asked Yi Mo, Qian Bei knows martial sisters Luo Fei and Yunzi? Yi Mo nodded. Yes, I'm Yi Mo. The number 1 of the Pill City Pill King tournament, Pill King Yi? Gan Liang was dazed and murmured, so that's it. You know? Yi Mo asked heavily. Gan Liang nodded. Yes, Pill King Yi Qian Bei, 7 months ago, you got first in the tournament.
Our sect got news of it soon. Martial sister Luo Fei and Yun Zi told the sect leader that they knew Pil King Yi. The sect leader was very happy and was planning to take the two martial sister to visit Pil King Yi. At this moment, Infinity Sect's truth realization state He Ling came to our sect and requested to take away martial sisters Luo Fei and Yun Zi. Our sect leader rejected without hesitation. In his fury and embarrassment, he heavily injured our sect leader. The elders fought with him. Although our elders aren't scared of death, that He Ling is already truth realization state. None of our elders lived. Yemo clenched his fists tightly. The Infinity Sects people were too cocky. Just because they had great power, they did whatever they wanted. He didn't expect he had been in the Zhou River swamp for more than 7 months. Our sect leader guessed that the Infinity Sect came for the two martial sisters because of Qianbei. When I heard Qianbei say that you killed Yuan Guannan, I realized now. The Infinity Sect is so shameless. Gan Liang's fists were bleeding. Sorry. Yi Mo was dejected. Clearly, the Sword Valley was destroyed because of him. But Yi Mo didn't understand. Even if the Infinity Sect wanted to harm him, it didn't explain why they wanted to take Luo Fei and Yun Zi as well as annihilate Sword Valley. There must be some other reason. He had to go Sword Valley no matter what. Gan Liang's eyes were red. Our sect leader and our Sword Valley's people need to have sword chi and bones. Although this started due to Qianbei, the Infinity Sect would still annihilate us if we offended them for something else. So, if our sect wants to survive, we need to get stronger and stronger. Yi Mo said heavily, "Great, Brother Gan Liang, as long as you have this mentality, one day I will let you become the strongest swordsman." Then, Yi Mo asked, "Is your sect leader still alive?" Gan Liang shook his head. "I don't know. When our sect leader was heavily injured, he told us to run away in separate directions. As long as one of us is alive, we must get revenge." When I left, the sect leader escaped under the protection of 2 hollow spirit state martial uncles. I don't know how he is now. Okay, let's go to the Sword Valley now. Yi Mo released Zisu and flew towards the Sword Valley, taking Gan Liang with him. Sword Valley had always been a top-grade sect in the South Peace State. It used to be the number 1 or 2 ranked sect in the 9-star sects, but 5,000 years ago, an internal conflict occurred. In this conflict, the Sword Valley was divided into 2 sections. Eventually, the 2 sects started fighting and countless masters died. After that battle, no one could afford to fight anymore. One sect left the Sword Valley and went missing. The other sect also lost too much battle power, and since then, Sword Valley had fallen. Even though the Sword Valley was counted as a 7-star sect, it was only due to their past glory. In fact, the strongest elder right now was only body condensation state peak stage. Even if a disaster transformation state cultivator came, he would be able to slaughter the entire Sword Valley. The current Sword Valley was dead silent. There was blood, bodies, and burnt structures everywhere. Even Yi Mo was furious seeing this. A few sword lights flashed and a figure stumbled over, Martial Uncle Wang. Gan Liang saw this and immediately charged up, wanting to help him. The figure saw Gan Liang and spat a mouthful of blood. He just said, "Go to Tail Cliff," and die. Before Gan Liang could react, another sword light came that was about to cut Gan Liang in half from the waist, but it was blocked by a purple ray. This was a hollow spirit state level 4 cultivator from Infinity Sect. With a clank, the purple ray scattered and that hollow spirit state cultivator was hacked at and sent flying, stopping more than 10 meters away. He looked at Yi Mo with shock. He was shocked because Yi Mo was only a hollow spirit state level 1 cultivator who had just reached hollow spirit state. He stayed here to see if there were any resources hidden, but he found a heavily injured hollow spirit state primary stage cultivator here. He had just killed him and met Yi Mo and Gan Liang. Yi Mo put down the dead cultivator and released his long sword. Yi Mo waved his hand. "No need for you to attack, I can easily kill trash like him." Yi Mo wasn't bluffing, it was just one clash, but he knew that his cultivation essence and spirit sense were both stronger than this cultivator. Gan Liang nodded. He didn't know what power level Yi Mo was at, but he couldn't do anything in a hollow spirit state level battle. That hollow spirit state cultivator was infuriated when he heard Yi Mo call him trash. He released an 8-trigram mirror. Yi Mo looked at the ancient chi emitting from it and knew it was an ancient artifact that was on par with a low-grade cultivation artifact. Before the cultivator could activate the mirror, Yi Mo hacked over multiple purple sword rays with Zisu using Illusion Cloud Essence Binding Strike.
he wanted to know how long he could bind that cultivator with his current power level.
Chapter 1134, Hua Mountain Road, Illusion Cloud Strike, although the Hollow Spirit
State didn't use his full power the first strike and could be said to be ambushed by EMO, he still felt threatened.
So as soon as EMO used his first strike, he raised his cultivation essence.
Indeed, he felt his cultivation essence slow down as though being bound. The Hollow Spirit State middle stage immediately knew things weren't good. He forcefully released the 8 trigram mirror and broke free from cultivation essence bind using his full might. As soon as the mirror was released, it expanded in the air and completely covered EMO. Before EMO could use more illusion cloud strikes, he felt his sea of consciousness hurt. EMO immediately realized that this was a Spirit Sense attack magic artifact. Spirit Sense attack magic artifacts were much more powerful than ordinary magic artifacts. If EMO didn't have a Spirit Sense cultivation method, even if his cultivation essence was stronger than it was now, he would suffer greatly to that mirror. Different than cultivator's own Spirit Sense attacks, the mirror didn't need to waste the cultivator's Spirit Sense. Even if the attack failed, it wouldn't affect the cultivator's Spirit Sense much. EMO's pain was only for an instant. That Hollow Spirit State cultivator broke free from the essence binding strike and sneered. EMO wasn't able to use another move after that strike, meaning that his 8 trigram mirror had succeeded. He didn't wait for EMO to attack again and released his flying sword, wanting to kill EMO with this strike. EMO sneered. He used his purple eye soul sever when he knew this was a Spirit Sense attack magic artifact. These were level 3 purple eye soul sever Spirit Sense blades. It has always been him who attacked others with Spirit Sense, but today his sea of consciousness was attacked by someone else. That Hollow Spirit State didn't need to use his Spirit Sense to attack EMO, but he had to use his Spirit Sense to control his 8 trigram mirror to attack EMO. EMO's Spirit Sense sword sliced over and was much stronger than his 8 trigram mirror. He just felt his sea of consciousness in huge pain. His 8 trigram mirror fell down uncontrollably. EMO's Zisu had sliced out with Illusion Cloud Division Strike, and then EMO used his Whirlpool Strike right afterwards. That Hollow Spirit State cultivator just broke free from EMO's Spirit Sense sword. His sea of consciousness was still in shambles when he saw countless purple sword rays sweep across. Soon, he found that the purple sword rays multiplied rapidly. What sword technique was this? The Hollow Spirit State cultivator quickly took back his 8 trigram mirror and it formed countless mirror shadows that tried to block the sword rays. The sword rays clashed with the mirror and made heavy thuds. The Hollow Spirit State's sea of consciousness was already injured and EMO's purple sword rays seemed endless. He just blocked the first wave of attacks and spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately wanted to take out a pill and eat it. But before he could, EMO's Whirlpool Strike with Division Strike came. If his sea of consciousness wasn't injured, he could still use the 8 trigram mirror to block the Whirlpool Strikes, but now, he was already struggling to control the 8 trigram mirror, much less block the endless flying Whirlpool Strikes. Such an absurd Hollow Spirit State Level 1 cultivator. This Hollow Spirit State Level 4 cultivator was shocked. He had begun to want to run away. He was sure he was no match for EMO. Even if he was Hollow Spirit State Level 5 or Level 6, he wouldn't be much stronger than this Hollow Spirit State Level 1 cultivator. Although EMO had absolute dominance, he was unsatisfied. He felt that despite his Illusion Cloud Strikes having 5 strikes and each strike having unique attributes, he didn't have a move that could settle the score. Thus, it would always end up in a stalemate with his enemies. Although he didn't show his full power yet, he still wasn't happy. He needed an overwhelming strike that would scare the enemy shitless, but the Illusion Cloud couldn't do that right now. Just when this Hollow Spirit State cultivator wanted to escape, EMO felt his force drop. Without hesitation, EMO slashed out with Zisu. This time he held Zisu in his hands. He was just thinking about how to hack out a domineering strike, but after slicing the sword, he had some enlightenment. The next moment, he didn't even look at the Hollow Spirit State cultivator. He didn't care if he hit or missed him. He just closed his eyes and focused on hacking out with his full strength. Gan Liang saw that EMO had the upper hand and wanted to check on his dead martial uncle, but EMO's Illusion Cloud caught his eyes. He was very proud of his own wave sword technique, but after seeing EMO's Illusion Cloud strikes, he felt he was just a beginner. Suddenly, he saw Imazuri close his eyes and strike casually, but what bemused him was that the Hollow Spirit State cultivator actually paused for a moment. Then, EMO's purple sword brought purple sword rays that completely covered him. What sword technique was this? Gan Liang stared dazedly at the purple kitchen knife EMO held. He felt this strike was many times more powerful than all of Yemo's previous strikes combined.
It gave him a feeling of unrelenting pursuit and invincibility.
At the same time, he wanted to grasp that feeling, but he couldn't. Crack, then, there was the sound of flesh flying.
The Infinity Sect's hollow spirit state cultivator and his 8 trigram mirror were sliced in half by Yemo. His essence spirit was also destroyed. Yemo closed his eyes and opened after a long while.
There was joy in his eyes. He actually had sudden enlightenment, and in that last strike, he mixed all the previous strikes together. This strike used up cultivation essence drastically, but it had this overwhelming force as though it would destroy everything in its path. Even if someone was a higher cultivation level than him, as long as his spirit sense and cultivation essence could keep up, this strike was unbeatable. Hua Mountain has one road. I just slice once. Yemo clutched Zisu and knew that his illusion cloud strikes were finally half completed now. This would be Illusion Cloud 6 strike, Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain strike. Yemo then took the hollow spirit state cultivator's storage ring and saw Gan Liang looking at him with admiration.
He then asked, "What did your martial uncle say?" Gan Liang reacted and quickly said, "He told us to go to Tail Cliff.
I think those in my sect who survived are there."
"Okay, let's go there now. Pack away your martial uncle's things and bury him."
Yemo nodded. At this moment, on an extreme grade flying ship, four cultivators surrounded a heavily injured middle-aged man on a mattress in melancholy. The middle-aged man smiled. "Our Sword Valley has experienced countless disasters over the years, but we still stood until today.
As long as one sect member lives on, we can strike back again. So what if it's the 9-star sect Infinity Sect?
It will be our Sword Valley sect member who annihilates them."
The middle-aged man looked at the 4 cultivators and said, "My essence blood is destroyed now. There's nothing I can do.
I hope that as long as any of you survive, you will not forget revenge. Our Sword Valley cultivators need to have sword chi and sword bones.
We're not people who are scared of death. What happened to us today will be the consequence of the Infinity Sect."
"Yes, sect leader," the 4 said without hesitation. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with some sadness. "I owe the Sword Valley. I didn't bring it to prosperity." But then, he looked at a young female sect member.
"Luo Fei, you know Pill King Yi. We went to Tail Cliff not to escape to the Heartless Sea, but to go to Pill City. Luo Fei, now I will order you to be the next sect leader.
Take them from Tail Cliff to South Peace City and then take the teleportation formation to Pill City and ask Pill King Yi for protection. I haven't seen Pill King Yi, but since he dares to kill Tian Alfing, he must be a hero. He won't reject this."
"Ha!" Luo Fei immediately dazed.
She didn't expect the sect leader to pass the position to her. She was only a Foundation Establishment State Level 9 cultivator. She wasn't even Golden Core State. The middle-aged man sighed.
"Luo Fei, don't feel guilty. The Infinity Sect attacked us not completely due to you and Yun Zi.
It's because that old man wants a sword cultivation method from us. It's called One Strike. It's a supreme sword cultivation method." Chapter 1135, Only One Strike. The middle-aged man sneered, but he made the wrong move. That sword cultivation method was lost 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, how could our Sword Valley fall to this extent?
We're not even a 7-star sect.
Luo Fei, if you pass the position of sect leader to another sect member in the future, remember that finding this lost sword cultivation method is the responsibility of all sect members.
Yes, sect leader, Luo Fei will remember your words. Luo Fei knew of the sect leader's struggles. After she became sect leader, she wasn't going to cast aside Sword Valley for sure. He wanted her to seek protection from Yemo and in turn let the Sword Valley survive. Even if the sect leader didn't say anything, she wasn't going to cast aside the Sword Valley. Their annihilation was due to her. How could she just leave them? She had decided that even if she was to die, she was going to bring prosperity to the Sword Valley and get them revenge. The middle-aged man clearly knew what Luo Fei was thinking and a sliver of approval flashed across his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes. When the sect members looked at him again, they found that their sect leader had passed away. Just when Luo Fei wanted to say something, the oldest man from the Sword Valley said, "Sect leader, there's a flying ship behind chasing up here. It's probably the Infinity Sect." Luo Fei's face changed. They were facing a big enemy,
but she realized that the highest level power in their group was only a hollow spirit state primary stage. Who was the old man? There was a martial sister younger than her who was golden core state level 3. The other martial brother was only golden core state level 6. Martial uncle Jia, let's free the flying ship's restrictions first and think of another idea, Luo Fei said worriedly. 15 minutes later, Yimo had left Sword Valley thousands of kilometers behind. The direction they were heading to was the Tail Cliff. Yimo had never been to the Tail Cliff, but Ganliang knew. The Tail Cliff was like Imo High City. It was near the Heartless Sea but was on the east side of South Peace State. Tail Cliff was a place where solo cultivators gathered, so it was easier to escape there. Even if the Infinity Sex people hunted them to there, they could escape into the Heartless Sea. The Heartless Sea was dangerous but much better than getting annihilated. Of course that was Ganliang's idea, but GMO didn't feel things were so. They could escape into the Heartless Sea from Tail Cliff, but if they went into the deep sea of the Heartless Sea, they would almost certainly be dead. Yimo went on Zisu, and even though he took Ganliang with him, he was extremely fast. Half a day later, volatile cultivation essence waves appeared before them. Yimo saw that 2 ships were stopped ahead and they seemed to be fighting. One ship seemed to be attacking the other's shield was trying its best to defend with the formation restrictions. There was actually only one hollow spirit state cultivator attacking and the other 2 cultivators were watching on the side. Yimo knew that it was only a matter of time before the restriction was broken and this was just with one person attacking. If those people attacked together, then the flying ship restriction would have already been broken. It's our ship, the bastards from Infinity Sect are attacking. Ganliang immediately yelled. Yimo scanned the flying ship with his spirit sense and indeed found the Sword Valley logo on one of them, but nothing on the other ship. He wondered how Ganliang recognized it. Come down first, just stand guard for me, Yimo said. Yimo could tell that the 3 cultivators on the attacking ship were all hollow spirit state cultivators. There was one hollow spirit state tertiary stage. Yimo knew that regardless of whether there were more cultivators inside, just these 3 would be quite enough for him to handle. If they joined together, he might not be a match. If a body condensation state cultivator came out of the ship, it would be hard for him to even get away. When Yimo came up, the hollow spirit state cultivators also saw him. But Yimo didn't do anything, so neither did they. This was because Yimo was only hollow spirit state level 1. A mere hollow spirit state level 1 cultivator was clearly not enough to play tricks in front of them. Yimo didn't say anything. He just went up and started throwing down formation flags. Theoretically, if there was a body condensation state cultivator inside the attacking ship, he should have felt that power, but he didn't feel anything. What are you doing? The hollow spirit state level 3 cultivator asked in anger. Yimo laid down formation flags as he spoke. I want to kill you. You're asking to die. The cultivator spat and released his magic artifact. Yimo was a mere hollow spirit state level 1 cultivator facing against them, 3 hollow spirit state cultivators. Before they attacked, Yimo hacked out with Zisu, Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. With this, purple shadows appeared all over the sky. The space seemed to condense. The hollow spirit state cultivator who was about to attack Yimo felt his cultivation essence pause. Before he could react, those heaven-covering purple sword rays swept over. He was shocked to find that after the purple sword rays, there was whirlpool sword chi. This sword chi seemed to have a will of its own and sealed off all his exits. In that brief moment of time, he felt that it was just one strike and just one long sword ray. This sword ray had an indomitable temperament, as though it would be relentless until it did what it wanted to do. This wasn't it. There seemed to be countless sparkles attached to the purple sword ray that could fly out at any moment. When that purple sword ray arrived before him, the hollow spirit state just realized that he had no way to block it, nor did he have the time to release his magic artifact. Splurge, flesh and blood flew. This hollow spirit state level 3 didn't even get to release his magic artifact and was killed by Yimo's one strike. I overestimated you. Yimo sneered and threw out more formation flags. This was the first time Yimo used Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, other than that moment of enlightenment when he created this move. Still, he actually killed this hollow spirit state level 3 in one strike. From this, it was obvious that Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike was his strongest strike. However, he felt this was not worth it to be used on a cultivator about the same cultivation level as him. The other 2 hollow spirit state cultivators looked in surprise at Yimo. Now, they were certain that Yimo wasn't hollow spirit state level 1 power. They would never believe that a hollow spirit state level 1 could kill a hollow spirit state level 3 with one strike so fast that they didn't have time to intervene. At the same time,
the Sword Valley cultivators knew that even with just one of the enemies attacking their restriction, they wouldn't last long. The reason there was only one attacking was just to play around with them. Indeed, moments later, their restriction was broken, but what they didn't expect was that after their restriction was broken, the enemies didn't come in. The only hollow spirit state cultivator in Sword Valley had an extremely strange look on his face as though he had seen something unfathomable. "What's wrong, Marshal Uncle Jay?" Luo Fei asked. Marshal Uncle Jay said, "There's one hollow spirit state level 1 cultivator who was fighting a hollow spirit state level 3 from Infinity Sect, but he killed that hollow spirit state level 3 in one strike." Ha! Luo Fei was shook. She didn't know who would dare to fight with Infinity Sect and kill their hollow spirit state cultivator. But she immediately knew what this meant to them and said, "Marshal Uncle Jia, let's quickly go out and see." At this moment the two hollow spirit states reacted and that hollow spirit state tertiary stage yelled, "Who are you? How dare you kill our Infinity Sect member?" Chapter 1136, MOU Cities GMO. Yemo's spirit sense wasn't able to scan inside, but even until now, no one came out. This made him feel safer. If there were just these two hollow spirit state cultivators, he really wasn't afraid. Yemo pulled down his face mask magic artifact and said coldly, "MOU Cities GMO, out here for the specific purpose of killing Infinity Sect trash." Then, before they could reply, Zisu hacked out again. At the same time, he secretly let out Shadowless. There was one hollow spirit state level 4 and one hollow spirit state level 7. Ever since Shadowless evolved to pure gold, he had never used him in battle. "It's you." The hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivator's eyes went red. He said no more and released an oval-shaped magic artifact. As a hollow spirit state cultivator, he knew some of the high-level things in the sect. Yuan Guannan was killed by this guy, and now that this guy was in front of him, how could he show mercy? This was the first time that GMO saw a magic artifact like this. It was like a toilet. Two different colored rays shot out from the two sides. One black and one red. Yemo's sword ray was swept by the two colors and dimmed down. Even Zisu almost flew out of his hand. Yemo was shook and hacked out a spirit sense sword. He took Zisu back but wasn't able to keep using Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. The hollow spirit state tertiary stage saw that his magic artifact didn't sweep away Yemo's purple kitchen knife and was a little surprised, but then he sneered, "To be able to clutch your shitty kitchen knife so tightly under my dual color primordial bag, you have some capabilities. But I will let you no regret for daring to kill our Infinity Sect member." Yemo didn't wait for this hollow spirit state tertiary stage to keep attacking and hacked out 13 strikes. The heavenly covering purple sword rays instantly surrounded the hollow spirit state level 7, but he sneered in contempt. "Little trick." However, Yemo's target wasn't him but the hollow spirit state level 4. He knew that even if he could kill the hollow spirit state level 7, it wouldn't be quick, so he had to kill that hollow spirit state level 4 first. So, Yemo used Illusion Cloud Division Strike, Exert will strike in formation kill strike to trap the hollow spirit state level 7 while he attacked the hollow spirit state level 4. The hollow spirit state level 4 released his magic artifact. It was also a sword but seemed much more aesthetically pleasing than Yemo's kitchen knife. He was scared of Yemo's strike that he had used to kill the hollow spirit state level 3. Yemo's Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike already hacked over. He didn't see clearly this strike but he knew the power of it very clearly. It was a strike that was unrelenting. He didn't have the dual-colored primordial bag so he released his sword in a black square shield before Zisu came to him. The strike gave him too much shock and he didn't expect Yemo to be ambushing him while fighting his martial brother. The long sword was released and drew out a 10-meter-long white ray as though trying to cut Zisu and Yemo in half. Yemo knew this wasn't a sword technique but magic arts. However, Yemo didn't stop at all. He hacked out Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike and clashed with the long sword. An ear-screeching sound came and purple rays splashed everywhere. The white ray disappeared but Zisu was stopped. Yemo grunted and didn't take back Zisu. He hacked again. In his desperation, that cultivator used his black square shield. With a thud, Zisu hacked into the shield and that cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. The dark color on the shield faded and before Yemo's third strike came, he used a rune. As soon as the rune was thrown out, it exploded, discharging a lightning arc the size of a baby's arm towards Yemo. Yemo sneered and ignored the lightning arc. If it was some other rune he might consider dodging, but for a lightning arc like that, he wouldn't even frown if there were 7 or 8. Even the smallest lightning arc in his divine damnation was stronger than this.
This lightning arc was enough to even damage hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivators, but it was useless against him, seeing that EMO ignored his rune and kept attacking. The hollow spirit state level 4 cultivator's mouth was wide open in shock. He didn't understand why EMO wanted to suicide. Even if he killed him, would he be able to deal with this rune? At this instant, EMO felt some danger, but EMO had no intentions of taking back his strike. He knew that the danger was coming not from the rune but the hollow spirit state level 7 cultivator. He immediately released his octagonal cauldron. Even if he got injured, he would kill one first. Zissou hacked onto the hollow spirit state level 4 and the hollow spirit state cultivator fell helplessly from the sky in a splash of blood. EMO also instantly spat a few mouthfuls of blood. The octagonal cauldron made a huge buzzing sound. He knew this was the hollow spirit state level 7 ambushing him. EMO ate a pill and looked coldly at the furious hollow spirit state level 7. He was by himself now. Although EMO only set up a level 4 formation in a rush, he knew that it might actually be the key to turn the tides for him. It's City Lord Yi. Luo Fei saw EMO and her eyes went red. Martial Brother Guan, you're fine? Great. The two Golden Core State disciples immediately rejoiced. Gan Liang greets Martial Uncle Jie, Martial Brother Miao, and Martial Sister. Is the sect leader alright? Gan Liang bowed to the old man and asked. Gan Liang thought EMO was at least hollow spirit state peak stage to be able to kill that hollow spirit state level 3, so he wasn't worried. Martial Brother gone, sect leader he's gone. The current sect leader is Martial Sister Fei. Sect leader told us to listen to her. The youngest female disciple said dejectedly. Gan Liang's eyes turned red. He had entered Sword Valley at a young age. His character and sword were both taught by the sect leader. Martial Brother gone, don't feel too bad. We need to bring Sword Valley into prosperity. What we need to do now is not make the sect leader disappointed. Luo Fei quickly comforted. Gan Liang immediately bowed. You're the sect leader now, you must not call me Martial Brother. Luo Fei nodded. Okay, just call me sect leader Martial Sister, sect leader is too distant. Martial Brother gone, did that powerful Chen Bei come with you? Who is he? The youngest female disciple asked. Gan Liang said respectfully, sect leader Martial Sister knows this Chen Bei, he's the level 7 Pill King from Pill City, the number 1 in the Pill King tournament, Yi Chen Bei. After knowing that the Infinity sect attacked us, he came with me. It's really Pill King Chen Bei. The other Golden Core State level 6 youth also said in shock. EMO didn't seem much older than them but was already a Pill King and could instantly kill 2 Hollow Spirit State primary stage cultivators, so strong. The Hollow Spirit State Elder exclaimed. He could tell that EMO was only Hollow Spirit State level 1, yet he not only killed a Hollow Spirit State level 3 and 4 instantly but was fighting head-on with a Hollow Spirit State level 7. At this moment, the Hollow Spirit State level 7 released the dual-color primordial bag again and the black and red rays fused together, charging at EMO. At the same time the Hollow Spirit State also charged at EMO. He didn't use any magic artifact and just struck with his fist. It was just an ordinary punch, but EMO felt the airflow around him grow chaotic. Instantly, that fist formed an almost 2-meter-long hammer. Chapter 1137, Killing a Hollow Spirit State again. This wasn't just a fist or even an arm, this was a magic artifact, one that was on par with extreme-grade spirit artifacts. EMO was shocked that a Hollow Spirit State cultivator could cultivate his own fist to such a terrifying extent. Although EMO knew that he could stop this fist with his octagonal cauldron, he only controlled 3 layers of restrictions. Judging by the power of this fist, the concussion was enough to make him heavily injured again. In that instant, EMO didn't think about how to stop this fist. Instead of thought of the Wu God chant. The Wu God chant was a body cultivation method. He robbed it from Pang Wei and gave it to Kai Ji. Then, he never thought about this body cultivation method again. He thought that if he cultivated the Wu God chant and his body was powerful too, would he be able to make a punch like that? However, EMO knew that was impractical. He wanted to call back Zissou and block the fist with it, but in that instant, his connection with Zissou was lost. Before EMO could think, that huge fist was before him. EMO could only let the octagonal cauldron block it, but he was sent flying. EMO spat blood while in the air and calmed down. He knew that this cultivator's power was on par with his.
He just wanted to call back Zisu now. However, Zisu was being bound by the two rays that completely blocked off Yemo's spirit sense. The hollow spirit state cultivator seemed to know that Yemo wasn't able to call back Zisu and separated two more rays from the bag while punching again. Before the two rays neared Yemo, they were severed by Yemo's spirit sense sword. But even so, Yemo felt his sea of consciousness shake. He felt threatened by the black and red rays. This time, Yemo didn't wait for him to punch out and use tens of spirit sense swords. This was the first time he used so many spirit sense strikes at once. His face immediately went pale. The red and black rays were dissipated by Yemo's spirit sense strike. Yemo waved his hand and Zisu flew back into his hands. The cultivator was shocked to see this, and before he could react, he felt pain in his sea of consciousness. He was certain now that Yemo had a spirit sense cultivation method, and an offensive one too. Before the cultivator could use the bag again, he hacked out with Zisu. The cultivator didn't waste time and punched while using the primordial bag. Zisu and the fist clashed together. However, the power of the strike wasn't fully activated. With a crack, something seemed to have been broken, and that hollow spirit state cultivator spat blood like crazy. Flying back with a bloody fist, even though the illusion cloud Hua mountain strike wasn't fully activated, it couldn't be blocked by a fist, even if the fist was on the level of an extreme grade spirit artifact. Yemo sneered and threw out a few formation flags. Rumble, 6 black lightning bolts were released. Although there were just 6 in the first wave, there seemed to be countless afterwards. Before the first wave even struck, the second wave arrived. The lightning arcs weren't ordinary ones. They were like tiny lightning swords that would cause injury immediately. The hollow spirit state didn't expect Yemo had lightning-style attacks and was immediately struck by a few lightning arcs. "You're a lightning element cultivator. This is Lightning Cloud Sex 11 lightning swords," the hollow spirit state said in shock. Yemo wasn't going to reply to this. He felt concerned about that bag and felt that this cultivator didn't even use its full power. If he did, Yemo would suffer greatly. So while the opponent was busy, Yemo used a spirit sense strike again to try to sever his control of the bag. But no matter what, the bag was still under his control. Yemo used spirit sense strikes repetitively and his sea of consciousness grew very tired. Seeing that it didn't work, he stopped using spirit sense strikes and hacked out with Zisu again. The lightning sword was powerful, but it was impractical to think of killing the opponent with it. The hollow spirit state tertiary stage was very shocked. Yemo was a pill king and had so many offensive means, with each one being extremely powerful. If things went on like this, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand at all. His fist was still injured. He knew how powerful his fist was. It was an extreme grade spirit artifact. With his powerful cultivation essence, even if a body condensation state cultivator was struck by his full-powered punch, he would be blown to pieces, but it was stopped by this guy's kitchen knife. He wanted to run. As long as he sent out the news, Yemo wouldn't be able to get away. He didn't need to fight himself. Thinking about running, he immediately took back that primordial bag. However, Yemo already sent out Shadowless. How could Yemo not be able to tell this cultivator wanted to run away? Shadowless, who had been lurking, charged out without hesitation while Zisu hacked out again. The illusion cloud Hua mountain strike was only enough to stop this cultivator for the blink of an eye, but that time was enough for Shadowless to ambush him. When he was ambushed by Shadowless, he immediately knew things weren't good. He enveloped Shadowless with his cultivation essence while punching again. His momentum weakened the moment he thought of running. Meanwhile, Yemo's Hua mountain strike relied on momentum and temperament. The weaker the opponent's momentum was, the more unstoppable Hua mountain strike was. Zisu clashed with his fist. His fist immediately split apart and the entire arm was blown to nothing. Even so, the hollow spirit state cultivator calmly used blood escape. This hollow spirit state level 1 was unimaginably powerful. He had never thought that a hollow spirit state level 1 would be this powerful. He wasn't even sure how many more cards Yemo had to play. He just wanted to run now. As long as he got away, there would be more powerful people from his sect coming to kill Yemo. With a thud, the hollow spirit state crashed into Yemo's formation. At the same time, Shadowless and Zisu attacked again. "You're also a formation great master." Even in his death, this hollow spirit state didn't dare to believe that this guy was a pill king that fought this crazily and was also a formation great master. Yemo panted while collecting his formation flags. He also took the primordial bag to study. This hollow spirit state level 7 was really hard to kill. He almost got away. If he had, then the Infinity Sect would know he was here and would send masters to stop him.
if it was body condensation state and above, there was no way for him to live. Yemo went on the unmanned flying ship of the Infinity Sect and waved to Gonliang and them, "Put away that ship and come here." This was a low-grade cultivation artifact flying ship, while the Sword Valleys was just an extreme-grade spirit artifact. Luo Fei and the rest of the people watched in a daze as Yemo fought that hollow spirit state level 7 cultivator. They were all shocked by the endless amount of methods Yemo had, especially the hollow spirit state level 2 old man from Sword Valley. This was the first time he had seen a hollow spirit state level 1 powerful to this extent. He even killed a hollow spirit state level 7 and only paid the price of being injured. When Yemo called them over, they finally reacted. The old man put away the flying ship and the sect leader's body and came to the low-grade cultivation artifact flying ship. "Luo Fei, sorry, I brought this disaster to you." Yemo saw that Luo Fei's eyes were red and she was unable to talk. "City Lord Yi." Luo Fei called out and didn't know what to say. Chapter 1138, 9-Star Sect Marriage Alliance. Yemo said guiltily, "Just call me Martial Brother or Big Brother Yi. We're old friends too. I brought this disaster upon you." He then paused and asked, "Where did Junzi go, do you know?" Luo Fei wiped her eyes. "The sect was in a mess and the sect leader knew that we were no match for the Infinity Sect, so he told the sect members to scatter. Z went missing." Yemo knew that in such a situation, there was no way to find out where Yunzi was. She might even have been killed. He didn't ask Luo Fei anymore. Regardless of whether or not she was killed, they were friends and she had to face this calamity due to him. Now, he was determined to annihilate the Infinity Sect. Luo Fei introduced a few more people to Yemo. It was that hollow spirit state level 2 old man. He was a forgery master of Sword Valley called Mijinjie. The Golden Core State Level 6 youth was Miao Warren and the Golden Core State Level 3 girl was Huan Lanlan. At the same time, he knew that Luo Fei was the current sect leader of Sword Valley. Yemo knew what the previous sect leader's intention was in passing the sect leader to Luo Fei, but he had made up his mind to help re-establish the Sword Valley. Yemo simply spirit-controlled the flying ship and gave it to Mijinjie to control. He changed the destination to Pill City. After a conversation, the two were feeling sentimental, but Yemo suddenly thought of something and his face changed drastically. "What is it, Big Brother Yi?" Luo Fei asked. She began to worry too, as her fate was joined together with Yemo's. If something happened to him, she wouldn't be better off as well. Since the Infinity Sect dares to go to Sword Valley and find you too, then they would go to Black Ice Sect to find Beiwei and Susu, Yemo said heavily. He subconsciously thought that since Black Ice Sect was a 9-star sect, ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them at all, but now he woke up after talking with Luo Fei for a while. Luo Fei realized this too and began to worry. She knew all too well what Sister Susu meant to Yemo. What if something happened to her? But then she knew that there was no point in worrying and could only comfort. Sister Susu was at Black Ice Sect. No matter how cocky they are, they wouldn't dare to do what they did to Sword Valley to Black Ice Sect. Yemo heard this and felt a little comforted, but then he said, "I'm going to see the Black Ice Sect. Susu and Beiwei don't have much support there. What if the Infinity Sect entices them with benefits or forces the Black Ice Sect? Who knows what could happen? I've heard that the Black Ice Sect has declined. They've only got one truth realization state cultivator and are just a little bit stronger than an 8-star sect. Ever since the Pill King tournament, the Black Ice Sect was nowhere to be seen and they didn't send people to him for pill concoction. This was a staying extra low-key. Yemo told Uncle Jie to change the direction to Black Ice Sect. After half a day, he heard a big laugh. Yemo was shaken. Who was this? That laugh was clearly very distant, but he heard it right next to his ear, a truth realization state cultivator. Yemo realized that it was at least a truth realization state cultivator who had laughed. Yemo broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how powerful he was only an insect to a truth realization state cultivator. "Kid, I just went out for a spin and you were gone. You have your wife at home that you don't stay with and instead you're here looking for some fresh girls. You're indeed a playboy." However, Yemo breathed easy instead. An old man appeared before him. It was Earth Forgery God Lu Wuhu. Yemo wanted to laugh. He had looked for him a few times and he wasn't there. Now, he came to blame him. However, for a Qianbei master like him, Yemo had to pay his respects. Yemo greets Lu Qianbei. Yemo quickly got up and saluted with his fists. I never make losing deals. I know you're thinking about what you owe me. Don't worry, I'll let you pay me back today.
Lu Wuhu said to Luo Fei, girl, go out for a while first. You can have fun with him later. Luo Fei blushed and said respectfully, Shen Bei, you're kidding, Yimo is like a brother to Wan Bei. Then she said, Wan Bei will go for now. If it was someone that even Yimo respected a lot, he must not be ordinary. Luo Fei quickly left. Lu Wuhu clearly didn't care much about what Luo Fei said. He looked at Yimo and said, you've offended a lot of people. I went out searching for you but found a lot of bad people watching you. Yimo smiled calmly. Shen Bei is right, Wan Bei did indeed offend some people. Shen Bei came from Pill City, I wonder. Lu Wuhu waved his hand, you don't need to ask, your wife is fine. She's Golden Core State peak stage now. It seems you have quite a lot of good stuff too. You went out for a spin and reached Hollow Spirit State power now. I've been invited by the Black Ice sect, are you planning to go there too? Did you get invited too? Yimo rejoiced, he just wanted to go to Black Ice sect and now Lu Wuhu was here, how convenient. Lu Wuhu made him owe him clearly because he needed his help. Yimo would be an idiot not to ask him for him help now, Yimo laughed. Yes, Chen Bei, I was planning to go to Black Ice sect, but I wasn't invited. Lu Wuhu said straightforwardly, Black Ice sect is having a marriage alliance with Infinity sect. They invited a lot of people and I was invited too. But other than this, there's something else important. That's why I came. He then drank a sip of wine gloatingly as though it was something honorable that he was invited, but Yimo wasn't in the mood. His heart sunk after hearing Lu Wuhu's words. Without a doubt, it was Susu or Beiwei, but it was more likely to be Susu. Seeing that Yimo didn't talk, Lu Wuhu said, what, is it because the girl for marriage is South Peace State's #1 beauty so you're interested too? Don't worry, as long as you go you have an opportunity too. It was Susu indeed. Yimo wanted to fly to Black Ice sect immediately, but he had to keep his calm. He asked respectfully, Shen Bei, where is my opportunity? Wow, you're really into that girl? Not bad. That girl is indeed very pretty, you do match with her. Then, he suddenly stopped and laughed at Yimo, do you know you owe me one? Usually, Yimo would be speechless. This old man brought it up countless times, but now, he really wasn't in the mood. Seeing that Yimo didn't seem to be too happy, Lu Wuhu changed the topic. We'll talk about the debt later. I'll help you again. Originally, that girl didn't agree, but although she agreed later, she said that there had to be a fighting tournament to win her. The person who gets #1 on the stage can be her husband. You're Hollow Spirit State now, you have some chance. Yimo frowned and suddenly said. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Lu Wuhu asked strangely, that girl wouldn't agree to this way of picking a husband, there must be some inside story. Yimo's tone was agitated. Lu Wuhu glanced at Yimo in surprise and suddenly said, do you know that girl too? Last time she came to Pill City, I didn't see you two being very close? I just saw you very close to your Shui wife. Susu came to Pill City last time? Yimo was dazed, was it not Susu? Yimo looked at Lu Wuhu in confusion, what is that girl's name from Black Ice sect? Lu Wuhu glared at Yimo. When did I say the girl was from Black Ice sect? She's from the Infinity sect, called Wen Sai. The Infinity sect and Black Ice sect were going to have a marriage alliance and that Wen Sai girl said she wanted a powerful husband. So the genius disciples in Black Ice sect have to contest. If you want to compete too, I can get you a spot. Same as last time, you owe me one again. Yimo breathed easy, he thought it was Susu but it was actually Wen Sai. He didn't care who Wen Sai married at all, but then, Yimo thought it must be related to Susu. Susu probably rejected them so they took out a genius disciple to give away first and then take Susu away. If that was the case, he had to go quickly. Chapter 1139, Lu Wuhu owing a favor. Yimo calmed down and quickly waved his hand. Shen Bei, don't try to scam me anymore. I can't even fall asleep due to owing you already and now you want me to owe you more. Okay. Lu Wuhu smiled and suddenly popped up to Yimo. If you're worrying about that debt, then how about I ask you something? If you reply then you don't owe me anymore. How about it? That's simple? Yemo looked at Lu Wuhu in disbelief. Lu Wuhu was a Qianbei master, but from Jingingli, he knew that this guy didn't make losing deals. How could someone like him just ask one question? Lu Wuhu said casually. Yeah, it's that simple. Okay, then ask, I'll listen carefully. As long as I know, I'll answer. If he could pay Lu Wuhu back this easily, he would rather owe him a few favors. Lu Wuhu thought casually with a sigh. It's really hard to ask a casual question. Should I ask how old you are? Or, Yemo glared his eyes in disbelief. It couldn't be that simple of a question. He quickly said, then ask how old I am, I'll tell you. Lu Wuhu suddenly stopped Yemo from talking and said, I suddenly thought of a question. You're a pill king, so you must know a lot. I saw a herb at my friend's place last time. It looks like a bamboo, but my friend says it's not. I'll draw it to you. Do you know it? Lu Wuhu took out a white blank paper and drew. A green bamboo plant appeared on the paper. Different than ordinary bamboo, the leaves were very big, many times bigger than ordinary bamboo leaves. The leaf shape was also crescent-shaped. Also, the leaves started appearing at the root area. Yemo immediately realized this was the bitter bamboo. This meant that Lu Wuhu knew he had the bitter bamboo, but then Yemo thought, this is impossible. If he knew that he had bitter bamboo, then he wouldn't need to act like that. Clearly he felt he didn't know the bitter bamboo, that's why he drew it. Plus, his bitter bamboo was in his golden page world. No matter how powerful Lu Wuhu, he wouldn't be able to reach his spirit sense into his golden page world. But why did Lu Wuhu ask this question? Seeing Yemo stare at it and not speak, Lu Wuhu asked worriedly, do you know this bamboo? Or have you seen it? Hearing this, Yemo realized that Lu Wuhu was sure he had seen the bitter bamboo and perhaps he had bitter bamboo chi on him. That's why he wanted to know the location of the bitter bamboo through him. The bitter bamboo wasn't just an extreme grade spirit item but also an utmost highest forgery material. It was no wonder that Lu Wuhu could feel the bitter bamboo chi. Yemo looked at it for a while and shook his head. I haven't seen this bamboo, it's very strange. It's like bamboo but not really. That's impossible, you must have seen it. Lu Wuhu called out immediately. Yemo shook his head again. Lu Qianbei, although I haven't seen this bamboo but I've seen this bamboo leaf. Really? Lu Wuhu immediately rejoiced and looked at Yemo fervently. Tell me, where is it? Yemo realized that Lu Wuhu knew he had seen the bitter bamboo from the chi on him. Bitter bamboo was too important to Yemo. Even if Lu Wuhu tried to rob it from him, he wasn't going to give it, but this Lu Wuhu really knew how to resist, and only asked now. Yemo took out the bitter bamboo leaf he used for his divine damnation and said, it's on me, have a look. Lu Wuhu grabbed it and said very excitedly, it's really bitter bamboo leaf, it really is. He just felt there seemed to bitter bamboo chi on Yemo. But he wasn't too sure. He didn't expect it to be real. He looked at the leaf again and again. His hands were shaking with excitement. Wait. Lu Wuhu suddenly said, there's no way you can take off the bitter bamboo leaf unless it has a master. But, how is that possible? Lu Wuhu then studied Yemo from head to toe again. Yemo was shook. He must not let this old guy see something. He suddenly thought, was he able to dig out the bitter bamboo because it approved of him as master? Yemo said, I picked up this leaf from the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds. There was a big black mountain and it was covered with black lightning. Ordinary people can't go up at all. I just walked past the bottom of the mountain, it was still very far from the actual mountain, and I picked up the leaf there. I felt this leaf was very nice, so I picked it up. Ever since then I've been cultivating while holding this leaf and it feels very good. So this is the bitter bamboo leaf? Lu Wuhu heard this and murmured, it's really in the Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, there really is World Mountain there, that means the bitter bamboo is also there. Lu Wuhu looked at Yemo and said, it's natural that you don't know this. This is an ancient thing, although it has some benefits for your cultivation, it's limited. The main purpose is for forgery. But then again, your luck is insane. You can even encounter the bitter bamboo leaf. I've been to the Truthfall Palace a few times, how come I haven't met the bitter bamboo? 30 years later, Yemo was speechless. This old guy dared to trick him by saying that the bitter bamboo had no use for cultivation. But clearly, this guy would find someone to go look for it 30 years later. Unfortunately, the bitter bamboo was already sitting in the golden page world. Even if he could get it, could he afford to raise it? Can I make a deal with you? This bitter bamboo leaf is a good forgery item and I'm a forgery grandmaster, but about, Yemo looked at him in shock. Chenbei, you're not trying to rob me of this cultivation magical artifact, are you? I've already paid you back. Lu Wuhu felt a little awkward. He couldn't lower himself to rob it, but he didn't want to give up the bitter bamboo leaf he just got. How about I get you a spot for the Black Ice Sect tournament? No, you don't need to compete. I will speak to the Infinity Sect leader and give that girl as your wife. Lu Wuhu patted his chest. Yemo wanted to laugh, but he pretended his heart was aching. Since it's a forgery treasure, then I'll give it to you. Thank you Pil King Yi, no brother Yi. We're brothers from now on, Lu Wuhu said happily as he took out a jade box about to place it in carefully. Wait. Yemo stopped Lu Wuhu. Seeing that Lu Wuhu was a little worried, Yemo said, although bitter bamboo leaf is my best treasure, I'm willing to give it to Lu Qianbei. No, just call me brother Lu. Who are we? Don't be so distant. Lu Wuhu quickly smiled. Yemo thought, I didn't see you being so intimate right at the start, but he laughed and said, in that case, brother Lu. Lu Wuhu then put the bitter bamboo away and waved his hand. Then we don't need to be so distant with each other. Brother Lu, I have 3 things I need your help for, Yemo said without hesitation. Say it, as long as brother can help I will do it for sure. Lu Wuhu waved his hand. Okay, first I want you to forge a magic artifact for me, Yemo said. No worries. Second, if I have an opponent I can't beat, brother Lu can help me 20 times, 10 times is fine. That's fine. Lu Wuhu just wanted to answer. But he immediately looked at Yemo. Wait, I can't be your henchman. Oh. Yemo didn't say anything. Okay, I'll help you 3 times, and there are a few cultivation artifacts here, you can choose one. He took out a stack of cultivation artifacts. Yemo rejoiced and found a long sword there. He chose that long sword because it was the only top-grade cultivation artifact. Okay, what's the last thing? Lu Wuhu put them away and asked. Yemo smiled. I want to bring 10 people here from North Far State. Lu Wuhu quickly waved his hand. Impossible, even I can't do that. I can maybe do 1, but 10 is definitely impossible. The cost of the teleportation formation from North Far State is too high. Don't even think about it, change it to something else. Yemo also knew that was probably impossible, so he said, then I'll copy you brother Lu, you owe me one too. I'll ask for it next time. Chapter 1140, Black Ice Peak. The Black Ice Mountain was the location of the Black Ice Sect and the Black Ice Peak was the main peak of Black Ice Mountain. Usually, no one could come here other than the peak leader and a few elders, but today, the formation was open and wave after wave of people came. When Yemo came to the Black Ice Sect, Lu Wuhu's name was of great use. Before Lu Wuhu even reported his name, the greeting sect member already recognized him and respectfully brought him into the guest hall. Yemo and them followed Lu Wuhu in and found that this hall was extremely huge. There was a large spacious area in the middle. At this moment, the hall was filled with cultivators. There were rows of seats on the left and right. In the front row all sat people with high status. Yemo didn't need to scan with spirit sense to know that all the people here were not at a lower cultivation level than him. There were many people whom Yemo knew, some were 8-star or 9-star sect leaders and elders. There were a few solo cultivators who were also famous. Yemo had met them all at the Pill City. Seeing these people come, Yemo had a bad feeling. Even if the Infinity Sect was going to have a marriage alliance with Black Ice Sect, they didn't need to create such a scene. Lu Qianbei, a lot of cultivators called out greetings when Lu Wuhu came. Yemo and them were ignored as they were thought to be followers of Lu Wuhu. A few cultivators who knew Lu Wuhu never had followers looked at Yemo carefully and realized how wrong they were. At this moment, the ushers arranged Lu Wuhu to sit at the front row and placed Yemo and them behind Lu Wuhu. Lu Wuhu just wanted to introduce Yemo, but he didn't need to anymore. More cultivators got up and walked to Yemo, greeting him, City Lord Yi. Pill King Yi. Brother Yi. Many people who didn't know Yemo all started asking around. Soon, everyone knew that this young man was the honorary city lord of Pill City and a level 7 Pill King. Knowing this, most sects came to greet Yemo, all except Lightning Cloud Sect and Infinity Sect. Brother Yemo, if I knew you would come I would have come with you. Jiling's familiar voice made Yemo feel warm. Jiling was an honest person and a trustworthy friend. Yemo's respect for him far exceeded that for Luwuwu. The usher cultivator looked at Yemo in awkwardness and fright. Sorry, Pil King Yi, I'll arrange your seat for you again. That usher quickly brought Yemo to sit at the front row with Luwuwu. Those sitting in this row were either sect leaders or great masters. Yemo nodded but didn't sit down. He pointed at Luo Fei and said, "This is my friend, Sword Valley's new sect leader." Goddess Luo Fei was shocked at how many Chen Bison masters came to greet Yemo. She just now realized how high Yemo's status was. Silently, he had reached this level already, huh? The usher just realized he ignored another important figure. Although Luo Fei looked weak, level 7 Pil King Yi introduced her and she came with Lu Wuhu as well. Clearly she wasn't simple. Mi Jinxie from Sword Valley saw this and breathed easy. He didn't want the Sword Valley to lose face here. Seeing Yemo introducing Luo Fei to everyone, some people wanted to greet Luo Fei to get on Yemo's good side, but after they knew she was Sword Valley's sect leader, they all gave up on the idea. Less cultivators came to greet Yemo too. Sword Valley was annihilated by Infinity Sect. Everyone knew this. No one was going to offend the 9-star sect Infinity Sect for a foundation establishment state cultivator. Luo Fei sat with Yemo and Lu Wuhu at the front row. Mi Jinxie, Gan Liang and them sat behind them. All the elders who greeted Yemo sat back, but Jiling was still talking to Yemo. Although they had discussed for an entire day last time, he still wasn't done. Brother Yi, you're really faster. You came out of solitary cultivation and you're a hollow spirit state cultivator, Jiling said. Yemo smiled and just wanted to explain when he heard a laugh. Welcome sect leaders, elders, and Xianbei masters. Black Ice Sect is honored to have you all here. An extremely handsome middle-aged man walked in with a smile. There were 6 people behind him, but the weakest was Cauldron Filling State. Sect Leader Yen, you're too polite. Sect Leader Yen. People greeted him. Yemo knew this handsome middle-aged man was the sect leader of Black Ice Sect, Yen Guan. He was at least disaster transformation state power. Usually, the sect leader didn't manage sect business, it was all managed by vice sect leaders. Vice sect leaders were usually weaker cultivators who had no hopes of breaking through. Yen Guan then walked up to Lu Wuhu and saluted with his fists. Wan Bei Yen Guan greets Lu Qianbei. Lu Wuhu smiled. The Black Ice Sect set up such a scene, it couldn't just be for a marriage competition, right? Qianbei, you're funny. Yen Guan laughed awkwardly and then walked up to Yemo and saluted with his fists. Pil City's Pil King Yi could come here, it's our great honor. Yemo smiled and stood up, saluting with his fists. Sect Leader Yen, you're too kind. I heard about the good news here, so I came with Brother Lu to bring our cheer. At the same time, there are some private matters I wish to ask Black Ice Sect for help. Yen Guan heard Yemo called Lu Wuhu brother and was dazed. Since when were they brothers? But he immediately said, "Thank you Pil King Yi, no matter what it is. Just say it. As long as we can help we won't reject. After this, please stay here at our sect for a few days." Yemo wanted to bring Susu and Beiwei, so of course he wasn't going to reject. He quickly saluted with his fists and thanked. The Black Ice Sect can definitely help with my business. By the way, I heard South Peace State 10 beauties Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei are both from your honorable sect. Yen Guan was dazed. He didn't expect someone as renowned as Yemo to straight up ask about the South Peace State 10 beauties. But he reacted soon. He heard that Pil King Yi took Ning Qingxue from the ethereal immortal pond at the tournament. Clearly, he loved beauty. Thinking about this, he smiled. Yes, they are our 2 core sect members. I wonder how they are now. Yemo asked. Yen Guan was more bewildered. Even he wouldn't constantly care about a core sect member. But now that Yemo asked, he could only reply, "Great, they're great, huh, Brother Yen, long time no see." Another voice sounded outside the hall. Yen Guan heard it and immediately apologized to Yemo and greeted him. This is Infinity sect leader, Yang Feicheng. The truth realization state cultivator behind him is He Ling. Mi Jinjie gritted his teeth and said to Yemo, but as soon as he said this, a few eyes glanced over. Yemo knew that Mi Jinjie's power was too low, there were too many powerful beings here and they heard his sound transmission. But Yemo didn't care, he nodded and didn't talk. Instead, he studied this young Feicheng guy.
Many of Lightning Cloud Sect's people greeted him too. Yang Feiqing was also disaster transformation state level and seemed of similar age to Yan Guan, but GMO felt this guy was much older than Yan Guan. He seemed amicable, but those eagle eyes already exposed the sort of person he was. Yemo felt a surprised look glance at him. It was when Yemo took his eyes back, but Yang Feiqing glanced his eyes over at Yemo. Although it was seemingly casual, Yemo felt it was extremely cold, so powerful. Luckily he tricked Lu Wuhu here to his side, so Yemo wasn't scared of a fight. When everyone was seated, lush spirit fruit and wine was served. Yan Guan got up and saluted with his fists. Everyone here are among the biggest Qian Bison masters in our South Peace State. I thank everyone for being able to come. Other than the marriage of Infinity Sex Wen Tsai, there's something else very important. Chapter 1141. I came to see Wen Tsai Goddess, Yan Guan said slowly. Many might have guessed that not far into the future, there will be some changes that will shake South Peace State and even the entire Luoyu continent. Although we don't know what it is yet, we've set up the teleportation formation connecting the two states. Then, Yan Guan looked at Yang Feiqing. Thank you Infinity Sex sect leader for increasing the relationship between us and being willing to marry Wen Tsai Goddess into our sect. Using this opportunity, I would like to announce something to everyone. In order to prevent something really happening to the South Peace State cultivation world, sect leader Yang and I proposed to create a South Peace State sect alliance. Many people started discussing. They realized what this was. Almost all the 7-star and above sects were invited. Although some sects' high-level members weren't here, they'd sent representatives. The 9-star sects were fine, but some small sects began to worry. If they didn't join this alliance, would they be suppressed by 9-star sects just like Sword Valley? Sword Valley was an ancient sect and a 7-star sect, but Infinity Sect just annihilated on a whim. I agree with sect leader Yen and sect leader Yang's idea. After we build the South Alliance, it would gather the strength of us South Peace State cultivators and weld the sects together in case of sudden incidents. This would benefit all South Peace State sects. A Lightning Cloud sect old man got up and said. Yemo looked at this old man. He was disaster transformation state peak stage and could reach truth realization state at any time. We from Eternity C sect also agree. We from Earth Demon sect also agree. Some 7-star and 8-star sect didn't know what to do anymore upon seeing that some sects began supporting this. Who knew if they would be controlled after joining this alliance? No sect wanted to be ruled by someone else, especially in the cultivation realm that valued freedom. But 3 9-star sects had already agreed. Even if some sects didn't agree, no one dared to disobey. Yemo looked at Earth Demon sect strangely. Wasn't that sect only 6-star? How were they here too? The lowest standard here was to be a 7-star sect. Yemo had a bad feeling. He also killed Wu Yu from Eternity C sect, but only Yi Pandai knew about it. She wouldn't betray him. Seeing that more sects were going to support this, Yemo got up and smiled. Today's really a good day. This was a serious topic, but Yemo smiling ruined that serious atmosphere. If someone else did this, even if the 9-star sects didn't reproach them, their 7 and 8-star sects would come say something, but it was Yemo and no one dared to do this. After all, his other identity was Pill City's honorary vice city lord. Pill City was the only 10-star power. No one dared to touch that. Pill King Yi is right. Today is indeed a good day. Yan Guan smiled. Yang Feiqing and Lightning Cloud sect leader Wang Chuana's face were green with anger, but even they didn't dare to openly attack Yemo. Now that they hadn't brought the conflict to the surface, Yemo couldn't use Pill City to fight them. But if they brought things to the surface, who knows what the 2 Pill City lords would do? The Pill City's power wasn't just a few truth realization state elders and the 2 city lord that they showed. Their real power was invisible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renowned as the only 10-star city. Yemo smiled and saluted with his fists to Yan Guan. Today's a great day because it's the day goddess Wen chooses a husband. This is the good news, the proper business. After the proper business is over, the rest of Qian Bais here can discuss about other big things. Otherwise, someone like me who only likes small business and paparazzi will fall asleep listening to such big news. It's really unbearable. I've long admired Goddess Wen's big name, so I came to see Goddess Wen today. Sect leader Yen, there are quite some people like me. Shouldn't you finish the proper business first? If someone else said something as absurd as this, Yan Guan would have dragged him out already, but he could only smile at this Pill City honor vice city lord. Pill King Yi is right.
Sect leader Yang and sect leader Wang, what do you think? Yang Feiqing's eyes were ice cold. In his eyes, Yi Mo was a dead man. Even if he couldn't kill him here, since he dared to come to Black Ice Mountain, then don't blame him for attacking. He just didn't expect Yi Mo to suddenly appear here and foil his plan. Some 7 and 8 star sect core sect members were discussing how bold this Pil Kingi was, overtly rebuking the decision of 3 9-star sect leaders, and no one dared to reject. Those who didn't want to join the South Alliance were all grateful to Yi Mo. Yi Mo did something they didn't dare to do, Yang Feiqing said calmly. Does Pil Kingi not think something that concerns our entire South Peace State cultivation world is not a big matter? Or does Pil Kingi not care about the safety of our South Peace State cultivation world? Yi Mo clapped twice and laughed. Old brother, well said. I'm an idiot. The safety of South Peace State have powerful beings like you to take care of it. But you're right, I really don't care. Your South Alliance, I don't want to join, and nor do I want to waste time here. So, Goddess Wen's business is big business to me. You? Yang Feiqing's face was green, but he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Mo. I agree to City Lord Ye's words. As for the South Alliance, those sects willing to join can discuss with each other. We from Abstruse Sound sect don't wish to join, a middle-aged woman saluted with her fists and said, I agree with Abstruse Sound sect's Elder Fu regarding the South Alliance. I think even if there's to be an alliance, it needs to be discussed with the Pil City Lord. Pil City is a 10-star sect, yet they don't even know about this. Clearly, this thing isn't planned well. Our Clear Dream Mosque won't participate for now, an old nun from Clear Dream Mosque said. We from Godwind Valley agree with City Lord Yi, another representative got up. We from Heaven Star sect agree with City Lord Yi. Ethereal Immortal Pond, seeing more and more people agree with Yi Mo, the Infinity sect and Lightning Cloud sect leaders' faces looked worse and worse. Even Yenguan felt things weren't right. He didn't know about Infinity sect and Yi Mo, so he accepted when Infinity sect came to show goodwill. Now it seemed that there was great conflict between Infinity sect and City Lord Yi. If that was the case, he really needed to reconsider. From what the audience showed, City Lord Yi had great respect and the support of many 9-star sections. Thinking about how Yi Mo was also brothers with Lu Wuhu, Yenguan felt things were going the wrong direction. Okay, I agree to City Lord Ye's proposal. We'll discuss the alliance later. All the guests are here today for our Black Ice Sect's marriage. How can we delay that? It's my fault, Yenguan immediately said. Yang Feiqing also immediately got up and smiled. City Lord Yi is right, today is the day of marriage after all. It's the bliss of Wen Sai in our sect that she's marrying into Black Ice sect. So today, I'm going to add bliss on top of bliss. I need to request sect leader for something else. Yenguan breathed easy seeing that Yang Feiqing put the alliance matter aside. I heard that Black Ice sect's Black Cloud Peak core disciple Luo Susu is both talented and beautiful. Ranked as number 1 in South Peace State 10 beauties with Sai. Our Infinity sect's core disciple Dong Tianya is also a talented genius. So we brought one low-grade spirit artifact and a truth spirit pill as a wedding gift, hoping to form this marriage. People immediately broke into discussion. They were astounded that the Infinity sect was willing to pay so much. Chapter 1142, Chop it and serve with wine. Yi Mo sneered. This old man really dared to do such a thing. Luckily he came today. Yenguan was also dazed. He didn't expect Infinity sect's Yang Feiqing to offer such good terms. The truth realization pill was something very rare. At least Black Ice sect didn't have it. Even other 9-star sects wouldn't have too many, at most 1 or 2. Most of the truth realization state cultivators were ancient beings except for an extremely few new ones. The truth realization pill was the only pill that could give disaster transformation state cultivators an extra 20% chance of reaching truth realization state. This was something that even spirit stones couldn't buy. Even 9-star sects wouldn't easily use truth realization pills, as this was the future of the sect. Yet, the Infinity sect took out a truth realization pill and another low-grade spirit range. He was disaster transformation state peak stage and he needed the truth realization pill the most. Most of the disaster transformation state cultivators on Luoyu continent relied on truth realization pills to reach truth realization state. Only a few rare ones could use other means to reach truth realization state. Most stayed in disaster transformation state forever. Yenguan's hands were shaky. He wanted to say something, but Yi Mo knew things weren't good, so he quickly stood up and said coldly to Yang Feiqing, sorry then, sect leader Yang, Luo Susu is my wife. Tang Beiwei is my sister. I came to pick them up today, you can take back your shitty schemes. Oof. Yang Feiqing sneered but ignored Yemo and looked at Yen Guan. Clearly, he meant that Yemo was intentionally trying to start problems with him. This was not only being disrespectful to Infinity Sect but also Black Ice Sect. Yemo knew that this wasn't the best time to bring this up. But he had to. The bastard young Feiqing was too sinister, how dare he scheme for Susu? Yemo cursed that his power was so low, if he was truth realization state he would have already fought young Feiqing. He had no reason to tolerate schemes for Susu, but he had to. Indeed, Yuan Guan's face sunk down. He had been really polite with Yemo, but now Yemo's actions clearly made it seem that he didn't take Black Ice Sect seriously and didn't care about Luo Susu's reputation. He looked at Yemo coldly and said, City Lord Yi, although you're the Vice City Lord of Pill City, we, Black Ice Sect, are a 9-star sect too. Not anyone can do what they like, aren't your words over the top? Even though Yen Guan was furious, he had to control his words. Insolent brat, how dare you insult my disciple? Is a mere level 7 pill king very significant? I'm going to slice you. The old female cultivator behind Yen Guan rose up furiously but was stopped by another Black Ice Sect cauldron-filling state cultivator. No matter what, clearly it wasn't good to attack Yemo here. Yemo looked at that old woman, she was cauldron-filling state. He didn't expect this old woman to be Susu's master. He heard Qingshui say that Susu's master is very nice to Susu, so he wasn't angry. Even some other sect leaders and cultivators felt Yemo was crossing the line. Everyone knew that Yemo had Ning Qingshui. His previous words with Infinity Sect leader clearly meant that there was conflict between them. Now that Infinity Sect took out a marriage gift to propose to Luo Susu, he immediately came out and said Susu was his wife. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? But because Yemo helped them a lot by saying what they didn't dare to say, no one said anything. But one elder from Lightning Cloud Sect sneered, the Pill City honorary city lord is indeed arrogant, marrying whomever he wants. Who dares to disobey him? How could Yemo not tell that this elder was trying to start trouble? However, he ignored him. He walked to Yen Guan and bowed before saying politely, Sect leader Yen, this must be Susu's master, you're Yemo's Qianbei as well. I wasn't invited to Black Ice Sect this time and I believe you guys know that. But Wan Bei indeed came to pick up my wife Susu and my sister Beiwei. If you don't believe me, you can bring them here to ask them. Yen Guan and the female cultivator were dazed, they could tell Yemo was being genuine. But this was too coincidental. Other sect cultivators also looked at Yemo in confusion. Even they weren't sure if Yemo was telling the truth. Many people felt Yemo wasn't lying as this was too easy to prove. They only had to ask Luo Susu or Tang Beiwei, when Sai clenched her fists and stared at Yemo. She didn't doubt at all that Susu was Yemo's wife. When Sai thought of her oath, no matter who Luo Susu's husband was, she would rob him from her and then kick him back. In reality, Luo Susu's husband was indeed a dragon amongst men, he was so young and already a level 7 pill king. She couldn't even see his power level. Yemo, do you think that you can do whatever you want as an honorary city lord of Pill City? How can there be such a coincidence in the world? I, Healing, will kill you here today, so what? A grey-robed old man formed a huge cultivation essence hand and wanted to kill Yemo on the spot. No one expected Healing really dared to do this. Yen Guan cursed. Black Ice Sect only had one truth realization state Grand Elder, but that elder wasn't here. There was no way to stop it. Many cultivators greeted Yemo before, but no one was willing to help Yemo stop this. Jiling quickly got up and said, He Qianbei, wait. But Yiling didn't seem to hear it and reached the cultivation essence huge handover. A hollow spirit state cultivator really couldn't do anything against a truth realization state cultivator. Yemo smiled and said, Old Lu, someone really doesn't take me seriously and dares to attack. Chop off his claw and let's serve it for our first wine today. Everyone heard this and was dazed. What did Yemo mean? Only Lu Wuhu understood what Yemo meant. First wine meant his first time attacking for him. Lu Wuhu didn't even care about 9-star sect, he cared about when Yemo asked him to attack the 3 times. To him, the earlier the better. He was all too happy that Yemo asked for his help. Without hesitation, he also reached out a giant hand of cultivation essence. Lu Wuhu had been in truth realization state for countless years and was the pinnacle being.
He Ling was only a truth realization state primary stage cultivator. He was a far cry from Lu Wuhu. Thud, He Ling's cultivation essence giant hand was instantly crippled. At the same time, he spat blood. In just one move, he was injured. One could see how powerful Lu Wuhu was. Luckily, Lu Wuhu knew that he was a 9-star sect Grand Elder and didn't really cut his hand off. Lu Qianbei, what do you mean by this? Yang Feiqing's face changed. If Lu Wuhu helped Yi Mo, they wouldn't be able to kill Yi Mo even after he left Black Ice Sect, much less now. Lu Wuhu said lazily, why do I need to tell you? How dare you attack my brother in front of me? Are you asking to die? This is a warning, the next time won't be so simple. I won't joke with you guys. Everyone instantly froze. Yi Mo called Lu Wuhu old Lu, and with one word Lu Wuhu attacked for him. Even Ye Qichou had to call Lu Wuhu Qianbei. With such powerful support, who dared to attack Yi Mo? Yan Guan sweated cold. If Fan Yizhu really attacked Yi Mo, then they would have been finished. Chapter 1143, Is the Pill City easy to pick on? Susu was our Black Ice sect member, my personal disciple. Even the Infinity sect leader brought wedding gifts and personally came to propose. Pill King Yi, do you think just because you're from Pill City, you can forcefully take away my Black Ice sect member? The old female cultivator asked. She then looked around and saluted with her fists. Our Black Ice sect isn't as powerful as Pill City, but we're still a 9-star sect. No one can abuse us like this. I don't care what Susu's identity in the mortal world was, but she's my personal disciple now. She will marry whom I want her to marry. No one can force me. Otherwise, even if I die, I will maintain the authority of the Black Ice sect. Everyone could tell that Fan Lianzhi's words meant that she already believed Susu was Yi Mo's wife, but she still dominantly believed that Yi Mo had no right to take away Susu from Black Ice sect. Yi Mo had some good impression of Susu's master originally, but now that he heard this, he was furious. He got up and said coldly, I called you Qianbei because you're Susu's master, don't think you're anything special. Susu is indeed your disciple and I'm grateful you took care of her, but she didn't sell herself to you. You have no right to decide what she wants to do. That's Susu's own decision to make. You. Fan Lianz's face was green with anger. In the cultivation realm, the respect for masters was the utmost highest. Yi Mo said he was Susu's husband but now spoke to her like this. She almost spat blood. Yan Guan quickly got up and said, City Lord Yi, I believe your words too. We'll ask Beiwei later and we'll know. But you also know that when Susu came into our sect, she hadn't established her foundation yet. She was just with a few mortal girls. According to the rules of our cultivation realm, coming into this cultivation realm is severing off your ties to the mortal realm. Everything in the past has nothing to do with her. Yi Mo's face sunk and said coldly, so sect leader Yan means that Susu has nothing to do with me now? As for what she thinks herself, you don't need to consider, is that right? Yan Guan stuttered. If someone else said this, he would immediately rebut, so what? But he didn't dare to say that to Yi Mo. Yi Mo had Lu Wuhu next to him and there was Pill City supporting him. An abstruse sound sect as well as Clear Dream Mosque also seemed to be supporting him, but Lightning Cloud sect leader Wang Chuanha got up and said, City Lord Yi, according to the rules of the cultivation realm, after Luo Susu entered the Black Ice sect, she indeed severed off her mortal ties. Even if she was related to City Lord Yi in the past, that's the past. And the number one important thing for us cultivators after entering a sect is respecting our masters. Elder Fan is Luo Susu's master, she does have the right to make Susu listen to her. Does City Lord Yi think you can forcefully change the rules of the cultivation realm just because you're Pill City's honorary city lord? Wang Chuanha was mocking EMO as even if the two city lords of Pill City were here, they wouldn't be able to change that rule. Even though this rule now was just for show and many disciples still returned home after cultivation and no one would care, this rule did indeed exist. EMO was furious, these guys dared to say this because his power was weak. If he was a truth realization state cultivator, who would dare to say that? Lu Wuhu could protect him, but he wouldn't go challenge 9-star sects. Pill City was on his side, but that rule was just. Although it didn't make sense, it meant that they had reason on their side. If EMO forcefully pushed this rule away, even the Pill City wouldn't be able to find a good excuse to help him. Lu Wuhu didn't care about this at all. Although he was with EMO, his relationship with him was far from what other people thought. He just wanted to return Yemo's favor as quickly as possible, or there would be confinements for his cultivation. Thus, he didn't help Yemo say anything at all. Luo Fei was very worried, but her power was too low and wasn't able to say anything, for Yemo Jiling was too honest and didn't know what to say in that moment. Yemo was all by himself. Yemo's heart sunk. He knew he had to have a reason to take Susu away. If his power was strong enough, he would just say, "I'm going to break this rule. What are you going to do?" However, his power wasn't enough to say that. Seeing the situation go into a stalemate, a middle-aged man-woman got up and said, "Elder Fan is right and sect leader Wang is also right, but since sect leader Yang can propose to Black Ice sect, so can sect leader Yi." This at least helped Yemo break the stalemate. Yemo was grateful to this beautiful woman. He heard Mi Xinjia's sound transmission to him that this woman was 9-star sect Heaven Demon Sect's elder Liao, cauldron-filling state. Yemo gave her a grateful look, but before Yemo said anything, that Elder Fan's words almost angered Yemo to attack right on the spot. Heaven Demon Sect's elder Lu is right. Now that sect leader Yang brought such a generous proposal gift, I've decided to marry my disciple Luo Susu into Infinity Sect. Bullshit. Yemo couldn't resist the anger anymore and pointed at Fan Lianju, cursing, "What? City Lord Yi, are you going to take away Susu by force? Then I'll tell you that sect leader Yang's proposal gift isn't something other people can bring out. City Lord Yi, although you're a pill king, but can you concoct the truth realization pill? So give up." Lightning Cloud Sect's Wang Chuanha said calmly. He wanted to make Yemo more angry, but Yemo calmed down instead. He knew his downsides. He looked glorious on the surface, but he didn't have any bargaining chips except for Lu Wuhu helping him twice. Yemo suddenly sat down and said calmly, "Sect leader Wang and Elder Fan, according to your words, Susu should completely listen to Black Ice Sect and not be able to make any of her own decisions? Of course, we cultivators should respect our masters. How can the disciple not listen to the master?" Wang Chuanha repeated, but unexpectedly, Yemo looked at Lu Wuhu. "Brother Lu, so you tricked me before?" Lu Wuhu looked at Yemo in confusion. "How did I trick you?" Yemo said calmly, "Didn't you say that Infinity Sect's goddess Wen wasn't happy with the husband her sect arranged for her, so she would choose a husband through competition? But I just heard sect leader Wang say that she doesn't have any right to make that proposal. Even if the Infinity Sect makes her marry a dog, it seems she just has to agree. But you told a different story. Isn't this tricking me?" Lu Wuhu immediately understood Yemo. He glared at Infinity Sect Yang Feiqing and Black Ice Sect Yenguan, saying coldly, "So the two sect leaders are here to play a joke on me? The initiation given to me clearly says that Goddess Wen is choosing her husband herself. How is it now that she has no right to choose? Do you think I'm easy to pick on?" Yenguan quickly saluted with his fists. "Lu Qianbei, you've misunderstood. No matter what, we wouldn't trick Lu Qianbei. Goddess Wen can indeed choose her own husband." Yenguan didn't want to say it, but he had to. If he angered Lu Wuhu, even if he couldn't annihilate the entire sect by himself, he could cause a massive slaughter here. "Oh, then I thought too much." Lu Wuhu nodded. He knew that was already enough to help Yemo. Yemo sneered. "So Goddess Wen can choose her husband but Luo Susu can't. Is it because Black Ice Sect isn't as powerful as Infinity Sect, or is Goddess Wen prettier than Luo Susu? Or is it that Susu is my wife and I'm the Vice City Lord of Pill City and the Black Ice Sect looks down on Pill City?" Those sects supporting Yemo praised his retaliation. Hearing this, Yenguan and Fan Lianju's faces looked really bad. After no one spoke for a long time, Yemo suddenly slammed the table. "So the Black Ice Sect thinks the Pill City is easy to abuse? Speaking such bullshit? Brother Lu, lend me a messenger flying sword. I need to message City Lord Yu. Our Pill City has fallen to such a level." Chapter 1144. What thing are you? Wait, City Lord Yi, I think there's a misunderstanding. Black Ice Sect is a 9-star sect. How can we force Susu to do something that she doesn't want? We'll call Susu up later and let her choose herself. Elder Fan's just saying angry words. Don't think too much of it, City Lord Yi. Yenguan then looked at Susu's master. "Elder Fan, why don't you call Luo Susu here? We can use this opportunity to find a good home for her." Yenguan was a bit scared. If Yu Chichao was brought here too, then things wouldn't be so easy. To be honest, if Fan Lianju wasn't domineeringly fighting against GMO,
He didn't want to have conflicts with Emo. Emo was such a young level 7 Pill King and the Vice City Lord of Pill City. His future was limitless. Why would he have conflict with such a person? Although the Infinity Sex proposal gift was enticing, Yemo's origin was big too. Yemo wasn't simple himself, it was good if Susu could marry Yemo. But Fan Lianju's personality was too straightforward and created this awkward situation. Fan Lianju also seemed to know that her words weren't appropriate before. Yemo was young and weak, but his background was too strong. The Black Eye sect indeed couldn't offend him. She didn't like Emo but didn't say anything. Now that Yen Guan asked about Luo Susu, she could only say, Susu is still in solitary cultivation, she hasn't finished yet. Yen Guan breathed easy and laughed. In that case, let's put this thing aside and watch the battle of the young prodigies of our sect. Our sect members can also get a chance of receiving a few pointers from the many Chen Bais here. When Sai looked at Emo and flames almost spewed out of her eyes. There was no way she wasn't jealous of Susu having such a genius husband. But Emo talking about her marrying a dog made her angry and embarrassed. She wanted to kill Emo. Young Feiqing knew that in this situation, it was impossible to forcefully take away Luo Susu, so he could only say coldly, City Lord Yi is right and we should indeed consider Luo Susu's opinion, but we've already brought our proposal gift, how come I don't see City Lord Ye's proposal gift? Plus, even if you took out your proposal gift now, we, Infinity Sect, brought it up first. Are you trying to go against the Infinity Sect intentionally? Yeah, he's already Vice City Lord of Pill City, of course he needs to fight with us 9-star sects. Otherwise, how come you just mentioned this? Sect Leader Yang, and then Pill King Yi mentioned it too? Lightning Cloud Sect Leader Wang Chuana said, huh? Emo laughed. Sect Leader Yang, you're right. How come I just mentioned to Sect Leader Yen of Black Eye Sect about Susu and you intervened? Oh, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sect Leader Yen who asked about Susu first. Seeing everyone look at him, Yen Guan was annoyed at Yang Feiqing looking for trouble, but he couldn't lie so he could only nod. When City Lord Yi first saw me, he indeed mentioned Susu. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Feiqing. Many people realized that it wasn't Emo looking for trouble but Yang Feiqing. Many people knew about the conflict between Emo and Lightning Cloud Sect and now they wondered since when did Emo become enemies with the Infinity Sect? This City Lord Ye's trouble-causing capabilities were on par with his pill concoction abilities. Yang Feiqing's face sunk. What is City Lord Ye's proposal gift? Emo smiled calmly. I've only been in pill concoction for 10 years and I'm already a level 7 pill king. If I say I will become level 9 Pill King in 10 years, I don't think anyone would doubt me. Everyone was silent at these words as they all knew Emo wasn't lying. The hardest breakthrough wasn't level 7 to level 9 but level 3 to level 4 and level 6 to level 7. Emo was a level 7 Pill King now, so reaching level 9 was just a matter of time. Other people may take thousands of years to do this but Emo was an anomaly, so what? At least you're not a level 9 Pill King now. An Earth Demon Sect elder stood up and said, Emo sneered, what thing are you, do you have the right to talk when I'm speak? Piss off. You. The elder's face was green, but he really couldn't say anything. Although they were just a 6-star sect, they were invited here by Infinity Sect. This place wants Pill City, yet Emo was being so cocky, even telling him to piss off, even Yen Guan's face changed. This wasn't just slapping Earth Demon Sect's face but also Black Ice Sect's face. This was on their land. Emo saw that Yen Guan was going to speak but he immediately said to Lu Wuhu, Brother Lu, another fly here, throw him out please. We can drink again. Lu Wuhu was hoping for this. After this, it would mean he only needed to help Emo attack one more time. Then he only owed Emo one favor. Lu Wuhu reached out a cultivation essence giant hand and grabbed that elder, throwing him off Black Ice Peak. Yen Guan ate the words he was going to say. His face was red with anger but he could only hold it in, but Emo saluted with his fists to Yen Guan. Sorry Sect Leader Yen, I was too impulsive just then. Please forgive me, after this, I will apologize to Sect Leader Yen. Yen Guan waved his hand and said, You're being too polite, City Lord Yi. Yen Guan could only suck it up, and Emo apologized too. City Lord Yi is so domineering, he just said one thing and you threw him out. This is indeed the character of the Pill City. Yang Feiqing was shaking with anger,
but there was nothing he could do. Yemo looked at him and smiled.
Does sect leader Yang feel the air is too stuffy here as well? Lu Wuhu's eyes lit up immediately hearing this.
He hoped Yemo would say to throw Yang Feicheng out as well. Yang Feicheng was disaster transformation state power, but facing truth realization state middle stage peak Lu Wuhu, he could put up no resistance. Lu Wuhu was a madman, no one dared to mess with him, but this madman was currently Yemo's henchman. If he really got thrown out, he would be done for. Infinity Sect would decline from this and he might as well die.
He just sneered and didn't say anything. Yemo smiled and continued, by the way, where were we? I forgot, a fly just flew out. He was just threatening Yang Feicheng.
He didn't dare to really throw him out.
Lu Wuhu only had one more time of attacking for him, but even if there were countless times, he couldn't force Infinity Sect to the edge of the cliff right now. If he really pissed off a 9-star sect, and they killed him now, would the Pill City get revenge for a dead Pill King?
They would at most just kill the main culprit. They wouldn't fight a 9-star sect to the death. You said just then you would become a level 9 Pill King 10 years later?
That Heaven Demon Sect's woman smiled and reminded Yemo. Yemo smiled and saluted with his fists. Thanks for your reminder, sister. Next time I will concoct pills for you for free.
The woman just didn't like the Infinity Sect and Lightning Cloud Sect forming the South Alliance.
Yemo said the words she wanted to say and she was grateful to Yemo.
Thus, she helped Yemo too, but because of that, she got such a huge reward.
She was overjoyed.
She immediately got up and said to Yemo, Liao thanks City Lord Yi, please come be a guest at our sect when you have time.
We will pour flowers to welcome you.
Chapter 1145, Fight to be Husband. Other sect cultivators looked at Liao in envy. If they knew this earlier, they would have done the same.
But some sects didn't think like that. Sword Valley was just annihilated.
Only Liao dared to help Yemo as she was also from a 9-star sect. Yemo then said, after I become a level 9 Pill King 10 years later, I can help Black Ice Sect concoct 2 cauldrons of truth realization pills.
I believe Black Ice Sect can afford these 10 years, right?
That's just a part of the proposal gift. Second is that I can give the concoction method of spirit weaving pill to Black Ice Sect's pill master, and I can even provide Heaven Glory pills to Black Ice Sect with priority.
As for spirit ranges, if Black Ice Sect wants some I can go borrow a few.
Everyone gasped for breath. It seemed that Yemo was bluffing when he said he would borrow a few spirit ranges. But it was very simple. With his support from Pill City, it was very easy to take out a few low-grade spirit ranges from Pill City. Yemo's proposal gift was countless times better than Infinity Sect's.
Infinity Sect took out just one spirit range, but Yemo took out a spirit weaving pill recipe. This recipe was enough for Black Ice Sect to benefit immeasurably.
It was like the difference of giving people money and teaching them how to make money. The Infinity Sect elder sneered, it's all hollow. Yemo smiled and didn't say anything. He believed Black Ice Sect's sect leader wasn't dumb. Hearing this, even Yenguan took a cold breath in.
He didn't believe Yemo was bullshitting.
Even if Yemo couldn't become a level 9 Pill King 10 years later, he could concoct body condensation state to cauldron filling state pill Kuan filling pills. Even a few cauldrons of that was enough for Black Ice Sect. It was uncertain if the truth realization pill from Infinity Sect would create a truth realization state cultivator, but Yemo could bring a constant supply of pills. It was easy to judge which was better. The Infinity Sect elder saw Yenguan's face and knew that their gift had lost. Before Yenguan said anything, he quickly said, in that case, we'll fight to be her husband like for Wen Sai.
Yemo sneered. When Sai chose that method herself, Luo Susu didn't bring that up.
You have no right to say that, only Susu can decide.
Now that both sides provided proposal gifts, Yenguan preferred Yemo's proposal gift more.
He wasn't able to reach disaster transformation state peak stage and his divine damnation would be ready in a short time.
Yemo's timing of 10 years later was perfect.
Even if he wasn't able to concoct it, he could ask some Pill City Pill King Xian Bei to do this. Yenguan didn't doubt that at all, but Infinity Sect was also a 9-star sect whose power was much stronger than Black Ice Sect. It wasn't good to offend them as well. Yenguan looked around and knew that only he could make up the mind.
He quickly looked at Fan Lianzhu and said, Elder Fan, how about you call Luo Susu over here? Fan Lianzhu said stubbornly, Susu is in solitary cultivation, she can't be disturbed.
She's my disciple, I don't want my disciple to marry an useless person. We'll do as Infinity Sect proposed, fight to be the husband. If Winsai can choose that, why can't Susu? I'm sure that even if Susu leaves solitary cultivation, she wouldn't reject. She then looked at Yemo plainly. City Lord Yi, you're some significant figure, right? I don't think you would be scared to fight for Susu? She was very annoyed and angry at Yemo being disrespectful to her. She was a genius-like person as well. Even those with higher power than her would call her elder, and she was now the peak leader of Black Cloud Peak. Since when did someone say bullshit to her? She didn't want Susu to marry someone like this. Last time, when Sai said that she wanted her husband to be a worldly prodigy, so she chose this method of finding a husband. My disciple Susu is equally ranked first with her. I don't think City Lord you would think Susu is not as good Sai, so you don't dare to fight over her? Fan Lianju asked, fearing that GMO wouldn't agree. She didn't dare to be domineering anymore. Even Infinity Sect was unable to do anything the hard way, so she could only play with words. Of course Yemo wouldn't think Susu wasn't as good as Winsai, but he sneered, whether or not I'm useless, people can discuss themselves. No matter how much I say myself, it's just boasting. Even in fighting, I'm no weaker than anyone. But I'm only Hollow Spirit State Level 1, are you going to call an ancient being to fight me? Don't worry, those fighting you won't be much older than you. Susu is my disciple, I won't let her marry an old man. You're not the only genius on Luoyu continent, there will be plenty. Same rules as Winsai's rules, they'll all be geniuses within 60 years of age, Fan Lianju said coldly. Yemo didn't argue. Although 60 was quite old to Yemo, in the cultivation realm it was just the beginning. He believed that if he couldn't even beat a cultivator younger than 60, the three birth chant wasn't deserving of its name. He wasn't sure if there were body condensation state cultivators under 60 years of age, but there were definitely hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivators. Jingli was only 30 and already hollow spirit state level 1. If there was some cultivator like Jingli, he would be able to reach hollow spirit state peak stage for sure. Okay, since City Lord Yi agrees to this, then we'll do that, Yan Guan quickly said. Winsai stood out and bowed to Yang Feiqing and then Yan Guan. Yan Shenbei, there's no right for Wan Bei to talk here, but it concerns my entire life, please allow me to bring a suggestion. Yan Guan nodded. Sai, say anything you like. You'll be one of us too. It's fine. When Sai bowed again before saying, since Martial sister Susu is choosing husband from a fight like me, I think we should put the two competitions together. All the Prodigy Sect members of the big sects are here with their sections. I think the contestants shouldn't be limited to Black Ice Sect members. Any prodigy as long as he's young enough can participate. If Wan Bei and Martial sister Susu find someone we like, we can choose ourselves too. What do you think, Yan Xianbei? Yang Feiqing didn't say anything. Yemo already ruined the South Alliance thing, so it was unnecessary for Winsai to marry into Black Ice Sect. If it was before, Yan Guan would really want the marriage alliance with Infinity Sect. But after all these problems, he gave up that idea. Now that Winsai brought this up, he was very enthusiastic. Okay. Yan Guan quickly said. Sai, your suggestion is very good. Now that so many prodigies are here at Black Ice Mountain, we can all see the glory of the younger generation. All the prodigies here today can join the competition. As long as Sai and Susu don't mind, you can propose. Hearing this, all the Prodigy Sect members grew excited. To them, it was the fortune from their past life to be able to dual cultivate with someone as beautiful as Winsai. As for Luo Susu, many people wanted to, but seeing Yemo's actions they knew it was impractical. They knew that even if they beat Yemo, their sect wouldn't let them marry Luo Susu. But Winsai was different. She didn't have a husband and she brought up this method of choosing her husband. Chapter 1146, Susu finishes solitary cultivation. Seeing that Lu Wuhu didn't help Yemo say anything, Yan Guan breathed easy. He was scared that Lu Wuhu would be domineering and forcefully take away Luo Susu. In order to preserve their face, they could only fight with Lu Wuhu. Even if they won, the result wouldn't be what Yan Guan wanted, they would also be offending Pill City in the process. After Elder Fan brought up the tournament, Yemo didn't let Lu Wuhu forcefully attack and Lu Wuhu didn't stand up himself. This made Yan Guan breathe easy and guess the relationship between the two.
If their relationship was really as Yemo said, then Lu Wuhu should have said something. Yan Guan saw this detail and so did people from other sections. They were all ancient beings. Yemo was so dominant before, but when Elder Fan brought up the competition to decide Luo Susu's husband, Yemo didn't rebuke her. The only explanation was that Yemo didn't have enough power to back him up, or Yemo was too impulsive and was tricked by Elder Fan. Yemo agreed because he didn't like when Sai trying to challenge Susu before, saying that Susu wasn't as good as her. So he was going to make Wen Sai open her eyes and see how much better Susu's husband was than the man she was going to choose. But it was indeed also because he didn't have the power to say no. Pill City was powerful, but it was only a threat. If he tried to forcefully take away Beiwei and Susu and force these 9-star sects into a corner, then a fight would break out. As long as someone held Lu Wuhu down, he would be instantly killed. After he died, what could the Pill City do? Yemo knew that if he continued to be dominant he would anger 9-star sects for sure. He Ling already attacked him and he would have died if it wasn't for Lu Wuhu. At the same time, Yemo felt he miscalculated. He should have invited Yu Qichao. Then, no one would dare to say anything if he tried to take away Susu and Beiwei. It all came down to power. His power was low and his connections weren't enough. He was only a level 7 Pill King. He didn't have Yu Qichao and Xin Guanqing's power and connections. If they were here, perhaps with a single word 9-star sects would help them. Since the competition was necessary, Yemo thought of it as getting back at Wen Sai for Susu, but he wasn't an idiot. Since he agreed to the competition, he couldn't keep giving them that much proposal gift. Yemo got up and said again, "Sect leader Yin, since you choose the competition, then I will take back my proposal gift. I don't believe every sect who participates in the competition will give as much I as gave." Since sect leader Yan agreed to the competition, then it means you're giving up my proposal gift. Everyone needs to be equal. I don't think that just because the Black Ice sect thinks the Pill City is wealthy, I have to pay more in terms of a proposal gift to join the participants. Of course, I don't mind giving more for my proposal gift, but I don't believe the Black Ice sect would take my proposal gift and still make me fight for Susu. Hearing this, Yan Guan was dazed. The reason he agreed to this competition was because regardless of whether Yemo won or lost, the proposal gift would be theirs. He had already calculated this. He didn't want to offend Infinity Sect, so let Pill City offend them. If Yemo won, then no problem, and that was the most satisfying result. But if Yemo lost to an ordinary 7-star or 8-star sect, Yemo know that those sects won't dare to fight over Susu with Yemo, so Susu would eventually be taken away by Yemo. If Yemo lost to a 9-star sect or even Infinity Sect or Lightning Cloud Sect, with how important Susu was to Yemo, he would bargain heavily over her. Number 9-star sect could compete with Pill City, so Susu would eventually be taken away by Yemo and he would still get the proposal gift. But now, Yemo said the proposal gift was no more. How could that be? But he just agreed to this and now he couldn't regret. He turned around and glared at Fan Lianju coldly. If she just agreed to let Yemo take away Susu, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Although they would offend Infinity Sect, but they would connect with Pill City's level 7 Pill King. Fan Lianju calmed down now and knew what she did wasn't good. She had never thought of marrying Susu out. If Yemo didn't come, then she wouldn't even marry her to Infinity Sect. She rejected core sect members' proposals already. She agreed to Yang Feiqing because firstly, Yemo gave her a bad impression, and secondly since she knew Susu would be taken by Yemo eventually, as even the Black Ice sect couldn't fight with Pill City, so in her anger, she agreed with Yang Feiqing. As for agreeing to the competition, it was completely because she was furious Yemo said she was bullshitting. She calmed down now and knew what she did didn't benefit the sect at all, but she had already done it. In a room at the Black Cloud Peak, Tang Beiwei looked at Luo Ying in confusion. "Sister Susu, you're already Golden Core State Peak Stage, why did you suddenly come out of solitary cultivation?" A pale yellow-dressed woman sat opposite Tang Beiwei. Luo Ying frowned. "I feel restless. It's as though something is about to happen, so I came out." Tang Beiwei heard this and said, "Sister Susu, how about I ask Master and we'll go visit Jingshui?" Luo Ying knew Tang Beiwei wanted her to go out and have some fresh air. She smiled sweetly and replied, "I'm fine, but we should indeed visit her as well as Luo Fei and Yunzi." Tang Beiwei just wanted to speak when her spirit sense scanned a pink-dressed lady rushing in. "Sister Susu, Martial's sister Rong is here." Martial's sister Rong. Luo Ying and Tang Beiwei got up. Zhao Rong looked at Susu and said desperately, "Martial sister Susu, you finished solitary cultivation?" "Yeah, martial sister Rong. What happened? Why do you seem very desperate?" Luoying asked. Almost all the sect 7-star and above came to Black Ice Peak. "I heard it's for when Sai choosing a husband. But then the news I got wasn't this. I heard the sect leader and elder fan are also using this chance to choose a husband for Susu. What do we do?" Zhao Rong was worried. She didn't know who Susu's husband was. But she knew she had a husband. Impossible. Susu exclaimed with a pale face. Her master was very nice to her, she would never agree to this. This sort of thing had happened more than once and master rejected without hesitation. "Sister Susu." Tang Beiwei grabbed Luo Ying's hand worriedly. "I'll go see master," Luo Ying said adamantly. Zhao Rong grabbed Luo Ying's hand. "People at the Black Ice Hall are all powerful people, you won't be able to get in. Today Infinity sect leader brought a proposal gift and then Pill City Vice City Lord seemed to have a conflict and suddenly he wanted to take you away. So, the two started fighting and then the sect leader agreed to choose a husband through competition like when Sai. Pill City Vice City Lord is here too?" Tang Beiwei and Susu rarely went out so they didn't. Cao Yimo was Vice City Lord. Zhao Rong nodded. "Yes, he's the person Ning Qingxue is married to. He was the Pill King Tournament #1, Ning Qingxue was taken away by him on the spot and the ethereal immortal pawn didn't dare to say anything. I think today might end up the same way." Tang Beiwei and Luo Ying's hands shook. "Now isn't the time to worry, we need to think of a way." Zhao Rong started. "Did Ning Qingxue really get taken away by that city lord?" "Ning Qingxue didn't resist?" Luo Ying's tone grew impetuous. Zhao Rong nodded. "Yes, she seemed very intimate with that city lord Yi. She was willing. How could she resist?" "City lord Yi?" Tang Beiwei and Luo Ying asked at the same time. Zhao Rong nodded. "Yes, he's Yi Mo. He's not only Pill King Tournament #1 but the honorary Vice City Lord of Pill City as well. He came to Black Ice Peak today to fight over martial sister Susu with Infinity Sect." "Susu, Beiwei, where are you going?" Zhao Rong hadn't finished but Susu and Beiwei had already charged out towards Black Cloud Peak. Chapter 1147, Dominating Strike. In the Black Ice Peak Hall, everyone was waiting for the first challenger but Yimo suddenly walked out and stood in the middle. No one knew what he was going to do, but friends, sect leaders. "I've already said and I believe everyone knows that Susu is my wife. I'm standing here today, if anyone dares to try for Susu, then come up by all means. Don't blame me for not being polite. Today is Goddess Win's blissful day and I came to celebrate too, not to fight. The friend who gets Goddess Win can challenge anyone, but don't challenge me." Yimo's tone suddenly grew cold. "If anyone dares to try for Susu, don't challenge anyone else, just challenge me, I'll take it all." Then Yimo scanned Yang Feiqing and Wang Chuana coldly before glaring at Fan Lianzhu as he said word by word, "No matter who you are, if you dare to try for Susu, come at me." When Sai's face was green. She was ignored by Yimo again. The hall sunk into a brief silence. Such domineering words. City Lord Yi is really domineering. Infinity Sect's Nan Jincheng wants to test if your power is as dominating as your words. A blue cultivator robed man flew out, only hollow spirit state level 2 and he dared to challenge him. Yimo sneered. Nan Jincheng came up and then saluted with his fists to the Infinity Sect and Black Ice Sect leaders saying, "Injuries are unavoidable in fights. If Wan Bei accidentally injures or kills City Lord Yi, what happens?" "Humph." Lightning Cloud Sect's Wang Chuanha sneered. "If you don't have the power, it serves you right to be killed, otherwise just leave and don't embarrass yourself." Nan Jinseng smiled and bowed. "Thank you for your hint, sect leader Wang, Wan Bei understands." Then, Nan Jinshang waved his hand and a hexagonal bell floated above his head while a low-grade cultivation artifact golden dragon sword appeared in his hand. He looked calmly at Yimo. "I'm interested in Luo Susu, what are you going to do?" "A mere hollow spirit state level 1 dares to be so cocky, I've long since had enough with you." "As you wish." Icy cold chi was emitted from all over Yimo's body. That killing intent rose when Nan Jinxing said he was interested in Luo Susu. Even the other cultivators in the hall could feel Yimo's endless killing intent. Some low-powered cultivators shivered subconsciously. Such powerful killing intent. A few sect leaders were stunned. With this killing intent swooping out, everyone knew that Yimo wasn't just good at pill concoction. Nan Jinqing didn't consider Yimo a threat at all. He just didn't expect Yimo's killing intent to be this intense, and he subconsciously shivered. But before he could move, a monotone ray of purple swept over, that overwhelming killing intent growing more intense. Hua! Mountain! Strike! There was only endless killing intent for those who dared to try for Susu. He used his full-powered illusion cloud Hua Mountain Strike without hesitation. This was a strike that had no defense, only one attacking with all his might. This strike gathered all his fury. Nan Jinqing saw his opponent hack out a long sword, more like a kitchen knife to be specific. But facing this kitchen knife, he actually felt a sliver of fear. What kitchen knife could emit such terrifying killing intent and purple rays? He subconsciously wanted to use his golden dragon sword, but he saw his cultivation essence slowed down in that instant. What sword technique was this? Nan Jinqing was shaken, but this strike was too fast and too powerful. It was as though if this strike didn't kill him, Yimo would chase him to the ends of the world. No. Nan Jinqing howled in despair and felt the purple ray slice down from his brow, and then another clank. That was his defense bell. Yimo hacked open his defense bell and killed him. Blood mist spewed. Nan Jinqing was killed without even being able to release his magic artifact. The hall sunk into silence. He had killed a hollow spirit state level 2 cultivator with one strike, and this was Infinity Sect core disciple Nan Jinqing. Not only that, the two halves of the body were suddenly torn apart by the residual sword ray. The sect leaders took a cold breath in. Since when had they seen such a powerful hollow spirit state level 1? Killing a hollow spirit state level 2 with one strike, and this was splitting open the defense bell first and then cutting him in half from the forehead down. Domineering, too domineering. Just how much anger and terrifying killing intent was needed to explode with such power? The silence lingered for a long time before Yanguan said drily, "The first battle, City Lord Yi wins." Yang Feiqing's face was so bleak that water was about to drip out. He glared at Yimo. He didn't expect Yimo to be this strong. This man must not be left alive. If he matured, how could the Infinity Sect exist? Fan Lianzhu saw this and subconsciously shivered. She regretted her decision even more. Yimo was this powerful at Hollow Spirit State Level 1, if he grew up, who could fight him? This guy was another Chu Jiuyu, you ambushed him. One elder said in fury. Yimo clutched Zisu tightly and didn't even look at him. He was reminiscing that strike. He had achieved new enlightenment. Heaven Demon Sex Liao suddenly laughed. Elder, your eyes are really good. Even we didn't see City Lord Yi ambush, but you saw it. How come I saw Nan Jinqing challenge City Lord Yi first and release his magic artifact? It seems I'm blind. Shut up. Yang Feiqing yelled, and that elder stopped with a red face. He was only Cauldron Filling State Level 1 and Lu Yao was Cauldron Filling State Tertiary Stage. Yang Feiqing immediately said to another elder, "Send a messenger flying sword and tell Ming Wujin and Tai Baifei to come." Yes. The elder immediately sent a messenger flying sword. Ming Wujian and Tai Baifei were the two most excellent Hollow Spirit State cultivators in Infinity Sect. They weren't the strongest in Hollow Spirit State, but they were the youngest Hollow Spirit State cultivators. Tai Baifei was Hollow Spirit State Level 6 and Ming Wujian was Hollow Spirit State Level 7, he was even on the Hollow Spirit State trial tablets. At the same time, Lightning Cloud Sect and a few other sects sent messenger flying swords as well, clearly to gather excellent sect members. Yimo didn't seem to see this and fully comprehended that move before scanning around and saying coldly, "Whoever dares to try for Susu, come up, I'll take it all." At the same time, two women desperately flew over on flying swords at the entrance to the hall. They heard Yimo's voice and charged inside the hall without hesitation. The disciple guarding the entrance was about to stop them, but he was stopped by another cultivator who said, "Wait, they're Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei." Sect leader was asking for them too, let them go in. Yimo also stopped talking and looked at the entrance of the hall with surprise and joy. Brother, husband, usually, Luoing would rather call Yimo martial brother than husband, but today the joy of reunion was inexpressible. It was like her heart was about to explode. Beiwei, Susu. Yimo's heart softened. As long as they were fine, then all was good. No matter what happened, he could take them away. He was scared to not even be able to see them. At this moment, his anger towards Fan Lianzhu lessened. If her master purposely targeted Susu, she wouldn't be able to see him. Luoying rushed into Yimo's arms and even Tang Beiwei came up and hugged Yimo's arm. Nothing could compare with the joy of reunion, nothing could express their feelings right now. To Yimo, he knew Susu was at Black Ice sect but he couldn't come and take her away. That insulting and oppressive feeling was inexplicable. No one understood it. He cultivated like crazy, risking his life, but he was still so far from those ancient beings. Before the Pill King tournament, he was worse than an insect. Now that the woman of his life was in his arms, Yimo's mood was soothed. What other pity was there when he took her back to Pill City? Chapter 1148. When Sai's unhappiness, many people were still immersed in Yimo's dominating strike, but now they were dazed by Yimo's soft feelings. The bloody body was still on the ground, but then there was this scene of reunion. It seemed very unharmonious. Fan Lianju saw her disciple, who usually never showed any expression to male cultivators, being so intimate with Yimo. She didn't understand. Even if Yimo was her husband, she shouldn't be like that. Susu was in the cultivation realm now. Her mortal ties should have been faint if not completely severed. Even in the cultivation realm, men and women got together mostly for dual cultivation. She really didn't understand that joy of reunion. Yimo no longer had the mood to challenge and pulled Susu and Beiwei back to his seat. Susu and Beiwei spoke with Yimo for a long time before calming down. Now, Susu saw what happened in the hall and began to worry. But then she and Tang Beiwei saw her master and sect leader. They were going to greet them, but Yimo stopped them. Don't go now. Luo Susu respected her master, but if she had to choose between her master or Yimo, she would choose Yimo without hesitation. So she sat down. Tang Beiwei didn't move either. Fan Lianju saw this and sighed. She knew she was wrong. She thought Susu would listen to her for sure, but now she knew that in her disciple's heart her status was far lesser than this city lord Yi. Susu, Beiwei, Luo Fei called. Luo Fei, how are you here too? Tang Beiwei just saw Luo Fei and asked. The hall wasn't as silent as before and there were people cleaning up the mess, but no one dared to speak while Yimo was talking. What? Sword Valley was annihilated by Infinity Sect? What about Sister Z? Tang Beiwei asked in shock. Tang Beiwei's voice was too loud and almost the entire hall heard her. If someone else dared to do this, they would have been reproached or killed by He Ling, but no one said anything. Yang Feiqing's face was bleak as usual. He could only kill Yimo through challenge, nothing else. Luo Fei and them glared at Infinity Sect and said word by word. Yes, I will get justice for my sect. Yimo didn't say anything. He knew he could only protect him and the few people around him for now. He was still too far from getting revenge from Infinity Sect. Yan Guan saw this and breathed easy. He knew that those who would challenge Yimo now were either idiots or those who had a feud with Yimo. Yan Guan suddenly up and said, since City Lord Yi has gone down, those who want to fight please come up. The competition continues. No one came out for a long time. Many were shocked by Yimo's magnificent strike. In this awkward moment, a Black Ice sect disciple got up and bowed to Yan Guan and the elders as well as the sect leaders before saying, Wanbei Black Ice sect's disciple Zhan Shuiyong, I've long admired Infinity Sect's Goddess One. I agree to Goddess Wen's decision. Those who have the same idea as me can come up and challenge me. Zhan Shuiyong was ordinary looking and seemed scholarly. Zhan Shuiyong didn't even look at Wen Sai. Clearly, he didn't come for Wen Sai. He just didn't want his sect leader to be in an awkward situation. He was nascent soul state level 5 and very young, but clearly it was impossible for him to get Wen Sai. Wen Sai understood this as well and glared at Yimo and Luo Susu. There was this inexplicable anger in her heart. Yimo had been using her as an excuse from the start. Then, he killed Nan Jinqing from her sect with one strike for Luo Susu and was being all lovey-dovey with Luo Susu now. Yimo was not only Pill City's city lord but also a level 7 Pill King as well as someone who could easily kill those with higher cultivation levels than him. Compared to those prodigies admiring her, Yimo was a genius amongst geniuses. Even with how talented Yuan Guannan was, he was killed by Yimo in the Truth Fall Palace. From this, it was easy to tell that Yimo was much better than Yuan Guannan. She was ranked equally first with Luo Susu in the South Peace State 10 Beauties. Now that Yimo was Susu's husband, clearly no matter who won this competition, he wouldn't be as good as Yimo. She once publicly said that Luo Susu did not deserve to be ranked equally first with her, but now her husband was so much better than her. This was slapping her face, and even Zhan Shuiyong didn't come up for her. She was more unhappy.
She once swore that no matter who Luo Susu's husband was, she would steal him and then kick him back, but now she no longer had that faith. City Lord Yi wasn't interested in her the least bit, he was even disgusted by her. Heaven Yen Sex Wang Dutton, Brother Jean, please go easy. Another nascent soul state level 6 came out. Clearly he didn't come for Wen Sai. It wasn't that Wen Sai was unattractive to him, but he knew that it was impossible to get Wen Sai with his power. Wang Dutton was a 7-star core sect member and had reached nascent soul state level 6 in less than 60 years. This was rather good talent. He wanted to challenge Zhang Shuiyon because he wanted to know the difference between him and 9-star sect members at the same cultivation level. The fight between the two was a completely friendly practice fight, so it seemed very flashy, but there was no killing intent. Even though they were big sect core disciples, Yemo really didn't have the interest to watch this sort of fight. Zhang Shuiyon was smart and cunning. Compared to Wang Dutton, who focused on cultivation, his fighting experience and cultivation level was a little weaker. In about 8 minutes, he was hacked out by Wang Dutton and lightly injured. He lost. Zhang Shuiyon didn't come for Wen Sai, so it didn't that he lost, but at the door of Black Ice Sect, a core disciple was kicked out and injured. This immediately made other core disciples unhappy. Before Wang Dutton went down, another Black Ice Sect nascent soul state level 6 cultivator flew up and said, "Brother Wang is good, Zhang Wu comes to learn of your mastery." Then, before Wang Dutton could reply, a hammer-shaped magic artifact was released. Different than before, it wasn't just a practice fight. Zhang Wu attacked with full power, sword chi and hammer shadows filled the hall. The Black Ice Sect's cauldron-filling state elders quickly set up some restrictions. Wang Dutton wasn't as good as Zhang Wu and already had fought before. In less than 7 minutes, he was sent flying and splitting blood. A nascent soul state tertiary stage from Heaven Yen saw this and immediately stood up, wanting to get back, but an elder stopped him in time, clearly knowing that if this continued, the fight between Yemo and Nan Jinsheng might start again. Other than Zhang Shuiyon, the other people didn't even mention Wen Sai. Clearly they didn't come to fight for her. Wen Sai's face was very bad. She was South Peace State's #1 beauty, but was ignored to this extent. Luckily, not long after, a God Wind Valley nascent soul state level 9 cultivator walked out. He saluted with his fists to Zhang Wu and said, "God Wind Valley Yutong came for Goddess Wen, Brother Wu please." Chapter 1149, so it's to kill Yemo. Zhang Wu was just here to get revenge for Zhang Shuiyon and then he was planning to go down. Now that Yutong came up for Wen Sai, he knew he wasn't a match for Yutong, so he saluted with his fists. "Brother Yu is already nascent soul state tertiary stage, I don't think I can beat you." Then, he left. After Zhang Wu went down, some core disciples of big sects came to fight. They had really come for Wen Sai. The scene heated up and finally Wen Sai wasn't in an awkward situation anymore. Emo didn't watch the matches, his mind was focused on Luoying. If it wasn't that he couldn't leave now, he would have left with Luoying already. 6 hours later, a terrifying explosion made GMO and them look up a little. The two fighting were Hollow Spirit State Power, one Hollow Spirit State Level 5 and one Hollow Spirit State Level 7. The Hollow Spirit State Level 5 was from Black Ice Sect and the Hollow Spirit State Level 7 was from Nangong Village. Nangong Village was an 8-star sect. Yemo didn't care about this sect, but after hearing Shan Bingfeng's words, he started being attentive to this sect. They were a 9-star village before and called Fish Jump through Dragon Gate Village. He was planning to go visit it when he was powerful enough. Now, he had met a cultivator from there. The Nangong Village cultivator was clearly more powerful than the Black Ice Sect cultivator. He had beaten the Black Ice Sect cultivator to the point of heavy injury. Seeing this, the Black Ice Sect elders and sect leaders' faces seemed very bad. The competition was brought up by Black Ice Sect and Infinity Sect, but now, Black Ice Sect had completely lost. Their last Hollow Spirit State Level 5 disciple was beaten. Nothing was more embarrassing than this as a host. They were losing their wife to other sects in front of all these big sections. But there was nothing they could do. While they did have more powerful sect members, they were older than 60 years. Even other sects didn't understand. Nangong Village was just an 8-star sect. Even if they were going to beat a Black Ice Sect member, they didn't have to do it that way. Seeing Emo stare at that Nangong Village cultivator, Mijin Jia sound transmissioned, that is Nangong Village's prodigy sect member Nangong Ihui. He's Hollow Spirit State Level 7 and ranked 39th on the Hollow Spirit State Trial Tablet. He has won 12 rounds in a row. Yemo nodded. He didn't expect Nangong Village to be this confident and not give any respect to Black Ice Sect. A Black Ice Sect elder was the announcer and so he had to announce, Nangong Village's Nangongihue claims victory. Anyone else want to challenge Nangongihue for Goddess One? The elder asked a few times and no one replied. Clearly those core disciples lost the courage to fight after seeing Nangongihue's power. Nangongihue's raised his lips showing great confidence. He looked at Wen Sai and his eyes were full of joy. Clearly to him, Wen Sai was his, but then, another square-faced cultivator walked out. Nangongihue had never been able to encounter an opponent. He saw it was a hollow spirit state level 6 cultivator and his eyes immediately lit up. I was troubled that no one could give me a proper fight. Friend, you came at the right time, release your magic artifact. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Nangongihue waved his crescent blades. That square-faced cultivator said indifferently, "You're no match for me, I'm not challenging you, move aside." No one had dared to say such a thing up until now, and Nangongihue's face immediately went cold. If it wasn't that his elders repeatedly said he couldn't do what GMO did and hack an enemy apart, he would have done that already. But pity, the elders said he must not kill here. This square-faced cultivator's words made him want to kill him. Then let's see how I'm not a match for you. Nangongihue released his crescent blades. As soon as they was released, they made a piercing sound that brought circle-like sword light that enveloped the square-faced cultivator. The rings seemed to increase endlessly. The people around knew how powerful this move of Nangongihue was. The crescent rings were very eerie. It was very hard to escape after being enveloped by them. Nangongihue was not allowed to kill here, or rarely anyone would be able to escape with their lives. That square-faced cultivator's face changed when he was trapped by the white blade circles, but he sneered and used a few hand signs. A red mist appeared around him and the white blade rings started to dissipate. Moments later, he had completely broken free. A big bell appeared above his head and he said coldly to Nangongihue, "You have the right to fight with me." But before Nangongihue said anything, a young cultivator came up. He seemed much more handsome and easygoing than the square-faced cultivator. He stopped the square-faced cultivator and saluted with his fists to Nangongihue. "Sai is our martial sister, we're not here to fight over her with you. This is my martial brother Tai Baife, he admires Goddess Susu's beauty and that's why he came." "Martial brother Nangong, you wouldn't be interested in Goddess Susu as well, right?" Nangongihue quickly waved his hand. "No, how can I? I'm only interested in Goddess One." Hearing Nangongihue's reply, the smiling youth was a little disappointed, but he still said, "Now that there's no one challenging you, my martial sister is just there. You can go talk to her." Okay, sorry for being rude before." Nangongihue just realized this was Goddess Wen's martial brother. If he offended him, it wouldn't be good for the future. He was Hollow Spirit State Level 7 and thought he was the #1 genius, yet he called Hollow Spirit State Level 6 Tai Baife martial brother. Clearly, he loved Wen Sai too much. After Nangongihue left, that smiling youth looked at him in contempt before patting that square-faced cultivator's shoulder without saying anything. However, it was clear to everyone that they came to start trouble and maybe even kill EMO. Yen Guan realized that the Infinity Sect indeed didn't want to let EMO go. It seemed there was quite the conflict between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't call 2 masters from the sect. From Infinity Sect to here, they came in such a short time. Even if there was a teleportation formation, they would need top-grade space transmission runes. If the Infinity Sect really killed Yemote here, then Black Ice Sect would need to take a part of Pill City's fury. Those people who had a good impression of Yemo started to sigh for him, and those angry at Yemo started to rejoice at Yemo's impending doom. After the 2 left, the square-faced cultivator said loudly, "Infinity Sect's Tai Baife admires Black Ice Sect's Luo Susu. I came here to challenge. I'm waiting for anyone who likes Goddess Susu." Susu looked at Yemo in confusion. She was already with Yemo. Why did someone else say that? Luckily they couldn't tell Tai Baife's power, or they would be very worried and stop Yemo from fighting. No one looked favorably at Yemo. Yemo was powerful, but the difference between him and Hollow Spirit State Level 6 was too great. That Tai Baife was on par with Hollow Spirit State Level 7 Nangongihue, and everyone saw Nangongihue's power, even Liu sighed. She had just connected with Yemo and he was about to die. Even if she wanted to help Yemo, there was nothing she could do. Yemo comforted the 2 girls and walked up to Tai Baife and released Zissou. He didn't say anything, but his killing intent began to soar. Zissou also hummed as though being more keen on this battle than Yemo. Chapter 1150,
such a magnificent purple ray, your Yemo? Tai Baifei sneered and then looked at Yemo contemptuously.
You're a mere hollow spirit state level 1, Nanjinxing really wasted his years of cultivation cultivating like a dog.
Yemo said calmly, soon, you will realize that you haven't been cultivating like a human as well. Yemo hacked out Illusion Cloud Formation Kill Strike. Although his understanding of Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike was a level higher now, he knew that it was impossible to kill a master like Tai Baifei in one move. Countless purple rays flew out and completely enveloped Tai Baifei. Tai Baifei sneered and waved his hand.
That huge bell started spinning above his head. Eventually, Yemo's purple sword rays clashed with the bell shadows, creating intense clanking sounds. You have some power indeed. Tai Baifei waved his hand and a pale red longsword landed in his hand. At the same time, it turned into a red mist. It felt eerie that a huge man was using a red flying sword, but suddenly, Yemo felt it seemed to be cold. Suddenly, Yemo felt the space before him turning a blizzard, but the sky was covered with red snowflakes.
The snowflakes weren't hexagonal but triangular, it was just a wave of snowflakes, but they were like ice pillars to Yemo.
They were bone-chilling and squeezed the space around him, giving less space to move around, as though in the end he would be crushed by the snowflakes. Everyone could just see red snowflakes flying about in the hall and the hall turning extremely cold.
Tai Baifei danced with his longsword as though the ruler of this icy world.
Meanwhile, Yemo had disappeared amongst the snowflakes. Only a few purple sword rays that seeped out made people feel that Yemo was still alive. Seeing Yemo in this predicament, Fan Lianju sighed.
She wasn't sighing for Yemo but for Luo Susu.
She knew how important this city Lord Yu was to Susu just by seeing her reaction, but now the two just met and he was about to be killed. Personally, she liked Yemo being killed, but she really liked her disciple Susu far more than Tang Beiwei. Yan Guan frowned. He was beginning to think of how to explain to the Pill City and bring Black Ice Sect out of this mess if Yemo was killed. Liao closed her eyes. She had seen Tai Baifei's sword technique. This blood snowflake was extremely powerful and eerie.
Any cultivator trapped by the snowflakes would be killed.
This was because the cultivator's spirit sense and cultivation essence would get wasted more and more. If he couldn't break free right from the start, there was an even lesser chance of him breaking free later on. When cultivating to the extreme, the snowflakes were hexagonal, but Tai Baifei's snowflakes were only triangular. Even so, they were still very powerful. Luoying and Tang Beiwei got up worriedly. Sweat came out of their hands. They just saw Yemo and now he was going to be killed. Yemo was getting more and more impetuous, being suppressed by the snowflakes. He felt his skin get colder and colder. He even felt his spirit sense and cultivation essence were being wasted to resist against the cold.
Yemo could imagine that if this continued, he would never be able to break free.
He ate a spirit recovery pill and forcefully used a few spirit sense strikes. After using that, Yemo immediately felt the coldness and impetuous feeling dissipate quite a bit.
He quickly used Illusion Cloud Division Strike now.
More snowflakes were crippled. At this moment, Yemo yelled and used Illusion Cloud Exert will strike again. At the same time, cultivators outside could see more and more purple rays popping out of the red snowflakes.
At the start it was 1, 2, then 3, 4, then 10, then tens, and then hundreds. Yemo's figure became clearer and clearer as well. Soon, the purple rays were evenly matched with the snowflakes. Finally, Luo Susu and Tang Beiwei breathed easy and sat down. Tai Baifei saw Yemo break free and was a little surprised, but then he showed an even colder sneer. The bell suddenly howled and broke free from the purple sword rays, instantly pressing down on Yemo. Yemo just broke free from that eerie barrage of snowflakes. It restricted his spirit sense and rendered him unable to perfectly hack Zisu. How could he let Tai Baifei trap him in that again? When the bell shadows rose again, Yemo hacked out Illusion Cloud Formation Kill Strike with Illusion Cloud Division Strike and Exert will strike before. This fully unleashed Illusion Cloud Formation Kill Strike's power and instantly trapped Tai Baifei again. At this moment, Luoyao opened her eyes but saw Yemo break free from the red snowflakes and immediately rejoiced. She didn't expect Yemo to be this powerful, being able to break free from the blood snowflakes after being trapped inside. Thinking about how Yemo killed Nanjinxing in one strike, she knew that Yemo was far from just a pill king. Seeing his bell being trapped by Yemo's purple sword rays again, Tai Baifei sneered and used spells faster. The red longsword seemed more and more vibrant. Yemo trapped the bell and had nothing to worry about now. He used a few more spirit sense blades. Tai Baifei felt his sea of consciousness ache and his movements slowed. He immediately broke free from Yemo's spirit sense strike, but before he could keep using blood snowflakes, he saw another vibrant purple ray come. At this moment, he felt this purple ray was so pretty, it was so vibrant as though it was going to take him to a place he should be going. He even desired to follow it. Not right. Tai Baifei instantly realized and forcefully burned some essence blood to call back the bell to block this ray. Yemo just needed this moment of time and hacked out Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, straightforward and fearless. With this strike, the entire hall was covered in purple. This purple was not only pretty and enticing but also seemed to have come from heaven. Some female cultivator looked at that purple ray and closed their eyes in adoration. Almost all weak-powered cultivators just wanted to have this purple ray and not think about anything. Tai Baifei felt that purple ray sweep past his head and he heard his bones crack and his body crumble. He barely opened his eyes and looked at Yemo. Speaking softly, such a pretty purple ray, then, he fell down and his body broke into pieces. Yemo put away Zisu and closed his eyes. He entered a new palace of sword Dao. He created a new sword technique. He learned this from Tai Baifei's blood snowflakes. After a moment, Yemo opened his eyes and murmured, pinching flower purple ray, the heavens are only an inch away. His strike was like a pinch of flowers, silent. When people thought this was a sword ray from the heavens, the sword ray was only an inch away. Even if they were killed, they were willing. The Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike was complete. It wasn't as crude as before. It had become a lethal blow. Everyone took a cold breath in. No one understood this strike, but those above Cauldron Filling State knew the terror of Yemo's strike. Even Yang Feiqing stared at Yemo with a face of shock and horror. He even forgot his anger, forgot another Prodigy sect member was killed by Yemo. He was thinking that Yemo was only Hollow Spirit State level 1 and this powerful. When he was Disaster Transformation State or even Truth Realization State, who would be able to stop him? At this moment, all the sect leaders were shocked, not that Yemo was able to kill Hollow Spirit State level 6 Tai Baifei, but due to that purple ray.